situation back very quickly. But PBRU, yeah, you're right. It's a very creative ending here, Mark.
I like it. I like it. Blissed. Unfortunately, got the left peek here. Phoenix will try and hold. Flash over the top. Guy's danger though. Oh no, he stood up to run. He got a team shot in the back. It's falling apart for Vob Trucks though. And Blissed, complete denied. They took themselves apart. And PBRU get a free pass to victory. What a play from Nailip. He knows he might be exposed in the smoke. Diffix has jumped over the top. Nailip is trying to buy this time. Smoke will go out. Melman trying to keep the height advantage for them. Nemesis on 8 kills. They've got the numbers. Now they're trying to clear everything they can to make up for this game. They lose one, but they gain one. And Skittles double up. 10 kills here for Team Nemesis, but it puts it down to a 1 versus 1. And the construction workers, the spray comes through. Construction workers get it in the end. They steal it away from Nemesis. It's only 5 kills. Nemesis get the roundup on the kills though, but what a play. Construction workers, yet another foundation in and a victory. What an ending. Oh, they're making a call for a pan fight. They're making a call for a pan fight. It'd be a 3 versus 2 if it does happen. I think they are calling for a pan fight in the end. Let's go. Go on, do it.
Actually,
it is. That's I'm telling you, I know the code. I know the code.
You beasts.
Get the pants on there. Da. Let's go.
It's the eye of the tiger.
Everyone would draw. Where's the boxing ring? Find the middle, lads. Is it going to be it's going to be a Royal Rumble? Oh no, it's going to be a 1 versus 1. I thought everyone was getting stuck in there. Initial shot. It was a cheap shot. It was a cheap shot. Dante's here to hold the rules.
Okay.
Who else? Schengen, come on.
You gotta have the 1v1s.
Oh, he shot him as well. What's going on?
Well, that way. Give him the fair fight. All right, good headshot. Uppercut coming in. His boy's dead on the outline.
Oh my God.
And Hive just takes it.
Hive. Oh, it's definitely someone who doesn't go quietly. Shots will come through. Will go. He does have smoke. He might want to try and make the shift to the tree. He does go for the tree shift now. Alright, we'll go get the grenade. There it goes. Hasn't cooked here, so expected it for roll down. Vars taking a huge amount of damage. Steps up towards the P90. The construction workers step out though. Third place for them. Baldini, a heavy hitter in this game number 1, down to a final player, and it is an explosive ending for them. The starry skies align. Down to Payne's the final player here from this. Get on my way, trying to launch a nade.
It's desperate. Util been sent through. GTG's going to wrap around the backside. Viz hasn't quite figured it out just yet. Will turn around just in time as Ghetto Gang, they will drop down the smoke there. Should be able to clean up one over towards the BB. Anybody's will find Duffy as well, and Paynes goes down, and suddenly we're into 1v3 here as Ghetto Gang. Oh my days. How
have they got it? Rafa will not go down without a fight. The Italian will fight on though. Using the Ridgeline to his advantage. Anybody's though will just try and launch a molly over the top. He has been picked up. April has to duck into cover, but the information's been gained and it's Ghetto Gang. They fight their way out to Ghetto and they fight their way to the top. No slack though. Oh my God. 14 kills. That's a GG.
That is a GG. This is luck. Yeah, and he knows it. He knows it.
This is a bloodbath. A bloodbath. Team Nemesis might just get a pass though because everyone's dying in the zone. They set the firing line up here. 11 kills at the moment. Jogobenito striving their way out, but they strive their way in 3rd place. It's a 3 versus 2 technically. Diffix though with the additional confidence beat. Well, the peak is not going to be more, so I can see this going down to a 2 versus 2, but they are open. They have to run the gauntlet.
Yeah, I mean, technically, for Diffex here, good shots from Sosa. Technically, from Diffex, I think it's fine that he goes down there. He pushes them back so long. Him sitting in that position just causes some real problems. And it goes out with a cacophony of bullets. Sent through to Ghetto Gang. Team Nemesis, 12 kills on the game, and a fantastic chicken dinner from them. Clean out that final player. Giving a little bit more room here. Sorry, guys. Gav takes a massive amount of damage and will go down. But yeah, absolutely a great game from No Slack here. And we're down to a 2 versus 1.
And now he peeked through the little driver's window and now they're going to look to launch forward. Here comes the barrage. It's a 1-2, but is it a 1-2 and done? No, the bus.
Well, guys, it is our ringing. Dragons doesn't come away with the chicken dinner. He's certainly coming away with tinnitus after this one. That's our sent to the side. More flash being sent to the This man is stunned.
Stunned for days. The sledgehammer will hit. The construction workers will bag the final blow. No slack. Well, they take no slack from the leaderboard as they get a clean sweep from kills.
Not even getting any space. And again, you also want to get more kills off the back of this because maybe they pick up R2N here.
Good nade.
Yeah,
outstanding grenade. Oh my god. Arm posted. Royal Medal delivery. Next day special. Now he knows where the other one is. He's going to get caught. Ball's going to be there. The Mad will step out. Don't forget, he has no helmet. He's going to try and extend over. They had the information that Ball's trying to close in. Not to go for the res. He's going to try and go for the peak. Wait for the players to come out. He knows it is coming in. He clears the fence line. And another nade will come back through as the Mad steps out. He's trying to take the fight one at a time, but he's on fire, baby! The Boars, they take the final bite of the game. It's a big game. It's a 23-point victory as they will claim the kills, the damage, and more importantly, blank the assists.
Yeah, it's a very nice redemption game for Boars at the end of this one. Hey,
they've closed off prison now with this one move. They've also closed off the tower and they've positioned themselves for a victory. They just need to take their one-to-one battles, need to take the head-to-head. That's a great molly, comes off the backboard. It's one and done for them. So the 3 versus 3, not even a scratch on Team Nemesis. And they go from early 2 to 3 kills, and then they farm over now towards 11, looking for 2 more, as the rest of the team will now collapse across towards the southwest corner. And it's a standoff between No Tag Team, construction workers, and Team Nemesis, waiting, watching to see who can get the kills.
Yeah, a bit of an annoying one there for Team Nemesis, but I mean, they'll give it to him. They'll give it to him. Okay, all right, that's nice of them. 12 kills now for Team Nemesis on that game, but construction workers with a whopping 17-pointer on that match is just unbelievable stuff. Again, nail up. What a player. What a guy.
Yeah.
Takes a bit of a nade. Construction workers looking for another big game here. Nice nade from Michael over towards Mansa. Looks for the second at least. It's well placed, actually. Very well done after this one, which would be crazy after game 2. It's so well set up. It's like, what can you do?
Oh my god, the Welsh Dragon strikes again. And now the next victim for the construction workers. They set those clear foundations of looking to get more kills than anyone else. 8 kills though for Team Yo. Good salvation for them. Blue zone where it bounces in. Michael has to bounce out. Nailip will find one. He looks for the exit. It's one and done. Construction workers though. It's another victory. It's 23 points and we speak about a winner. Who is going to rise? The Phoenix from the ashes. Well, it's going to be those construction workers though. What a second game. They go YOLO. They go YOLO for a reason. Hicks will find one. Dante will get 1 and 2, and that will fall. 6th place for them. They need to get the res back on. PGG activated as well as they're now crossing the road. They want to get involved. LCN though picking up mobile, but kill still from them. And PGG line up though to try and deny these teams coming in.
You may as well. Panzerfaust strikes short, but this plays behind on the hilltop, and they roll through.
Sloy saved. There goes a smoke. Smokes are going to be critical for the end game. Second chance, second opportunity, and it bounces over the top. Sloy keeps his head down. Third could be the charm, and it is the charm for Diffix though. Great 1-2. They deny the Panzer, and PGG though now unfortunately down to 3.
Towards that eastern side. Diffix is going to keep sending these across, and he's just so clean with it.
It's like whack-a-mole, isn't it? Diffix style. Working his way down. Again, it was for me the clear call. Seed on the other side was like, no, you continue applying the pressure. Hey, have a peek over. BRDM, well, that's going to stop for 1. Now Diffix steps up and Diffix knocks one down. Salik down to 26 HP. 8 kills here. Team Nemesis down for presenting a final player from PGG. He peeks a boost. He says hello. He's going to find one. Now he's got an MG on the other side. So Cedo has to come out and that MG packs a punch here. And it will finish off 10 kills. A 20-point game as the Clash of the Clans went at the end.
I mean, well played, honestly.
Focus their attention and really use the smokes effectively. Dante will find Hello Samfire, and maybe Ainsley will just find another placement point. That's 2 for the price of 1. And he says, we are done. Punch this one out. Construction workers will take 2nd place. As Hive, though, they try to find him, but it's not going to be enough. It's a win for Hive. It's a 19-point game, but the construction workers so close to punching their ticket for the 2nd win.
Yeah, in this western edge right now, they're just on the edge of the circle itself, but Hive finally makes it over towards this area, and they find themselves in the midst of absolute carnage from earlier in the game. Well, they're going for dip. They're going for dip here, Mark. Yo's moving in.
Oh, double panzer! Destroyed instantly. Hive double panzered them. The cars eventually knocked him, but they had the bodies. Can anyone jump off the back of this one? No, no one's there. Yo saw the opportunity for the dip. What they didn't factor in was a double panzer defense. Oh. They haven't stopped. Oh my god, Hive have been activated. Someone has stung the Hornet's nest though. There's another one down. Connects how finish it up. Mogul going to be there. He's going to fall. It's going to be down to Dante. 1 versus 1 as he turns and swings by the car, rolling his way in.
Double potentially here, trying to spray through the vehicle. Flashbang goes out, quick switch. He's out of the way. Dante gets the reload off. Now looking back, grenade dropped to the floor just in case he needs it. There's a quick switch through again. Might find him in the nades. So well placed.
What a magician! He just completely disappeared into the smoke. Hive now on 10 kills. At least someone's coming out on top of this chaos here. No Slack want to get involved. Maybe they can get an opportunity. The cars come in. He's sticking the res.
So
he gets the opportunity. Doffy's giving him a save at least as Doffy's denied them, rolling straight into the dip.
The thing is, I don't want them to stop doing this. I think that it's good. I'm glad they're going for these plays. But you can't predict flight. There's no way they have another Panzer.
Look
they
at
have another Panzer.
Oh no! There's 2 again. Jumps from the seats into the fort, and there's another one down. Rock's now playing the magic tricks. 1 versus 1. The car's exploding. Blooms out. I actually gets the grenade. Goes over the top. Rock's the damage back, but unfortunately he falls, and the B is swatted down. 6 plays for them. Explosive action yet again. And unfortunately for this bowl, it becomes more of a junkyard as Queso swings through. IXE gets 1. There's a secondary potential, and there's a second one will fall. What is going on, Blake?
Oh, BGG's on the way as well. They're around the side. It's all over the place. No one can quite figure out where anyone is playing. IXE still going strong on no slack. I was going to try and get as many kills as possible off the back of this. Well played. Makes sense. But no slack, any point counts here, especially getting...
Obviously, yellow smoke goes in. MG maybe taking it on. Vex pulls up. Car's going to be there. Let's add more and more cars to the junkyard. Vex, though, sticks it to him with the MG. Gets a confirmation. 10 kills for them. Ainsley's down because you can't fight with a buddy in the dip of doom. You have to fight as a solo.
Oh, this is an incredible game. Vex moves up, and what a better place for the Welsh Dragon, but in the pit of flames.
There's Nemesis gaming. They never go down without leaving a boy in the ground. They want to fight this one out as a 4. Vex looking to see what he can get in the cookie jar. He try and back things up though. He launches out a shot, and it's going to be Team Nemesis. It's the 3rd victory for them, and the Welsh Dragon slain. But 11 kills for construction workers in the 2nd place. Connection that he's needed, but he's gone. He's gone for the Panzer. Jump shot doesn't quite get the connection as he steps up for the rest. He's the player, swings back though, and gets the knock as well. Sato will fall.
The smoke there. Didn't quite see her. I think Sato was just as surprised. And sorry, guys, might be finishing this out. 2 players down now. 4 no slack. Onimavati is healing up. Povalevi's been absolutely incredible towards this endgame. IXE starts to move out, but he's able to get towards the cover. No slack up to 10 kills. Quick peek. He's in the blue zone. Has to push out.
Oh my god! They're holding on as well. Starry Skies, they can't unhinge no slack. And from rags to riches, they had the compound. I thought for a moment, Blake, they were going out, but it's a 23-point game. No slack kicking off week number 5 explosive.
Zone grenades on that one place. Roxas go down to Mavis Nade.
Look how close they are.
Oh my god.
He had to click. Get out of here. He dropped the grenade as well. GG. he had the click, but he didn't know what it was, and he rolled the dice, and it was one and night done. Good hold. So 4 versus 3. CL, they do collapse their way in, so right up on top of Freeside here as they are consolidated down. They have to try to punch a hole out this one. Grenade comes out. 52 will hold. He's going to try to hold the angle. They do punch a hole out of one side though. Maver's going to be there. The car is pretty much spent, but so is he. 2 versus 3. Rook will see the other. Now goes for the outside edge. Goes for the pedicure. Goes for the brief bar, but doesn't get the connection. He has to back into safety, but back into the safe arms of CL.
I like that. I like that. It was a decent play from Freeside. They almost made it happen, but it's a rough one. It's a rough one to make work. On the game, fantastic from Siska.
Siska finds 2. He turns. He knows the damage is coming. He knows he potentially is not going to get this res. Whoa, careful. Car comes down. They go for a top 4. I don't know. He goes out eventually, but I feel like he came over that ridge expecting to see flashbang pushing. Then he turns back around and flashbang came a couple of seconds later. So I'd hope and praying that one of them might run out on the other side and the grenades come through, but no connection just yet.
Final zone now, going to start to pull in everybody. Flashbang goes out, it's decent. Schengen's able to find 1. There's a really good hold coming through from Hive. 1 PRX takes a hell of a lot of damage. We'll have to invest a first aid kit on that side. This is very, very smart. The initial knock and then just opting to immediately go around on the edge. Dante finding Sub-Zero. It's a 3 versus 2 now. Hive doing the impossible in this late game on Tego.
A huge game for them. 13 kills and the store stacking. Bolty comes through, swaps over. Spray is good. Doesn't get the connection. The shield, well, it's going to be exploded, and the grenade goes past. Catches 1 PRX, and Hive in reverse gear. Look to claim the final blow, and they do. Hive, a whopping 16 kills, 26 points. My, oh my. Hive enter into the lobby.
Vazivi is not going to allow them to move out this way. But Saint does have a beat over towards him. He is just showing his head a little bit, trying to get some tags on the headshots. Does do a lot of damage. Might take him down here, and it will be Mogor to finish him off. That's actually coming through from Hive. On that side, Stratos was waiting, lying down like a crouching tiger. But Rena will finally take him out. We're down to the top 4. Make that 3 with Howl being the last player remaining. Comes back to the beginning of the game. Choosing to play on the gas station was a great idea. Dante steps up. We'll find Posian. And this is looking like a big game here from Hive. They immediately sprint forward, knowing these players have to peek from certain sides. And they've got all angles covered here, Mark.
Only Dante's got the heavy utility to take him out, but Dante doesn't need heavy utility when he's got the MK. Now he's been called to work his way forward. Into the smoke he goes. You can hear the barrage coming back, goes for safety, will pop another smoke, but he knows he wants to charge forward. He knows he wants that long arm because he wants to end it pretty quickly for Storm on request.
Mogor does go down. That's 210 with the M249. But again, that's some heavy work here. Schengen also takes a little bit of a hit. Emergency cover drop down here to give him a bit more space to work with. A long-range throw on the Molotov will hit on the rock, covering off the left side at least.
Oh, grenade is short. Had to move. The flashbangers come out. They take the knee. They pop the shields. Both of them have got the shields to give them a little bit of a breathing room. They've got them up against the blue. The only cover that they had was going to be out on the other side. Grenade will come through there. Find 1, 2-1-0. He was out looking for the glide, and he's unable to fly away from here. Hive will take the victory. It's a 22-point game, but for them, the win came early on. That 2-2 split, that collapse from Starry Skies led them towards a charge at the end.
To do what XL does best and just push the advantage here. Sartre gets knocked. Scam is visible. Puts down the fortified shield, but not deployed quite quick enough. 2 different areas, but Boldini is tightly together. 4 nades on the Mad. Good shots on the MK12. We'll find Cadle in the back lines. Nice headshot there, but like we said, they're clumped up. No nade, sadly, on Flores, and he's the only one in nade range. Dragunov back out, but it's constant barrage. And again, no utility to speak of. Tries to hit the next one. It's looking like it's just on the edge. Flashbangs galore going through, and they're expanding out to the side. And X-Howl, it has been an incredible game
4
here.
shots.
How is he still alive, dude?
I don't know. I generally don't know. He's going to work out that one's crossed in the second. The grenade comes over the top. I think they've just dropped it, trying to end the game. Sunflower E's going down. Another one will come over to the top. He still survives. He's got 4 shots. A hope, a dream, a glory. Exhale refusing to go down. Surely Baldini has to step into this one, but yet they still hold.
Come on, lads. It's one guy. It's just one fella. And the shots finally ring out. But man, he was a titan at the end of that one. Exhale coming out of the game with 1,800 damage. The Myth-Off, though, 12 kills. An incredible match from them.
That is when we look at the cup leaderboard, though, because they will find themselves through to playoffs number 1. It does mean that we do move down slightly, and thank you to production for showing and not having to me explain it for 1,000 times over. But the Myth-Off with that last game, as Blank said, it was critical. But Justice, though, he provided some justice, and they also find themselves now into the playoffs, round number 1.
Yeah, incredible stuff. I mean, they even profited 5 points over the top there with the 4th place he was able to get, as well as the couple extra kills he did not need. But yeah, again, a bit of a victory lap for Justice at the end there. I think that he's going to be so proud of that game. And those are the games you don't forget. That is an unforgettable game for yourself. Really well done. But we head down towards our second page. Starry Skies, after a wonderful day today, get themselves into playoffs 2, and Baldini getting into playoffs 2 as well, with a nice little chicken dinner for themselves. That game meant a lot to them as well. We have to reiterate that, which is why they were playing it so safe towards the end game. And I believe Everlong didn't make it. 29 points, and all those fans will go next. Remember, these qualification spots are so important, so they don't want to give up any of these kills over to the other team. Exhal moves in, can't quite find iBanana inside of the smoke right now, crosses back over towards the US, still playing on the outside. Banana, notes that does go down, so does Wexer and Exhal.
100%, they'll take it, the Mad. He's going to tap out towards zone. The Hive swarm, and the Hive will take game number 1. 16 points, but they weren't the champions of the kill. It went multiple ways. Gustav does get Melman down. And now for the guys, they're going to be cautious. Oh my God, they get it fast. Destroy Sociedade. And construction workers, though, they're laying brick by brick, and they're looking for the victory. There we go. They get it in the end. Construction workers, it was a gamble. It was a rotation. It's a 20-point game. And let's not take anything away. Outstanding shots at the end. As a spray will come through, and they have split him. Okay. And they get the better of him as well. Oh my God, go next. Okay. Go down, and it's 2. They might take this.
Izio finds a shot. It's perfectly placed. The repair kit coming in absolute clutch. Fine now, moving over towards the man.
Oh my God, runs him down. What an ending. The slowest one over ever.
Yeah, Toblerone's out, but Nemesis looking to snap them off just the same. Izio looking to make it happen. Good shot over towards Sociedade, but it is Team Nemesis with a whopping 18 kills. Chicken dinner on the match.
And the construction workers looking to lay those foundations to be the first team to get 2 chicken dinners on the board. They've had to jump off. They're waiting for the peak around the outside. The spray will come in, but Fex doesn't get the connection.
Slaven went to make the peak with the smoke. Times it perfectly on the initial shots there. Slaven will find Jobs Broad, leaving it down to 1. And construction workers find their second on the day.
Second salvaged himself out of week number 1. Oh, it just gets in just about. Target acquired, and it's coming in.
Send it. It is. They've got the celebratory horn as well.
Joga Benito, 14 kills, 24-point game. And the Fibers, now he tries to drive himself forward. He takes a huge amount of bullets from TMO as they continue to drive forward. Gustav, at this point, is it tap out? Maybe he gets those final kills, but at the moment, he's going to take a third.
Maybe he can get some reses off here. Sparta will find PWD, and for TMO, they're just going to send it. Nedex has to step up large here and will not find it. TMO start things off fantastically in the first game of the day. But it's all construction workers across the board, the statistics, because what a game from them. I just don't see how Vard can win this game. There's players moving up towards him. Looks to peek over the top. Blue zone nade off the top here. Has to hit a fantastic spray transfer on this one, but he can see nothing. Can see nothing. Blue zone nade comes in and we'll clean him out. Good attempt from construction workers. I think they had a very creative end game there, Mark, but it wasn't quite enough. You had to be a little bit quicker to the response over towards Vorix. You should have passed that information back very quickly, but PBRU, yeah, you're right. It's a very creative ending here, Mark.
I like it. I like it. Blissed. He's got, unfortunately, got the left P cap. Phoenix will try and hold. Flash will come over the top. This guy's danger though. Oh no, he stood up to run. He got team shot at the back. It's falling apart for Rob Trucks though. And Blissed, complete denied. They took themselves apart and PBRU get a free pass to victory. What a play from Nailip. He knows he might be exposed in the smoke. Diffix has jumped over the top. Nailip is trying to buy this time. Smoke will go out. Melman trying to keep the height advantage for them. Nemesis on 8 kills. They've got the numbers. Now they're trying to clear everything they can to make up for this game. They lose 1, but they gain 1 and Skittles double up. 10 kills here for Team Nemesis, but they puts it down to a 1 versus 1. And the construction workers, the spray comes through. Yes! Construction workers get it in the end. They steal it away from Nemesis. It's only 5 kills. Nemesis get the roundup on the kills though, but what a play. Construction workers, yet another foundation in and a victory. What an ending. Oh, they're making a call for a pan fight. They're making a call for a pan fight. It'd be a 3 versus 2 if it does happen. I think they are calling for a pan fight in the end. Let's go. Go on, do it.
Actually.
It is. That's
I'm telling
you. I know the code. I know the code.
You beasts.
Get the pads on there. Let's go.
It's the eye of the tiger.
Oh, everyone
All right.
would draw. Where's the boxing ring? Find the middle, lads. Is it going to be it's going to be a Royal Rumble? Oh no, it's going to be a 1 versus 1. I thought everyone was getting stuck in there. Initial shot.
Whoa,
it was
whoa,
a cheap shot. It was a cheap shot. Dan
who's
takes
going
here to hold the
first?
rules.
Okay.
There we go. Who else? Schengen, come on.
You gotta have the 1v1s.
Oh,
Oh,
shot him as well. What's going on?
well, that way. Give him the fair
Dan's
fight.
it.
All right, good headshot. Uppercut coming in. These boys dead on the outline.
Oh my
and
God,
Hive
they
just
shot
takes
him.
it.
Hive.
Port Desire, a city that don't belong to anyone, but everyone wants a piece. No laws, no oversight, just the jungle creeping back in, both the vines and the people. The mayor stepped in where the government couldn't, said the city needed order, and they'd be the ones to bring it, keeping the peace on their terms. I walked away from it all. Kept my hands in dirt instead of blood. But desire is a fickle mistress. The city won't let me go. It won't forget my name. I asked for nothing, and they still came and took everything. The mayors and anyone that stands in my way, every last one of them. They're gonna learn something real simple. You reap what you sow.
It's the year 2026 and we are back for PEC, the undisputed best region in the world, that's for sure. We won PGS2, we won PGS3. Who's gonna stop EMEA? That's my question. My name's Calaris, and we get to watch all the regionals go down here. I will be your host as well as commentator, and of course, to my left-hand side, my dynamic duo partner, Mr. Avenger, and the man that's been covering all of the cups leading up to this PEC. It's Mr. Blank. We are in for a right treat over the next couple of weeks. Avenger, it's time to get PEC underway.
Yeah, I'm super excited for this one. Obviously, it's going to be another absolute banger of one day, right? We're sending 8 teams straight to the finals today, so yeah, you gotta buckle up and buckle in.
Yes, you do. Mr. Xander himself joining us on the broadcast. How have you enjoyed the Cup so far? Are you excited for all the big dogs to come in now that you've watched them play very nicely at PGS?
Well, I'm a bit worried, honestly. It's a bit vicious. It's going to be a bit vicious, isn't it, really? That's what I'm worried about. You got a lot of small dogs, a lot of big dogs, but potentially some of those small dogs could grow up into be huge dogs. Maybe. Potentially, we don't know. They've had 5 weeks to grow. There is potential of growth here, though.
Well, our pre-show, before all of this, we were talking about how your ears grow until you're gone. So, yeah, I guess that it's come all the way through. We're talking about some interesting things. It seems like Martin's headphones have grown as well between all the seasons. I know he's... All right, anyway, let's talk about the format and what is actually to come here, Martin, because compared to 2025, we have had some shifts here, Martin.
Yeah, a huge change, obviously. We are going through playoffs, and with the cups, you are seeded into different days. Day 1, today here, we're sending 8 teams to the finals. There's going to be 8 new teams coming in tomorrow. We're going to be sending 5 teams, and of course, on Sunday, we're going to be sending 3 teams straight to the finals. And then finals next week, where we're going to be playing for all the points and all the prize pool.
Yes, definitely. There is effectively 2 finals that go on, right?
Yes.
Of course, with these first 2 weeks and then our next 2 weeks after that. But we're really focused on this here, Blank, and considering that all of these teams have a good opportunity. If you're one of the teams that fell down a little bit lower in the cups, though, I'm a bit concerned for you because it's going to be quite difficult to get through on that last day, I would say.
Yeah, you're going up against some tremendously good teams from both the cups as well as our invited teams as well. And I think that the struggle is for them is that when you look at the cups, there was probably 4 really big standouts there, and a lot of them underneath weren't really able to showcase how strong they were because of how good those standout teams were who were in every single week.
Yeah, they were definitely hoovering up a lot of the points. And speaking of that, this is how it all breaks down. Of course, 1 kill is 1 point. And then we have our usual standards from there on out. Of course, if you get first place, you're going to be able to bag yourself a boatload of placement points. And then we peter on down from there. And it's very similar to what we were seeing at PGS, Martin, once again, where it's like you've got your best of 5. You're either going through to that final or you're going to another, effectively like a survival stage-esque style system here.
Yeah, and for this one especially here, like these 5 games we're starting with is going to have such an impact for everything, right? Like it's top 8, it's going to be the easiest way to get to the finals, but also it's against the hardest teams. That's why I'm so excited for today. And obviously I'm going to be able to sit back and watch and munch some popcorn while you guys are casting some of it. And I'm going to be casting some myself. So that's super exciting. Yeah, and obviously with all the teams coming in from the cups, it's always awesome to have this, larger kind of larger setting where these teams, like, they practice a bit in the cups here, but now the big dogs are coming in. And the potential of growth has happened throughout the 5 weeks, but we saw at PGS how good the teams are that we have here in PEC and we have here in EMEA, and there is going to be coming in a lot of firepower that's going to be leveling up this lobby to a whole new level. So that's what I'm really excited for.
I think there's definitely 3 teams that we have to kind of start things off with as we look across the whole lineup here to get things rolling, right? You've got Virtus Pro that just came off the PGS 3 win after having a bit of a lackluster start to PGS's, admittedly. You've got Na'Vi, PGS 2 victors, Blank. And then you've got, of course, Twisted Minds, who should have Perfectix back on the board finally, which is always very lovely to see because arguably they're probably still the best team in the world if they're firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, I mean, Perfectix being back in again is nice to see because it became quite apparent how much it was kind of rough missing him, right? And I do think for Twisted Minds, it's sort of that moment like, oh, he did have a huge amount of impact for our team, so it's nice to have. But again, I think that most people say that these are one of the, if not one of the undisputed best teams in the world. So it's scary for some of our cup teams to go up against this squad.
Yeah. PEC is their territory effectively here, and we'll see if anybody can kind of upset that balance. Of course, we have new organizations coming in as well, Avenger. We've got Soul from India, who has picked up the XBBB team. I am super excited to have Soul on the board. We've got S2G, of course, who have got a lot of fame in other PUBGs, and we've got Vitality in as well. Team Nemesis is here, so there's so many new organizations ready to go for today.
Yeah, and Ascent coming as well with the new English lineup. They've been usually playing with their German lineup. We have our big boy Ghetto coming in from Team Denmark, Tune 25. I'm pretty excited to see him play. He is a great player, so have some high expectations to these guys. But yeah, it's going to be difficult to come in again. It's a bit of a change of a pace, but for the other teams that's coming in our right-hand side, they have been through the cups. They've been grinding a lot, and they could be, warmed up quite a bit to this format that we're coming into. Obviously, 5 games today here, starting and ending on erangel, but yeah, it's going to be awesome games starting off just shortly.
Yeah, of course, 5 games today as we will be rotating on through the maps. Double erangel as a serving, so we've got an erangel sandwich going on for the whole day. But Blank, when it comes to those teams from the cups, obviously construction workers is a big focus point for a lot of people. Of course, they don't have Gustav, which is a bit of a hit. We know kind of what's been going on there. And then at the same time, Hive, who has had great results in previous TPP tournaments, and they were able to do a lot in the cups as well. So what do you make of those 2 teams coming into this?
Yeah, I mean, for construction workers in particular, really, really good team. It was fantastic to watch them play. But like you said, losing Gustav is a bit of a blow to them. And I think that's a bit of that leadership that you're losing out on. But they do have players jumping in for them, which is nice to see. But again, I do think Vard was very, very good on that team overall. He was really making a lot of plays. And Nailup, actually, surprisingly, I think a lot of people coming into this, a lot of people I talked to were saying that like he wasn't the focus point for that squad. But when I watched him play, he's actually incredibly good and super reliable. And I think reliable was probably the best word I'd use for that guy in those moments. And you need someone like that on the team. For Hive, on the other hand, they were slow starters in some of those days. They ended up with a direct invite after all, but it was mostly a case of getting towards that late game. Once they're in that late game, they were gods. They were absolute gods. But the amount of times they're getting past early into mid and then through that late game, that was the pain point. And I think that's going to be even harder today when you go up against some teams who are going to give you no quarter in that early game.
I think Hive was fantastic online warriors, especially even through 2025, Martin. We saw them as, in the Masters, we saw them being able to take wins against some of the big dogs. I think they probably kind of went into those cups a little bit outclassing some of the teams that are not as well versed there. But when it comes into this, do you see them being able to outclass what is now some titanic names at the top that I think have proved themselves so much already at the start of 2026?
I mean, that was the scary thing, right? Once we came in and there's so much on the board, there was qualifiers to PGC, there was going to PGSs, all these kind of bigger pressure on them compared to some of the cups, some of the player cups we had last year. I feel like there's going to be too much pressure. And also, all the other teams know that there's so much on the line. We're talking Esports World Cup. We're talking the next 2 interactions of PGS. So this is the biggest qualification we've had, effectively, in EMEA PUBG history. So, and everyone knows this. We have teams that's obviously going there already. We have some teams that's directly invited because of their GPT performance and performance last year and their status as a team. But yeah, there's so much pressure on for the teams here, and all the teams know. But yeah, anything can happen here. And again, this setup, these 16 teams that are playing against each other like this here, this is the first time with this much on the line for them.
Well, of course, before we actually do get all to the games here, we do have some of our players having joined us from the Cups, going to give us some tips and tricks. So we've got Habibi from Vis as we check in with him before we get the games rolling.
Hello guys, it's Habibi from Team Vis here, and today I'm going to show you how to find yourself in one of the best elevated spots that's in Miramar without using a Nemesis pickup. First, you need to start from in between these 2 mountains, then walk all the way up until this ledge, vault and jump, vault again, then you have to run all the way up until this corner, you have to jump and vault, and then all you have to do from here is to like walk and vault over these things, and then boom, you find yourself at the top where you can see everything.
There it is. You two could be like good old Batulins, the mountain goat himself, being able to climb on up, and Habibi's teaching you just how to do that. Although that being said, most of the time, Batulins is kind of just going up on a bike. So, snakes and ladders. Anyway, we've got a lot to talk about here in regards to all of these teams. You're having a good time, Blank, already, I can see.
I thought we'd transition to the friend slop era. We were back to playing PEC for a second there. It was quite good.
I love that.
We'd get to the top of the mountain. I always surprised surprises me the graphics these pro players are on as well. Just absolute mud.
Just bare bones.
It's true. And actually, I mean, after I saw them playing like that, the way that they used to, like, this is way back when I was like, oh God, do I really have to do that to be able to be competing? And I was like, okay, fine, I'll do it. But I'm not happy about it. I'm not, especially when I'm looking at my progressive skins, Martin. I love my progressive, especially the new Car 98. I like that. Have you got that yet, Martin?
No, I'm not gonna use that actually. I am an M24 enjoyer. I have my unicorn progressive skin with kill feed.
Okay.
And that's what I'm going for. But I will say this now, I'm actually a Dragunov enjoyer recently with the ace, with the tilted grip. It's absolutely disgusting. It's a laser, so that's what I'm grinding at the moment. I'll say this as well to Habib's videos. Great, obviously, that all these pros are making some content for us. They should also do that on the YouTube. But also the way he was going through, and then you just go up to this ledge here. There's no ledge. It's just the same thing. Just one rock. There's no change there. And it's just like, oh, there's a ledge over here, and you come close, like, oh, there's a ledge there. Yeah, I can tell.
I was going to say, there's a pixel line. I'm not sure that counts as a ledge, but yeah, whatever you got to call it, man.
Mountain goat's got a mountain goat. I mean, you got to get up there somehow. But anyway, we are starting things on Erangel. And Martin, before we actually get there, I guess I want to get your thoughts more on about how all of these teams are situated. Obviously, there's so many familiar names from the cups that have been able to qualify on through. But of course, we have some big titans that they're going to have to go up against. So who are you kind of looking at? Who are you focusing on? Who are you excited for? What are you thinking?
Obviously, you have to go in and say you have huge expectations to both Virtus Pro, to Na'Vi, to Twisted, the obvious ones, but
yeah, of course.
I'll say this: Soul and Adusi's squad as a general here. I think there's gonna be a huge honeymoon period with this. These guys are at a next level when it comes to qualifying to these last minute big tournaments. He always comes in. Oh yeah, I wasn't at the first two PGSs, then they qualified to that. I wasn't at Esports World Cup, boom, I've qualified to that, right? It's always that kind of guy where when it matters the most, the Ducey's always going to qualify to those kind of tournaments. And I feel like they have a big mountain to climb, but that's the kind of team that I think is going to come in swinging today. And it's going to be a bit of a surprise to some, obviously, because we haven't seen them compete for the last half year effectively.
That is true.
But these guys have been grinding. Like it's insane how much these guys have been grinding. Obviously, with how everything goes on with squad here, but. I cannot imagine where these guys don't come in and qualify and challenge for the top. I think they're definitely going to be in the top 8 today.
Okay, well, of course, as we look back at the cups and see some of the things that actually went down, we have to mention what went down over at Tempo Dip and how that was going. Of course, Blank was casting it with Mark as well. This was possibly one of the most insane games I have ever witnessed, Blank.
Yeah, it was weird, right? We got to like Cup 4, and then I think everyone just sort of lost their minds at this point in time. Everyone had Panzerfaust's particular location. I think it initially started off because one team had brought 2 Panzers to the scenario, and then everyone wanted a piece of the pie because it felt like a good spot to play, I guess, at the time as it got more and more hectic. I'm sure there was other places to play here, but yeah, it went hell for leather on this one.
Have you ever seen this many teams crash this dip Avenger in professional play?
I've seen a lot, but this takes the medal for how many. Obviously, it was rough for Hive, but everything kind of went out with the amount of knocks that they had. But the amount of kills that they got and everything that lined up, and then they managed to get this up, and then more Panzerfaust just going ham. It was insane to see. And also, like at this point, you just have unlimited utility. Like there's going to be 30 smokes, 20 grenades, 10 stun grenades. Like there's just unlimited amount of stuff for this area, right? So you can just absolutely wreck up everything. Yeah, but it was a fun game. I really enjoyed watching that back.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, No Slack was able to do quite a bit in there, at least dislodging Hive. And actually, when I talk about No Slack, Blank, I was talking to you about it before we actually came in. We used to have such a lineage, such a heritage of Finnish players that kind of died off to a certain degree. Not literally, of course. But now we've got No Slack here, who's a full Finnish roster, back trying to challenge here at PEC. And for me, that's exciting. How did you see them in the Cups? Do you think that they've got some chops here, or what do you think?
Yeah, I really do. I think No Slack probably when we talk about potential for growth, they fulfilled that potential, I would say. I think when you look back on week 1, it didn't feel tremendously amazing. There was definitely some highlight points, but as the days went on and the cups went on, it was really fantastic to see No Slack really find their stride. And I think by Cup 5, they were a really fearsome squad. Hello. But yeah, I mean, Kovalevi is a really, really fantastic player. Obviously, I think you guys were talking about earlier that he's a great analyst for the team, for multiple teams in the past, right? One of the best. Now he's playing on side. He can like translate a lot of that knowledge into the gameplay. One player that really did stick out to me, though, you guys should definitely keep an eye out for, is IXE. He's incredible. As a clutch player, you didn't see better than him really, unless you were looking at the team Nemesises or you were looking at construction workers. Outside of that, I think IXE had some of the most amazing performances we've seen.
That's fair. That's fair. I watched it through the cups and it looked pretty darn good. They were able to get themselves into this first day of play. That's for sure here for PEC. A team that I want to talk to you about, Martin, is construction workers. We know this is basically what was FaZe up until some changes here and there recently, right? I think that there's going to be a fire lit under some of these guys, surely, to be able to do something in a tournament like this. They looked amazing in the cups, and I'm excited to see how they're going to fare here.
Yeah, they look so good. So they won Cup 4 and had enough points to say, yeah, we're not going to need to play Cup 5. So we're just chilling.
It's a wild move.
And yeah, obviously compromising of X-Phase and this superstar fragger of PGC 2022 Dubai nail-up with Entropic. That's obviously cool to see. He's I heard he stepped back a little bit in terms of how much he's playing PUBG and gone even more to the gym. So now he's going to be competing in the World Championship of arm wrestling in 2028. I don't know.
Are you making this up?
I don't know if this is rumors. I've heard this. This is something I've heard. I'm not sure if this is true or not, but it's something to look at. But he's a fantastic player and a huge guy in the gym. So that's something to be afraid of when you go up against him, of course.
Big arms.
He is stacked.
He has like an extra large mouse because the smaller ones can't handle his grip, you see.
Right.
I've heard that. That's just rumors. That is just rumors, though. Okay.
The rumors, right? Okay, and Pixelix joining them as well. So he put out a tweet saying that he's always felt like a construction worker. So there's definitely a lot of pedigree on that roster for sure. Beyond all of that, though, Nemesis is another team that we kind of have to talk about, really, Xander, to get things rolling, because obviously this is a new org to PUBG PC as a whole, but it's not new names. We have seen all of these components going through kind of quite the journey through PUBG. Melman is an ex-world champion and oftentimes very underrated as a player compared to the other names that were on that roster, like Uber and all this stuff. So what do you think for Nemesis here, Blank?
Incredible team. Really, really good team. It's kind of weird, though, to put a finger to the pulse on this squad because they were very, very strong. I mean, Diffx, as everyone mostly knows, is an incredible fragger on side. So said as well. They all played very, very well. But they were one of the few teams that actually opted to play more for an edge play style in the cups. And this is why I find it difficult to really know how well they're going to do here, because they were one of the few teams that actually really went against the mold and did it really well. But what I will say is I think this team has a very good grasp of TPP and how to play it in that late game from an outside position. And it was skillful. That was the cool thing about it. It was very skillful. The way they went about it, the way they closed off angles, and the way they swept teams in that late game when if the circle ever went away from some cover, they were closing that game out. So I'm excited to see how Team Nemesis does here. But again, you have to remember that in the cups, it was super central focus. And so you had this small group of players, they were playing edge. So I'm very curious to see how they go up against some of these like big name teams.
I hope that this kind of becomes their forever home Avenger, because it does feel like 4 components that, apart from maybe Melman, who did have a home and made the World Championship happen for that team, up until after that, these 4 are kind of scattered to the wind and really couldn't find themselves a proper home. And that's actually what we said about Diffx when he was on Geeky, and then he came along and won actually one of these PECs. So, but that's how I see them. How do you see them?
I mean, I see them as, if you were a fan of Na'Vi from 2021 through 2025, you're definitely going to be a fan of this team, because it's all former Na'Vi players, and it's all constructed in a way I was like, I'm surprised this works out as well as it does. So let's see if it is these guys are too good for cups, or it just works out perfectly, right? Because State, obviously, Sosa, Diffx, these guys have been through where it's like there's a certain amount of roles and synergy that kind of needs to check out before you make a team. If all these boxes checked, this team could be like another GK, where it's like, okay, they all of a sudden just win a PEC.
Yeah.
And Diffix is an insane player. Melman, obviously, with the experience and everything, that if everything molds, I should say, here in this team, they are going to win a PC. They're easily in the top 8 today, by the way. They're like, I don't even talk about
They're good. They're good.
So I'm not even worried about that. The big thing for me is, can they compete for an Esports World Cup and a PGS spot? Once we come to that, that's really want to see. And I mean, there's like maybe not, and also depends on how many spots we're actually gonna get through the PGS, the next kind of iteration of PGS. How many spots are we gonna get through the direct invites to Esports World Cup? Because we might have a case where it's like, okay, if you get top 4, top 5 here in PC, that might be enough, right? So that's one thing that's cool, and that's what I'm really looking for. And a top 5, I could see Team Nemesis in.
I think one of the concerns, though, is that I think in the Cups, you've got 2 teams that have had world-class results in the past, or at least been to internationals and been able to do a lot. But the problem for some of these teams is now, Blank, that you've just suddenly now been put in this lobby where you suddenly have 10 world-class teams if you actually really want to make a bit of a stretch, as well as teams that have been able to win on those world-class stages as well. So the lobby, as much as the Cups were great, this is another kettle of fish, I think.
Yeah, I think that is always the struggle as well. But they've already been through the ringer in the sense that every single cup that you play, it is such a sprint to do as well as you possibly can. At least these teams coming through from the cup, they understand that today they have to give as much energy, as much vigor as they did during the cups to make it through. But you're right, though, for Team Nemesis, it is weird. Same for construction workers, where you've essentially just been blasting the lobby, right? You have just been hitting them hard and fast, and there's not really much anyone could do about it. Now you move into here, it's going to be a very different beast, so you wonder whether construction workers, Team Nemesis, is going to be playing a little bit slower here. For construction workers, I think it weighs a little bit more heavily on them because they're used to taking really priority positions on the map very early on. Team Nemesis don't really do that as much, so they might not feel this as hard as construction workers. But I think if construction workers want to do well today, they're going to have to fight some very difficult fights, but I think they are capable of that.
I'm also not sure as to how exactly the drops are going to work out across a lot of these battlegrounds, because normally, and I think it's probably been sorted out from be it scrims or kind of drop maps for some of the guys in Discord and things like that, but there could still be some overlaps. There could still be some inaccuracies about how those rotates are going to go down here. But Martin, final thoughts before we go on in?
Yeah, I mean, obviously 5 games to go here, so you gotta come in swinging here. You can't have these bad games. You can't have your 1 or 2 point game. You gotta make sure you salvage every single point here. Top 8, and you're straight to the finals.
All right, well, thank you very much, Martin. It will be me and Blank bringing you the first game of PEC 2026 to figure out who is going to be moving directly into that final. And we have a decent playing path here for all of the teams on Erangel. Maybe a little bit of a stretch for people going northwest. But aside from that, all good and dandy to start things, Blank.
Yeah, a bit of a wonky one to start the day off. You know, people are just waking up potentially. It is the afternoon, but we've all had those days. Okay, so it's time to drink this. I'm not sure everyone's had those kind of days, but it's time to drink your coffee.
It's every day for me.
What, waking up at 5 p.m.?
No, absolutely not. I'm a morning boy.
I think you're mistaking 5 a.m. actually.
True.
But yeah, we're going to head straight into this one. Like you say, it's a little bit wonky. Getting over towards that northwest side is slightly more difficult. So that's you North George, potentially over towards Severny, which I imagine Team Nemesis is making a quick shoot over towards. And I think that's something I definitely noticed from the top teams over on the Cups, is that they weren't taking super aggro positions on the map. Jogo Benito, on the other hand, love to go for those aggressive positions, and that's where they might struggle slightly. But we get the circle. It's hard down towards the southwest side, which means Ascend's going to really benefit from this. They get started very early into the game over towards Primos. Got a lot of looting time, a lot of decision time as well, which is great to see. Jogo Benito, though, Calaris, extremely aggressive team.
Oh, yes. Yes, they are. I've seen them be aggressive throughout a lot of the cups. They were basically ram-raiding some of the teams as they do go against them. And currently the Mythov is dropping next to them in Yasnaya, so there is a potential where we do see this, in inverted commas, hot drop become aggressive. Now, the one thing that does exist, though, in some of these hot drop scenarios, even in Yasnaya, even right now, and especially in TPP, is that sometimes a location like Yasnaya, it's so big that they can stalemate out, and you don't actually take the fight at all. And then you eventually just rotate completely unscathed. The thing is, though, is that still will slow down your rotation to a faraway circle like this. So either you get aggressive, clean it up, and then be able to rotate quicker, or you're kind of biding your time and wasting some time in some of these kind of situations.
I think the onus right now is on the Mythov, right? Because the easiest rotate for them would be West Yaz Bridge, right? And you're sweeping over the top of Georgia Paul, Everest, and you're trying to get him through there. If they want to go through past Potato Hill, Rozhok, there's a lot of teams they could run into, even over towards Pachinki of X-Howl. But luckily for them, Jogo Benito's going to make an early exit. Now, I like this because Jogo Benito, they had these moments over in the Cups where they were overly aggressive. They took too many fights, and I think they were sort of memed on for this as well. But I'm glad to see that they're taking this very seriously. They're not going for funny business here. They're immediately gone, which opens things up here for TMO.
Well, they had their ups and downs. Let's put it that way without extrapolating too much.
Very high ups.
And then after they'd had their first Cups performance, everyone was like, oh, okay, they're kind of cool. It's fine. So I won't extrapolate any further on that. But yes, for a circle like this, it's interesting, Blank, because Ascend, as Martin mentioned in the pre-show, is a new Ascend. And actually, they might already be running into Versus Pro here. They've got to be very careful. But T-Bone being on board, Keta being on board, they have for years been a German-speaking only team, and now they've flexed out to internationals, which I think is exciting, and they have an exciting circle to start things off.
Yeah, for them, it's very, very good. And I think that Virtus Pro takes a really cool approach to this one, immediately trying to cut off the approach from Primos towards a more centralized position with a bit more prio on the map. But Virtus Pro had to go quickly, so loot might not be insane, but finding T-Bone on the cross is disastrous work. So Nixie already finding that one for Virtus Pro is a really big deal, and Virtus Pro will take the first kill of the tournament here in PEC.
I'm getting flashbacks. 2 days ago in scrims, Virtus Pro was the first team that Ascend ran into. And now we're back again. Of all teams you don't want to be running into, yeah, the PGS3 champions, yeah, they're pretty good at the video game, maybe not the best. So for a home circle for Ascend, that's a bit of a catastrophe. I'm wondering if they want to try and eventually get that blue chip back and see if they can get them back on board. They've got time, that's the thing. And I don't think Nixie stopped his car to pick anything up. So there might be a world where they get T-Bone back on board, but we'll see.
I mean, it's a big crunch right now in terms of teams migrating down their side. You've got E-pickers coming through. They can fast here. Mo managed to pick one up in the meantime, so they're coming through from Yasnaya. See if they can find a place to play. But yeah, for Ascend, I think it's just the speed of which this game takes place, right? Once you start to get these bigger teams involved, I think Virtus Pro was always going to try for something like that, get ahead of the pack there. And I think for Ascend, maybe they had to cut looting time short a little bit. But they'll know that in future if they ever get this circle again. But that's the difficulty, right? We've only 5 games a day, and it's short and sweet these 3 days. Are you going to see another circle like this, or have you just lost that home advantage due to being a tiny bit slow? And it's not even that slow at all, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, even oftentimes the Primos team wants to be out of Primos because of the way circles work, right? So even if you have a circle advantage, it's not necessarily like, okay, we could just stick around a Primox and hope for the best. They did move pretty early.
They did, right?
A little bit, a bit more of a northern position. That said, though, it's getting very congested on that west side now. And that might not bode well for Nemesis, who's coming in much later than other teams from that north side. They might have to play edge play, but you were saying in the pre-show that they were okay with the edge play.
They loved it. Yeah, this is the thing. For Team Nemesis, I don't think they minded too much. And most of the time, when they weren't getting the big wins, they were still getting quite a few points. And if that was kills or getting a 4th or a 5th place. And they beat out the competition by consistency. And I think that's what Team Nemesis is very good at. Which is why I like the Severny pickup for them. No one contested on that. So every single erangel we get now, you're likely going to see Team Nemesis coming in a little bit later. The difficulty with this type of play style is it doesn't have explosive points capability, does it, Kyle? It's more going to be a case that they will get towards the top side, but for them, that's all that really matters, is getting towards those playoffs, those finals.
Yeah, it is. And we were just on board previously with another regional partner that we haven't been able to see play much in the start of 2026 in Bushido Wildcats. Of course, they've got Code Mark on board alongside Celtic and some of the other guys from Turkey. And I think that's a good roster. I think it's a good squad. We haven't been able to see too much of them at the beginning of this year. Mostly, like, when we think about Turkey, we think about S2G, who had their foray into PGSs, but it didn't go quite their way. They did all right in PGS 1, but PGS 1, 2, and 3 were a bit of a disaster. So Turkey's traditionally, Blank, a very strong region in terms of their individual skill, but they've not been able to mesh in the past couple of years properly. So I'm hoping maybe kind of that rights itself a little bit alongside X-Howl as well, who came in from the Cubs.
Yeah, X-Howl, you're totally right. In terms of Turkish teams, like, they have a lot of skill on board, but they do press the panic button quite a lot, where it's the full send moment. It's either we wipe the enemy squad or we die trying. And that's usually how it went down for X-Howl. And I think that's fairly true for a lot of Turkish teams. But again, I think TPP does require you to have a little bit more patience on those full sends. Doesn't quite work as well when teams can really spot you out coming from very far away and take those engagements a little bit more safely. We've seen some of these buildings over towards this western side of the map as well become absolute fortresses where you have to walk down some of these corridors of death. It's very, very difficult to make happen. So I think those full sends don't work quite as well if they're not backed up with good utility as well.
Big splits across the board. 1-1-1-1s for Jorgo Bonita, 2-2s for S2G. The Mythov got down all four alive onto the edge of where we're seeing here Quarry as well. As Virtus Pro is just taking up a bit more of the position on the east side there. Lucarux is a little bit flexed over on that left of Quarry. So they were definitely entering treacherous territory with the Mythov, but they've negated a little bit of the slowness coming out of what could have been that Yasnaya situation, especially since they might not have known Jorgo Bonita entirely bailed. They should have heard maybe the vehicle, so but it was only one vehicle, so I'm not quite sure on the proximity of that. But yeah, they're in. They just don't have vehicles, and that's a bit of a problem later on, potentially.
Yeah. You are sort of banking on the Quarry finish at this point in time. Around this area, at least. I mean, you could hike over towards the eastern side, pick up some of the buildings there. But I don't mind the play too much going for the emergency pickup. If they found it early enough on that side, and you're just thinking to yourself, once you get towards a position like this, a lot of Quarry is sort of defended by players on the outside edge. So if you can get E pickup in, you could essentially nestle yourself in between a lot of these squads, which is really, really nice to see. It's the DBS. It's the DBS. Mark says I bring the DBSs to the loot boxes. I am so sorry, guys. We've got one again.
Yeah, they're almost never... Oh, geez, hard shift north. They're almost never successful, apart from like one time in a PGS, like, which just happened. Like, actually, a DBS in late game crate did make something happen. I couldn't believe my eyes, but it did work. But anyway, let's talk about this shift. Of course, Twisted Mind, surprise, surprise, finds themselves straight on in the middle of this one. And actually, they're taking an extreme 2-2 split here. I guess gambling on the compound south of Chopsticks, but still holding on to the position directly in the middle. I wonder if they get together. I feel like this is quite ambitious if someone starts crashing on them. We'll see. We'll see.
It is very ambitious, right? I mean, it's such a hard shift over towards that north side as well, is that at least the guys over towards the east with Perfect Six, they have a lot of time to spot players and teams coming their way, but they also know a huge amount of teams from the south half of the migrate north right now. A lot of players wanted to be around Quarry area, so there's going to be a lot of damage. They might be able to get some little pot shots in between. For the time being, it is X-Howl coming up against a squad right in front of them in Seoul. We're taking heavy damage here, unfortunately. Flores does have to back off. 8 HP, Kalaris.
No. Don't want to see this go down for Soul just yet. These boys are fearsome. XP PB team, PGS champions, fantastic pedigree amongst them as well, but they're gone already. No, in 16th. What a disaster for Seoul on these rotates. It's always difficult to make this work. There's so many players alive. Or once you get these big hard shifts go down, barrier teams abound, and they fall.
I mean, it's unfortunate, right? They tried to take the best approach possible, which is try and rotate through the tree line, get a little bit cover for yourself. But there's so many teams coming up this way, and it is an unfortunate shift on the circle, which heavily heads over towards that northern side. This is always going to create problems. Obviously, we knew it was going to move away from the water. We just didn't know how viciously it was going to do that. So Seoul does get caught on that rotate, in which case a lot of teams are going through that fielded area in the first place. Twisted Minds are going to hold this split. And again, it does seem to be just fine right now with the way that teams have sort of melded each other in place, which is hard. This is hard, but it's great for Twisted Minds. Gives them fantastic options going into the next phase as long as they can hold on to this. And I think for most teams, they're sitting pretty for now.
Yeah, not too bad at all. I think for Twisted Minds, that 2-2 that I was talking about before, they were just, okay, as soon as anything comes close, we're shooting at it. We're making it sound like we're far more than we are in those current spots. I mean, having the tower and then also that compound, it's pretty open between the kind of shots and when people are rotating past and then actually moving. So as we take a little bit of a look further and see what's going on, still in Quarry here, the myth of being caught in the bottom of Quarry, if like Virtus Pro's overlooking you, I'm not jealous of Justice right now down there. I'd much rather be elsewhere. Just saying.
Yeah, I think that for a lot of the squads, never mind. Back onto this.
Okay.
Exile trying to go up the stairs. Beryl's doing some nasty work from Mogor.
Yeah, I think Mogor was a great pickup for Hive. Obviously, this came in a little bit later, and we've seen him previously, even on international now. So definitely a great pickup for them. Very skilled indeed. He did, of course, try out actually with James' squad, and he's completely actually destroyed Howl on this push on through. Brilliant stuff by him. Very skilled indeed. It felt like, though, and I was kind of hearing out how those shifts were going from team to team, that things just weren't working out elsewhere. So finding a home on Hive, hopefully this does work out.
Yeah, I think for Hive overall, they're very good when they get into the compound like this. Obviously, moving away from here eventually is going to be a little bit difficult, but you have the heals at least on this western side to keep yourself nice and cut off from a lot of the action there. Eventually, he finds it. With the help of his teammate Celtic, as Slaven does go down there. No Slack trying to get away as well, as Scab takes some shots from Baron here on S2G. It's starting to pop off a lot. Again, this is a horrible area of the map to be working around.
Yeah, especially when Twisted Minds has now moved to kind of a full 4-man strong in the exact middle of this. That all teams do not want in the middle in a lobby like this. It's definitely going to be Twisted Mind. As Code Marker will take a few shots over towards the observatory position. Yoga Benito trying to move in on the northwest side of their position at the moment, across the swamp area. Kovalev goes down to Schiller. So unfortunately, he'll have to be kind of dictating what may go on from the heavens.
Needs to be done as well. I'm trying to figure out this one. It is always a little bit more difficult. I mean, Twisted Minds, they've regrouped now. They allowed Viz in, which is fair enough. You make some space, and with this circle, I mean, this is a great place to be playing for them. VP over towards their western side. Good position number 2. Really, a lot of the action is going to be happening down towards the south side now, Kalaris, with TMO, Navi, S2G trying to find some spots to get in.
We're not even on the patch with the tilted grip and the Dragonov kind of little tweaks and changes here and there, but people still hitting some big old shots in Levante. He's gone, though, to no slack, as mortars will rain down on what is a very common location for people to try and rock up on this dip. But as you can see, Bushido has been able to spread themselves out quite extensively here to make sure that they can negate some of that damage coming in. One thing's for sure, though, with Yoga Benito trying to make things happen from the distance, it's not quite going down just yet. And they're also bottled up in observatory here that, wow, okay, they were carrying a lot of weight in emergency pickups, which aren't going to be becoming useful. So that's actually going to have cost them some util, some ammo down the line.
Yeah, it's a lot to be carrying around with you. I mean, it gives you some options, I suppose, but Yeah, not having the utility, not having the ammo. It's very, very rough here. TMO, though, Justice will find Na'Vi. Speedroad does go down. Gadrock's also taking shots from no slack there. For TMO, this is a tough push for them, but they just opened a slight gateway. But it's now time for Na'Vi to really hit some heavy shots back towards them. The blue is not ticking too hard just yet, but it will do now, in which case TMO need to get a move on. So either they move north over towards Ascend or they try and dismount Na'Vi here. But yeah, it's a rough circle to be working with. But Team Nemesis, I love this spot for them.
Yeah, we see sometimes, quite often in fact, where the Mailman compound currently is one of the very high winning spots, if not like top 3 in a lot of these games. And also what becomes very much a focal point as well, as Twisted Minds is actually dismantling the Mythos, moving in underneath this. Bear in mind, Twisted Minds was still in kind of that 1-3 split, leaving Batulians up in that tower, and they were holding down this roadside gap. But the thing is that eventually, a team might try and move in underneath Batulians' tower, up alongside that hills, but you got to have negated some of the lines of sights from the east, for example, from the north as well as the south, if you want to make that happen. And it could yield a top 4 for a team down the line.
Akatori looking down towards Ares right now, the last of TMO. But you're so right, and especially with that playing path we had at the start here, Kale. Move down, nice shots from Hakatori. But yeah, with that playing path we had at the start, Twisted Minds knows that most teams are on the south side of the map when they're wrapping up here. And this is a very big focal point for them. Like you say, realistically, the only place where they're going to be taking a lot of heavy fire, a lot of damage is on that south side. And they set themselves up perfectly. Now they even expand out a little bit further, looking over towards the hillsides. They probably know teams are going to be coming out of. Also having a look over towards the Hive compound. The shots have just been so disgusting today. It's nice to see.
It's Chris with the big gun, with the M249. Good stuff from him. Maybe they can't get Ghetto up, unfortunately, so Boostic will be able to take that scalp. It will just be the 2 German boys here from Ascend. They go back to their roots to try and keep Ascend going. With just 1 kill on the board at the moment, I don't know, I think it's going to be very difficult for them to make a meal out of this game, because coming in from this south side, when Hive has that compound, where Twisted Minds has that spread, where VP has God compound, and being able to try and work on through, I don't know. They're going to go for a mad dash here on the south.
They have to go for something. And this is kind of a not terrible timing with Twisted Minds actually in pursuit over towards that top side. But yeah, going underneath the hill is not a bad idea. You drop the smokes. The vehicle's likely going to get exploded at some point, but at least you have some cover to work around with here. And with how nightmarish this zone does get if we head over towards the eastern side, it's not a terrible spot to play, Kale.
Yeah, not too bad at all. I did see, I think it was Nemesis actually charging up a mortar to try and shoot a S2G, I think, as well, while this was going on. Understanding some of those dips in the hill and the field that is a bit north. But anyway, Perfectix is going to peek on over against that position, knowing that that is pretty annoying, and you can actually dislodge people quite easily. This is making a big move as well on the other side. That's an amazing name from Perfectix. He's back on Twisted Minds. Yes! It's so good to have Perfectix here on the squad.
I mean, he's proven his worth, man. It's oh, goodness me.
That's awful.
Yeah, I mean, Team Nemesis, that's a nice win. That's a nice win at the start of the day there. Bushido Wildcat, Celtic over towards Pains from Viz. Good shots, double back quickly again. Batulians will find Lucarux as well as they attempt to move up from that western side. Twisted Minds is taking names all over the place. And like you say, lovely nade will take down Habibi. Couldn't quite climb high enough to get away from that nade just there.
No ledge for you to be able to move on to there, Habibi. Sorry, mate. This is going to be Bushido trying to dislodge exactly what you want it to do. And for this was a bit more of a Hail Mary as well, trying to move across the entire circle to make this work, knowing that the fields eventually will be an absolute killing floor in a game like this. The kill feed is popping off. No Slack goes down. Example actually rips them apart. But Construction Workers is going crazy against Virtus.pro, the PGS3 champions.
I mean, they have backstabbed here very nicely. They've been sticking in the shadows for a while. And Virtus.pro does go down, and that's Pains, like you say, getting a nasty nade across over towards Nixie and Beamy. And to be honest with you, Viz typically do play better on low player count.
Well, it's an interesting team is this, really, because it's such diverse individuals. Pains, for example, was previously actually playing for Ascend on that full all-German roster towards the very end of them being an all-German roster. So great individual players, just not really found a true home. Nailup's taken down Pains now. He's gone, but Metabay will be able to continue that against them. It's just absolute anarchy here up on the hills, as Twisted Minds has lost the majority as well, but they've kind of done enough, right? 8 kills for Twisted Minds, who's always staring at the championship in PEC. They're going to be okay with this considering the way the circles went.
Yeah, I mean, a 9-pointer game already is great to see. For construction workers, though, they are getting absolutely obliterated. The nades come through. And if it wasn't the nade, it was going to be the vehicle. Perfectix looking like perfection today already. Coming straight back in and hitting a fat strike on some of these players. It is great to see. But yeah, everyone was on a ticking time bomb on this western side. They know they have to clear out as much as possible. And that puts the pressure on. Bushido Wildcats, though, they have come out looking pretty. But I think the team I'm most surprised about is Jogo Benito. You know, playing it pretty calm right now.
Yep, they know what they need to do, I think, by the looks of things. Just play it a bit more steady, a bit more calculated compared to the smash mouth style that we may have seen in some of those cups sometimes. I will say, though, for Perfectus, just to round this out, amazing. It feels like is a man possessed right now. We kind of crowned him the unofficial MVP of our last PEC season with good reason, because he was the highest damage dealer, kill leader, etc., and things like that. So to have missed out on PPMI, missed out on PGSs, and look at what he's able to do in this first game, I'm so happy. I'm so happy to see.
It's not terrible grenades, slightly further than you would like here from Jogo Benito. You're looking for that air burst, but they are hard to hit. But yeah, full fields, and it keeps Team Nemesis still in on this who will be just looking down upon a lot of these players on the south. S2G is going to have to move from that northern edge, as is Bushido Wildcats and Jogo Benito. Currently 2 angry neighbors, maybe a little bit more angry with the local council in Team Nemesis along the way.
Yeah, they're causing some sound disruption, never mind anything else, I think. Fair to say. We're going to have to call the cops on them. But I think that all that as well, yeah, that's also explosives, not necessarily useful for neighborhood friendliness.
That's
but
an explosive
I think
approach, okay?
that is true, that is true. But Hive is being able to exploit so much room down on the south of these fields, and I think this goes a little bit underestimated. The fact that you can get away, it's not exactly flat. It's a field, but it's not flat, so there is still cover here for them to play with, and they have a lot of room with it, especially if they shut down S2G.
S2G is getting a little bit closer comfort. That's a nice shot, actually hits through there. Tags in very heavily in the backlines as well. We'll find a little bit more. Baron goes down. Quetler also flushed out off the back of this one. Hive's going to push this, and this is good timing from them. They know they need to go. The quicker they get rid of this team, the better.
Yeah, there was also a Nemesis looking at them whilst Hive was looking for that cleanup as well. So for S2G, they had almost no options about how they were going to be taking that. Oi, 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 oi. I don't think it actually took him down. It was, well, Nemesis is the one that cleaned up everything. But it looked on the money. It really did.
I wonder if that was a body shot or something, but it felt good. It felt good. You really did feel it there. And now Team Nemesis is looking to clean up. And again, for Team Nemesis, typically this would be a much higher point game for them. But because some of these teams are so willing to fight and just absolutely crush other teams underfoot, a lot of those teams that they were going to pick points up off on that western side, they don't even make it here, Colaris. A lot of them are taking each other out. So the points are spread much further through the lobby. Either way, I think Team Nemesis will be very happy with a chicken dinner, but this is a situation where they sort of need that chicken dinner for this game to really be worth it to them.
Yeah, and because of that, it ain't all said and done just yet. Although they do have a BRDM, these cheeky boys. All right, yeah. So normally, actually, if you get pushed out of this compound, sometimes it can be really bad. But they might just run over this hay bale.
Hello.
And that's actually a really smart move. Just remove the cover from them, and they know that they're going to be shot at from elsewhere. That is technically the perfect play coming in from Stade.
Yeah, you quite like sitting behind that hay bale, did you? Well, how about I just get rid of it? This is fantastic, you know, bringing the old bulldozer to the mix. Still have the Orm in play, though. Not going to cut through a BRDM, but
no,
the circle,
it's not links.
The circle is lovely, actually. I love this circle. It's not beneficial for either team but it means both teams need to fight on an equal footing without any compound in play. Could I say equal footing if there's a BRDM in play? I'm not sure, but they are laying bullets into it, like you say.
Yeah, those shots, very important here. But the problem is that has Nemesis been able to keep repair kits down the line? Are they going to be able to keep that going? It will be basically a mobile wall when it comes to some of the middle parts of this field. And they've even been so cheeky enough as Diffex to go for some loot over by where Bushido Wildcats was. And he has an MG3 as well. This is, well, the thing is that Mogor has done amazing this game. 7 kills so far after what we watched him clean up with Exhal is insane. And which proves even more the point of what a pickup, right, for them. But they still have an okay spot to play here. As soon as the Nemesis boys get pushed off the roofs here, that makes it a bit more sketchy here for Nemesis, apart from the BIDM.
Yeah, the bullet count's looking very bad right now for Team Nemesis, at least on SoSaid. I mean, move to Diffex, 90 bullets still left there, but on the old DMR for Diffex, I think he's around about 28 bullets left there for him. They tried to take advantage of that high ground on the roofing as much as possible, but not meant to be. They're going to instantaneously try and center off the back of this. So Team Nemesis do gain a lot of ground off of this one. Hive's a little bit slow to react.
I don't mind what Diffex was doing. Scared of potential snakes or anybody on the other side of this. I don't think they had a full read on the fact that Hive is indeed 4-man on the opposite side of the battlefield. They've not been able to get full information on it just yet. But now this means that once Diffex actually needs to move in, hopefully for Hive, they've been able to keep an eye on the fact that there was that car moving over for loot, and that potential off angle could become a factor. Look at Mailman as well, creeping on forwards. I think they're hoping for the, the classic play of the distraction BRDM. Keep looking at the BRDM, guys. Keep looking here. Nothing else to see. Like a distraction Karn effects in Warhammer.
Stick a little clown horn on the back of it. Hope it really does distract them long enough. Again, this is kind of awkward for the Team Nemesis because you're playing into the side with a lot of I don't want to say tree cover, but it does have bush cover, these small little saplings that are available as well, which do make it a little bit harder to determine where to place your nades. And utility is so incredibly important in this late game. Luckily for Team Nemesis, with that forward push they made and the lineup they have now, it's a case where Hive has to come to them. And Team Nemesis is happy to invite them to that party.
Yeah, it's as if Nemesis was like, okay, we'll make the first move, and you took no shots at us at all. We've been able to seize what is priority ground, and now they're saying, all right, Hive, your move. What are you going to do? Because you weren't proactive on this side. I understand it, right? Because suddenly you're then moving into lines of sight from the players on Nemesis that might have been on roofs and things like that. And it's difficult. So the upper hand has very much so been on the side of Nemesis, and they continue to hold it with BRDM and position now.
This is interesting. That's a bit of an alarming thing to have in hands at this stage of the game, and a vehicle to place it on. I don't know if it'll come to fruition, but it could be funny.
I'm not keen right now, because the thing is that you're going to have to gain some decent momentum, and I think Nemesis is going to shoot you out of it.
Yeah, likely. But he might create some space. You never know. Mogor still, it's 2 bullets left in the chamber. 2 very important bullets here at the late game. He's going for it. He's going to send it around the side here, Kale.
Okay, this is actually a complete sacrifice, because he's not going to jump out unless he actually gets knocked. But he's going. I don't know where we're going. Are we going for the BRDM? I guess we are. He got out.
Okay.
No, okay.
I mean, BRDM down. Stave does not go down, somehow lives, right? He's a little bit more tanky on that side of things, but I think they're absolutely okay with it. I mean, it's a heroic attempt, but it's not enough. Only 1 player left remaining now for Hive, as Mogor will hit the deck. And Team Nemesis is looking to lock this one down in an incredible game from the northern side, from Severny.
Diffex with 5. Yeah, I'm convinced Hive knew that they had very little chance here, and they will even deny towards the end as well. That's Team Nemesis taking game number 1 here of PEC from the compound, as we bring Martin back on to talk about that one. As Martin joining us, let's have a little bit of a chat with him whilst we watch some of the highlights here from this game as well. And for my money, I think Blank, as I say, I think Hive knew that it was kind of lights out towards the end of that, right?
Yeah, I think for Hive, it's that question mark of, I think we need to start denying points. And denying points, totally fair at this stage of the game. I think the craziest thing, though, Kale, is I'm not sure people expected 2 of the cup teams to be first and second place for the first game of the day. Really, really well done. And I think yes, if you look back on this game, you look where Team Nemesis and Hive are playing, they have a distinct advantage, but they played both those positions very, very well all the way throughout that game. Team Nemesis even taking that approach where they left Diffex behind on the buildings just to the north of them to make sure they didn't get backfilled. They played it slow, but they played it smart.
Oh, they definitely did. They definitely did. So impressive stuff here. Let's try and get Avenger on in to talk about some of this. Avenger, what's your take here with Nemesis being able to have what it was a decent compound and eventually a decent win?
Yeah, obviously it's a big compound to be able to lock down early on, but also the amount of kills that they had. They were in a situation where it was like, okay, they can actually get some kills. They had the roofs. They were able to push SG out without being breached with them. That was actually one of my worries for them, but SG sent it all the way around and somewhat gifted it to Hive. But what a performance from Mogul, guys. That was insane. I was a little bit sad to see this sacrifice from the anti-X not paying off. They got the Resident State. The kill didn't come through. So that was a little bit sad for them, but still 11 kills to boot on a second place game for them is huge.
Yeah, and so we 18 points for Team Nemesis, 17 for Hive. So as much as they couldn't round it out towards the end, 11 kills will be fantastic. And of course, Blank, get used to this, because with Twisted Minds, even if they're not getting the wins, even if they're not getting the placement points, they keep their averages up so brutally in PEC. So I think this is definitely not the last we'll see of double digits for Twisted Minds, Blank.
Yeah, I mean, they look like a force to be reckoned with, right? With the way they set up, look like 4 Spartans out in the fields there. Really nice to see. Couldn't really get past them. And the way they lined up that late game looked really good. I think that they got slightly unlucky on the circle shifts there. And then you had so many teams. I mean, they had prep for it, but there's only so much prep you can do versus 5 teams all coming your way in a race against the clock. And I think that they do get a ton of points regardless. Here's our game changes of match 1 with Diffex from Team Nemesis getting 874 points, which is to be expected, but there you go. 7 kills for Mr. Mogul himself. What an incredible game from him.
Yeah, really good stuff. Really good showing indeed. Which Diffex is this, Avenger? Is this Diffex 1 or Diffex 2? Like that? I think it's Diffex 2.
It's Diffex 2. Diffex. Yeah, it's his twin Diffex. It's the older twin Diffex. But he's a demon as well. Look at that, 874 damage, and he's this kind of guy that just comes in and absolutely farms. Even though, you have a center compound, it's somewhat, you called it even here, Sand, and you said, yeah, guys, it's a free event. Let's just see how much we can get out of it, right? But they're greedy about it. They had a player inside Gatka. They had, I think it was Sosa inside Gatka. Had stayed driving around with the Beard M2, right? So the sharks were circling the waters of the fields early on, and that's what I really like from this style of play, right? Because they made sure they kind of somewhat herded the S2G guys away from a potential breach, but then also farmed it towards the end, right? I love the way they were like, okay, I see your Haybell, and I raise you with a BRDM, you no longer have a Haybell play. That was absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, it's not. You can't really actually make that work in too many other locations other than fields where hay bales are destructible, right? So, not easy to be able to
the car that was exploded also just got moved. Like, you come in with 50, 60 kilometers an hour, and it's just like, oh, you're laying behind this burning car. I'll remove that too.
Really tough for them as well, because they had like a P90 to Bushido. They had like really loads of stuff to be able to try and make that game work there, Blank. But just nothing given to them. And Nemesis coming in as like one of the last teams from the north side. Admittedly, they do have a little bit of an advantage in that they get some north hard shifts, which definitely plays into their game for that one. No discredit to them though, being able to hold down that compound, and everything lined up for them in such a brilliant way here for this game.
But again, I think that it's sort of a cool game to watch and sort of back up the points I made at the beginning of the day, which is that they play this edge play style, but they're not afraid to take that chicken dinner positioning towards the end game, right? Where they look for consistent points overall, but they can close down a game as well. It's not all about just playing on that edge and just sweeping a little bit and then going down eventually to a team that's better positioned. If they can have a spot and the circle does come to them, they're very happy to take that game, and they're very capable of doing it as well. And again, I think for Hive there, feels like nerves. I think that they just did not take enough positioning. As soon as they started seeing the guys from Team Nemesis coming off those rooftops, I think they had to start pushing up. They had the cover to do it as well. It just happened a little bit too late, and Team Nemesis just had the balls on them, man. They just had the balls on them.
It's a toughie. It's definitely a toughie here. And for a lot of other SR teams coming in, of course, you got a team like Construction Workers that got a few kills here and there. In fact, we can actually listen in from their comms here from that game and see what they were up to. Good old Construction Workers. All right, of course, as we take a look at Construction Workers' position and how they were able to play things out. I'm not sure whether or not you guys are hearing comms, but we take a look at them as all 4 cars were trying to move on this west side. And it was a tough one for them here, Avenger. Of course, a lot of teams were going to try and congregate on that west hill because nobody really wants to have to go down into the field early. So it was just a bloodbath.
If you cut that circle prior to circle pop, 7 out of the 10 teams were on the west side, on the 40% that it cut away from, right? So you're going to have absolute mayhem here, and obviously Construction Workers try to make the most of it here, but it's just super rough, especially with Bushido Wildcats that have this uphill angle where multiple teams can just lay onto them. And then Twisted Minds also kind of jumping in with Perfectix, of course, both with the barrel and the nades, just cleaning them up here. So yeah, super well executed by them towards the mid game, but there's nothing to do here. Like when you're so late and the circle shifts away from you there, unless you do a Hail Mary and die, you do a try to fight on the edge and die here in this case.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Definitely not the game people wanted for game number 1, I would say, right? Like a full field ending like this, knowing that there's going to be so much killing over on that west side, you're just going to be collateral damage for all the teams that were coming in. I was sort of surprised, Blank, when you think about it, because Vis was over in the same direction that Hive was, and they felt, I guess, some pressure from Hive or anybody on that east side and didn't really want to play out the fields. But if you sit there and you somehow win that fight, if Hive is going to be putting on aggression to you, suddenly you're potentially making podium. So to send it the other side of a circle where you know that there's probably a lot of teams on that west side is somewhat debatable, I think.
Yeah, I think so. I think when you're in that situation, it comes down to nerves. A lot of times, I just lack of confidence, right, to play that position. I think for Team Hive in particular, like you have to just hold that spot for a long time. That is scary. It is scary just to hold that spot and know that if the circle moves too far away from you, you just lose the game. And I'm also not entirely sure why Viz made that move. I think they could have continued to play there.
They're pre-driving before the circle popped, so they anticipated the circle going west, and it went exactly to where they were, right? They had hard shift super far east, so they're pre-driving, and then they were like, oh, guys, we made a mistake. I guess we're fighting here.
Okay.
So, yeah, I just double-checked that. That was a little bit rough for them. But, yeah, I mean, it would be cool to have a fight with Hive, but I wouldn't want to be going up against the Mogo that was absolutely slamming everything here. 7 kills for him. Insane.
No, for sure. Watching him hold down an X-Howl and then being able to get a few more conversions off the back of that. I mean, Avenger, actually, to kind of follow up on you, because I already mentioned it to Blank during the cast, I think that he's a fantastic pickup for Hive. He's definitely a individually very skilled player.
Yeah, you could see that as well last year. PGC with Team Nemesis, like...
For sure.
If it wasn't all for Levante,
Nemiga,
was... on Amiga, yeah, sorry. If it wasn't all for Levante, then Mogo was just at a different level, right? I think if you look at how he plays now, he has bloodlust. And that's really what I think he's leaning into at this point. And also after what we heard with, he was trying out the Gems and everything, I think that's he's got full bloodlust going on here. I wonder how long it lasts. Maybe it's 40 seconds, maybe it's longer.
Sure, I'm wrong as well. It was Orchid he was playing for, right?
Orchid,
But
yes.
like those two teams blurred together for me so much because of how kind of they entered PGC. But anyway, thank you very much, Avenger, for that. We are going to game number 2 now, as it will be Miramar on the cards, and it'll be me and Blank once again bringing everything as much to the behest of Avenger because he loves good old Miramar. So bye-bye, Avenger.
I felt bad. I felt bad. I felt bad. He was talking earlier today that he loves Miramar and stole away from him, but I have gifted it back to him. I believe at some point. I kind of go with the flow a little bit here, but
Okay, all right.
go on.
No,
have
I
it
was
out.
just agreeing with you.
No, have it out.
I'll let Avenger be mad about Miramar later. It's all right. He'll get it tomorrow or something like that. We'll see. But no.
Have it out.
No.
Have it out, Kale. Come on.
Oh no, there is a world where technically this is possible. Like,
There's a big world. It's a Jupiter-sized world right now where this happens.
Just stop that. All right. So, okay, a lot of the times we have these kinds of circles, and usually they're a bit more east or a bit more, they're a bit more west or a bit more northwest than this. And like the islands in like a 0.0 some chance could happen. But actually, with how far east this is, with the center of this circle technically being on the coastline of mainland, oh no, there is a world where it could happen. It's probably not going to happen, but it could.
I hope it does. You know, that I've seen this circle before. At the finals, I would quite like to see it again because I have a better idea of what's going to happen. So, for the time being, though, you have to set yourself up for it, though. That's the unfortunate truth. When it is this far out over towards the eastern side, you have to set yourself up for that inevitability, which is why you're going to see a lot of teams instant moving. And if they're not instant moving, they're getting a lot of utility on board as quickly as possible. Foldable shields would be nice as well, because what they have to do is get as many kills, because they're not making it towards the end game if you're late to this next circle and it goes to the island. But we'll wait and see. It is phase 1. It could easily as much just not happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's just such a terrifying prospect. The thing is that if, as you're saying, if you do set yourself up on an island, then suddenly you know you're like guaranteed top 3 with 15 kills, like or something like that. Like, because then if people have to come to the islands, it's unfair. And already Twisted Mind, whilst we take a look at Christiani doing a big amount of damage here to Boostic and the boys. Oh dear me. What a bit of a camp here. But I will say, Twisted Minds is already emergency pick-upping. If they go to the islands, then all hell is breaking loose. Because that's just not what they do.
You take a chance, man. You take a chance. This is classic Jugger Bonito. They were tricking everyone. They're tricking everyone in that game 1. They were like, oh, we're just a calm team, guys. Just a little calm team. And they're coming out swinging here.
Oh, my.
Ferris goes down to Jugger Bonito. And they're getting themselves 2 kills off the back onto Na'Vi. Yeah, it was all a prank. It was all a big prank. The wolves in sheep's clothing.
Hakatori's got something to say about it, but misses. Oh no! I will say it is kind of funny to me, the idea of like Jogger Benito, you know, through the cups looked super aggressive. Game 1, they're like, all right, guys, all right, play it calm, play it still. Didn't quite work out. All right, full balls to the wall. Let's go up against the PGS2 champions and maybe even beat them. Or the Hakatori have something to say about it.
Okay, lovely shot from Hakatori over towards Simon. I think that's it. Very long range as he hits that too. Gets behind the hay bale. That is a nice setup. All right, that is aimed lovely. I'm surprised that didn't hit.
Leave my friends alone.
This is we've got 83 more bullets to do this with, actually.
I'm very curious to see where Twisted Minds actually drops whilst this is going on, because there's every part of the world as well where they just... Man, Hakatori's mental. Where they just go coast, right? Where they just show coast, maybe kind of like say, okay, there is a boat there just in case, and maybe see what they can do there. But Hakatori's still putting in some work. 200 damage done. Now he's trying to pop the tires.
He's blasting them. He's absolutely blasting them. Twisted Minds, though, they're going to drop out early. Not going to head over towards the island. Again, like you said, you have to set up in the chance that it does happen. Doesn't necessarily mean you have to go to island. But I think this is a good spot to set up on. Gives you the chance to be on that coastal side, have a boat or something ready to get across with.
Well, that's the thing, right? It's still technically way more chance of main island, because when it actually draws these circles, there's far more potential for the middle point of these circles to be on mainland than any island situation, despite us kind of theorizing. But here's Virtus Pro once again going up against Example. Lucarux is already down. Lou will finish it off, but Curexi will trade in kind. What was going to happen here? Beamy needs to do something a little bit more about this to try and shut it down. We'll send a flash forwards into that smoke, trying to shut down some of the vision here of Example. Makes the cross. Find Example. Sprays on the corner. That's actually a really good potential prediction there, but Example has kind of subverted that quite a bit, moving straight into that smoke. Maybe they can weed him out here.
Yeah, you don't have to lay on it, but they do find the Nixie over towards Simple. Example, sorry. Beam me up on that top side. Pluton grenades galore from VP. An Example does go down. He absolutely sat some of these players, by the way, at the start of that fight. And you're right, it's nice the way he moves on that one, where he actually delays the first aid kit by getting a little bit further behind the wall to give him a bit more time. But it's a rough spot to be in. TMO does send. TMO does send across, yeah. Okay, interesting. Team Nemesis on that northern side. Team Nemesis feels like a team that would head over towards the island, if I'm honest. I think to go for it.
I think in theory right now, if you've come to this East Coast, I think it's too late now if you've not already done it, you know, because you're thinking, well, maybe a team has already gone, especially if you're coming in from far arrays away on the map like this. And currently only one player has, as you say, with TMO and Justice going over. I like that Virtus Pro kind of double blue-naded that smoke as well, because they knew it was Example and they were taking no chances.
I don't want to deal with this guy,
Put him in the grave.
Yeah, they certainly electrified the fella, just minus the chair. But we're going to have construction workers on this southwest side. Team Nemesis do have very similar rotation paths to construction workers a lot of times. And Team Nemesis do end up being the slower to these ones. But they're happy just to sit out on the sidelines for the time being, just hold their position. You know what always annoys me about this kind of circle is how slow phase 2 feels to get to on Miramar, because that's what you're waiting for. You're waiting for that phase 2 shift to see if it really does happen. Ascend though, it's Chris. We'll be looking to send some shots across. Doesn't quite hit too many, but there is a swerver here on Bushido Wildcat. Sadly, T-Bone does go down and he makes a full 180.
Oh, he doesn't want to be the first one to go down on Ascend 2 games in a row, that's for sure. Of course, that would be quite burdensome here to Ascend. And, well, it's Chris is going to be able to take Celtic down. Oh, Keta with the Balti on Crossberg as well. I'm terrified of this next shift. Justice actually coming across the water once again. I think they realize that technically, if they need to, they would be the ones that will be able to move across first, right? They know that they've got a linchpin there. They know that nobody else was there. They're the ones playing with the most information. And in fact, tucking the boat away, hiding it a little bit, just in case it needs to be played. I kind of like this for them.
Yeah, it's not bad. Just whacking the boat in Smuggler's Cove. See what we can do with that one. Couple of pirates on TMO looking to raid the islands later on, but we'll wait and see if we do need that boarding party. But yeah, you can't get your hopes up. You just can't. Because I've been disappointed.
Are you saying should I temper my expectations here, Blank?
I think you should temper your expectations, as should I. I'm getting a little bit too excited here. I need to calm down.
That would be a crazy way to open up PEC.
It really would be.
Boostic's coming on down as well to try and rendezvous with the rest of Na'Vi. So at least they get one res off. Unless, do my eyes deceive me? Where's Na'Vi? Okay, yeah, they didn't get Fairest either. But, I mean, it'll be okay. Fairest will kind of lead from the skies, as it were. Be able to kind of jump around on those camera angles and see what's going on. There is another emergency pickup coming up from the north, and I think it's Bushido. Yeah. So they're kind of trying to time this out with Circle Pop and see what they can do from there, which actually could work out, right? Like, it might be one of the better ways if a silly island circle actually does occur.
See, that's what I'm thinking. I'm very curious about the amount of e-pickups are going to be coming through into phase 2, just in case we do get one of those silly circles over towards the eastern side. But actually, it's not that many. Ooh, drum roll, please.
There's no way, surely. There's no way. Where are we going?
Where are we? I told you, you got to temper them. You got to temper them.
That's fair.
It's disappointing. I'll put it. It's disappointing. I'm disappointed. We're all disappointed.
Apart from the teams. Because any time you get a circle like that, they're hating life, but we're enjoying it. The best times in PUBG are when you watch the players and teams suffer. Thankfully for them, they're all like, oh, okay, well, we've kind of got some positions in this field and we'll play it out. So they're okay with it.
Yeah, it's not too bad. For Twisted Minds, still not a bad position to be playing on over towards that high ground on Impala. Works out quite well for them. They've got good sight lines down towards construction workers who finally made their way in. Now you know you can play a little bit more aggressively over towards Impala, the construction site that sits on the northern side as well. So I think overall not too bad. Let's zero back in on this side of the map as well.
Exactly. Because this is where the narrative changes, Blank, from a potentially silly game to a very, very normal game. So much so that these positions are extremely common. Jeez Louise, knows, like, calm down. Trying to take Boostic out from... He's only just got back in the game.
Right.
But as you said, Hive has an amazing position currently on kind of where the jump is along the road, as well as potentially the kind of long building that is south of them. Na'Vi technically also has a really valuable compound as well in a circle like this. Some of the compounds north of that road are not taken at all currently, where we saw S2G actually get a win at PGS from a circle like this. So this becomes what is a very thought out normal circle for PUBG.
Yeah, I always find that this is kind of a weird one as well, because it's sort of that three-way pie chart where you look over towards the northeast side and there's that position over there over towards the coast. You've got Longhouse, you've got the construction site, then you've got the basically barren fields with a couple of compounds on the northwest, and you come back down towards that south side with the high ground sloping down over towards the big warehouses. But it is one of the situations where you can really only focus on one of those three areas. And it's sad because I do think that this is one of those circles where it's hard, unless you have some incredible plays, to win from one of those outside areas transitioning across the pie chart, let's say.
It's a tough one. I mean, especially if we get the circle like suddenly shifting towards Impala, and then all hell breaks loose out there. Like, I mean, not only the fact that Twisted Minds still has the high ground, which technically speaking, like normally we see the shifts away from, and how that all works on out. S2G's controlling kind of choke points and checkpoints on that south side with gas station, but it is so common we see the field be the finish that. In my mind, I'm almost biased towards it. Like, I feel like it's going to go there, even though it doesn't necessarily have to right now. So we'll see. Yeah,
again, I always feel like it is a bit magnetized towards that field as well, and we start getting a little bit fizzy over on those ramps where Hive's kind of playing around. It's a tough area. I do think that for Hive, especially that position, it's almost surprising they don't have Mogor over towards where Dante and Schengen are, because I think you do really need a significant fragger to hold out that spot versus teams that do move in. But eventually, I imagine they all will start moving that way as the circle gets a little bit tighter over time. But yeah, if we move towards Impala, that roadside trying to traverse over towards that direction, it's horrendous. And then you have that fun game of how many teams can we squeeze into Impala?
Yeah, it's tough one. For no slack, of course, they technically had a very okay position on that compound, which sits on the west side of these fields, but that's no longer in play. Usually becomes very conflicted and very contested, but not to be the case in this one. As Virtus Pro, only 2 alive in this game. Not the best of starts, but you know what? They are keen to shoot at everything, apparently, as Vis is going to be flying overhead here with the glider. The problem for Vis is that they are going to have a right tail ahead of them here. How are you supposed to play in here? I guess you're going to play on the south side, seeing that S2G has rendezvoused on the gas station, and then from there try and play it out. But, I mean, if the circle shifts anywhere else other than directly south, I don't know, it's tough for Vis.
Yeah, it's funny because Vis is like... From the times I've watched them, I kind of want to lock back on this because Perfectus does hit his shots and is still causing problems for him and from TMO. Looking to take out the other tire. Oh, he is cruel. He is cruel.
He's hitting him as well, and now I feel like he has to get out after that spin out. It would have been almost a sitting target. Him and though. No. Okay, no, still, you're gone. Sorry, mate. The one problem I do see for Twisted Minds is the high ground's still in play, but only 55 shots after that clip go down there on that MK. So not exactly the most amount of bullets to start working things with and just peppering everything.
Yeah, it's tough. It's definitely tough. It's a good nade over towards Jogo Bonito, and they scatter immediately. Very, very terrifying there. What I was going to say about Viz is that from watching them in the Cups, they have very, very exciting and creative endgames for Miramar that you might not expect. So we'll see what they've got in the playbook here. But again, it doesn't look great for the time being. Jogo Bonito, though, starting to move up. Stun grenades going through. Simon will open up onto Levante from Vitality. It's a good start. And after taking down a couple of players from Na'Vi right at the beginning of the game, this is a bit of a warpath that Jogo Bonito is currently on.
Yeah, they love to fight, I think it's fair to say. I think if I had to gamble for this, I would say you make a send on one of the Hive 2-2s and see what happens later on once the circle moves away from
Give it a crack.
That's, yeah, probably what may end up going down, considering their position and what is actually, you know, available, not vacant, etc. But Jogo Bonito is trying to make this completely vacant for themselves, as Vitality has backed off. Now, the circle plays in Vitality's favor, right? They're a little bit further deeper into the circle, but eventually, Nemesis is having a little bit of a nosy over here with SoSed. So if they're not careful, transitioning from building to building, they could have a little bit of poking from their eastern side. Okay, I mean, we're parachuting.
If a Diffex, or SoSed, sorry, always likes to have a little bit of a nosy. Right.
Yeah.
Always peeking through the curtains. This guy likes to see what's going on around the map, but that does always play back into their favor. I think SoSed providing that information is fantastic. And like you say, we do get that magnetization over towards the western side of the map. And suddenly Hive's compound becomes really, really high value. TMO managed to just about sweep in on the south side here, but a lot of open sight lines their way. But Hive is loving life with this entirety of the eastern side kind of cut off in terms of sight lines. They only have to focus teams over towards their northwest and south, which is very, very nice to see for them.
Yeah, perfect timing to make the move, because if they didn't, they would have been crunched down on by maybe even multiple teams. But it was No Slag that takes up the position on the jump as well as the middle of the road. At the same time, there is the dip southwest of Hive's position on the kind of intersection of the road that does actually provide some cover for teams later on down the line. So maybe we'll see someone inhabit that for the moment. As Quizzy now taking a lot of damage, and he will go down here. Jogo Bonito is once again just ramming into these positions, going for the shutdown. They take some casualties along the way, but Slavin's got himself 3 kills. Not bad.
I mean, the SoSed not doing terribly at the back of that, honestly. Getting some good damage done, looking for a little bit more, like you say.
Oh,
Vitality does go
pop. Hakatori special. Bam, there he is, Hakatori. You open your fridge, bam, there he is, Hakatori. He's everywhere.
I'd hate that, but
it's happened for a few years now. You open up appliances here and there, bam, there he is, Hakatori, and then he, haphazardly became the MVP of PGS2 because he's Hakatori, He's pretty good at the game.
Some Hakatori control on that one, get them on the line, and deal with that. But yeah, I think Hakatori so far has already shown off exactly why people fear him so much in the game. Virtus Pro now starting to make their way in after being pestered, bothered by Jogo Bonito. But Code Marco will be the one to take him out there from Bushido Wildcats, who had a little bit of an unfortunate start swerving on their road path past Ascend, who were able to find a couple of kills their way, and now it's just slowly petered out a little bit. But yeah, this is a hard approach now. How do Seoul get across here? Which position do they take? Do they try and go for a Hail Mary? Do they try and get rid of X-Howl first and then sweep up on the north side? Because technically these buildings aren't outside the circle just yet, but you'd expect in the near future they will be.
Yeah, it's a tough one, because generally when I would think Seoul and the XBB team, I would think to myself, okay, them coming in relatively late, playing edge play, but being able to shoot at everything that moves and actually winning out a lot of those fights is usually their forte. The only problem coming in from Impala is it's a road and then a downhill into fields, and then everyone shoots at you. Yeah, it's a toughie.
It's a real problem, and that road is not small. It's one of the widest ones to cross. So we'll see what happens to that one. But yeah, like we say, now they have to move. X-Howl, though, going for a classic X-Howl maneuver. They're going to immediately send out. They do have in the Na'Vi camp a mortar set up here. Now I wonder what they're going to be doing with this one. They do need to use it shortly though, because they're on the edge and will have to move.
It's a very extreme angle on it as well, so they were looking for a far-off target with that. But at the same time now, a big crash on through. X-Howl, I should say, does manage to clean up this position and get themselves to spot. There is technically still that dip that I suspect Vis might be the ones to try and move into below the Hive compound that does exist. Oh, no, they're going to go, okay, they're moving. Where are we going? On the side of the road and using that as a transition point, but it's not as easy to be able to play the field on this side. I guess they want to go big or go home because they're going through the middle.
All right, so Baron can be sent up the mortar, but you're right. For Viz, though, they're sort of the Bob Ross of endgames.
Oh, wow.
They're very creative, they look for something interesting, and they try and paint that picture. It's going to be a hard approach here, and there is oil smeared all across the canvas, but they are in.
It's not working, Blank. Abandoned ship. There's 2 down already as Diffex is able to put in a bit of damage as well, whilst Hive is able to shut a lot of it down. But X-Howl is being peppered by some of these mortar shots. They've got to be very careful. They're trying to spread themselves out a little bit. That extra smoke thrown down means that they could spread themselves out. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's tough. It's really tough to spread yourself out in this area. The mortar shots are a little bit far off, though. Kale, it's kind of unfortunate for Na'Vi, but that would have been a pretty insane shot. Actually, from S2G, sorry.
Yeah, those were the S2G.
But for S2G, if they were able to grab those, they would have been able to pick up this position. But it's too little too late to set up another mortar shot for them. Already the nades are in the hands of the boys on X-Howl.
The issue is S2G really needed those mortars to land because they need that dip. Currently, Hive is looking at them, and if they couldn't actually dislodge a team from the dip that they would most easily be able to transition to, then it might be absolute lights out for them. That said, though, Soul is putting in a lot of damage against X-Howl here. That's an absolute red zone being pumped down on them. Oh, my days. Howl the Man is the only one left alive here to be able to try and make something work against this, but he's being shot from the side as well. Spiro can see him from all the way over the edge. These teams want them gone so that they can try and hold on to this themselves.
I mean, the Mad has had some pretty pop-off moments, but he's looking more and more like a balloon himself here, ready to be popped with a pin on one of these grenades, and he will be out. And Soul do manage to maintain a lot of their players. It's been a slow approach from Soul, but I do like this play from them. And now they're looking over towards S2G. Baron's been very cheeky, tried to make his way in the vehicle, immediately taken out of the picture. Very nicely done by Soul. A really patient approach there that worked out fantastically well for them, and they can nestle themselves in on this side just underneath Hive and kind of use them as the guard dogs for the rest of the lobby. So potentially Hive placing circle boosting away from them once again, and now Soul needs to figure out a different path in.
Yeah, hopefully for Soul, they've got some smokes there from the body boxes that were down in that because they're going to have to make a push on towards Hive's compound in a few moments' time. But Hive realizes that. Hive knows that a lot of threats are going to be coming their way. Not only Ascend on the fact that they're up there as well, but also Nemesis is going to need an answer. Where are we going to be going from that northeast side? And there could be some significant crashes. And Vis is still alive. You can see them here in this picture at the moment. The fact that they are still alive means that there's just kind of booby traps here for any teams that might want to also approach this and try and deal with Hive. Yeah, the smokes are going down.
It's hard, right? I think the funny thing for Soul at the moment is that it's technically the most high value play here for them would just be to crash the south side of Hive's compound. If they try and send north on this one, they're going to get caught up in the razor blades that are Ascend as well as Viz. It's a really, really difficult decision for them to make.
Metabay even trying to go for the backstab, but Phil first turns around. He was a prodigy a few years ago, and he's been a mainstay ever since for BB team. Going into Soul now. Soul looking fantastic on the position that they're in. So said trying to shut down the rest of Ascend, who was caught in the shack, and they are being blown to smithereens at the moment. If more guns come from Nemesis, I don't know how Ascend gets out of this one.
Yeah, I mean, Nemesis are just so good at suffocating squads out, just slowly applying the pressure until it's just a little bit too much. And they don't often have to send too much utility in to do that either. So already Ascend's down to 2, and Nemesis feels like they've got a lot of time to work with here. A Doozy, though, has been spotting this out from the south side. Spots over towards Team Nemesis as they start to move in, but Chris will go down. More shots from a Doozy. Smokes are immediately placed to stop these shots from coming through, and now Team Nemesis might need to double back.
Yeah, Ascend, you are the meat in this sandwich. It is no go for you at all. Kiliakai down. Ascend is gone from the sheer pressure coming in. That was a blue zone from Phil First as well. Phil First has found his footing already in just 2 games alone here for Seoul. The first one didn't go their way at all, but more nades against them. They were able to find so many Molodocs here. Oh my days, and he continues. Bye-bye, Nemesis.
That was just one perfectly placed nade after another. And Seoul lights them up. What a absolute explosive entrance onto the scene here for Team Seoul. It looked a little bit dreary in that last game, but what a play from them here. A doozy providing that information all the way back from the very beginning of that fight, and they capitalized. It's a really nice blue zone grenade as well that they threw out towards the start of that fight as well, Kale, where not only did it finish off the players within that building, but it provided a lot of more space for them to move up where Team Nemesis couldn't gain ground on them inside the building. Very, very smart plays from them.
They're no doubt one of the biggest pickups in PEC for Seoul, from BB team going over to Seoul after being let go from BB team. So Seoul has got some real high hopes for this squad. They have shown that they are championship material in the past. What an acquisition for Seoul. And now Na'Vi going to be trying to move around on the south side here. Unfortunately for them, though, Mogor and Dante instantly shut down Boost Stick. There's not many options here left alive for Spiro and Hakatori down in that south side.
No Slack looking for an entrance into this one, but it's looking dire right now. Mortar being the only saving grace from them. Seoul tries to move in. No Slack takes shots over towards a doozy. Phil First out straight away, but Best of Luck now needs to make something big happen. Phil First is down. Molodok as well. It looks like Seoul might have just about crashed themselves into this one.
I think they've done so well, critically analyzing exactly what they needed to do to be able to move from dip to dip. I mean, as much as, yes, they're not going to be able to win out this game, in a like 0.5% chance basically now of being able to win it, they've done enough, considering they had to come from Impala, had to make those transitions. I did see a smoke route for them trying to go towards the Hive position, but realized, okay, we're not going to be able to do that. But here, regardless, Hive once again in a decent position with this compound, having the pick of the litter for it. And this was early, Blank, that they had this. They understand there's so many finishes in these fields. Just hold these positions, hold them strong, and it will reap rewards.
I mean, a second into a first place here would be absolutely ginormous for them. The best thing for Seoul here, though, is that they've set themselves up in a spot now where it's a likely second place if they can hold out versus No Slack. And they have the help of Hive here versus No Slack as they make their way in. It's a great nade, though, from IXC over towards Bestalok. And now it's all down to Phil First. Another nade will tag him pretty heavily. And Hive's nowhere to be seen, actually.
He must be gone at this point here. They've done what they could, Seoul, but trying to deal with the torrent of aggression that's going to be coming from No Slack should be impossible here. Phil First, now he's gone. Satta as well as IEXE are able to shut it down. I've been quite impressed by the fact that Navi's lasted for as long as they have on the other side, but they haven't really had many to compete with them on that west side because nobody really wanted to be over there in those fields. That was kind of the last-ditch effort, and the circle bears down straight on the road, Blank.
Yeah, I mean, for Hive, this is now time to take some notes from last game. Obviously, they don't have to move just yet. They want to take advantage of this high ground on the longhouse as much as possible from teams moving out, and they might just be able to finish the game off of that. In particular, slots out Spiro, immediately takes shots. It's insanely well placed as well. Very short time frame. Really well done from Dante there to find one kill over towards Na'Vi. It's very unlikely they get the res off there, I believe.
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, the thing is that in the end, Blank, this is classic Hive gameplay. Let the game come to them and have, in the previous game, of course, carved out a pretty decent spot for them to be able to play it. This time around, stay for alive. You don't really need to be shooting at a lot here for a compound like this to work, right? Because nobody really wants to approach it. Look how open it is at every single angle from this compound, as we have a little bit more going down here to be able to try and make some of these transitions for Na'Vi, knowing that they need to try and get into the circle, get Spiro up on board, and see if you can make the move with some of this deployable cover. But I don't know, man. There's going to be a lot of people looking this way.
I thought it was a little bit further over this hilltop. I'm not going to lie. But
it's all right.
He does get rezzed up. So Nafi's back on 2. So although it did look very nice when the shots come through from Dante, a little bit inconsequential. We'll just probably look for those kills once again later. But yeah, you're right. This game is a case of letting it come to them for Hive, but eventually we'll have to move. Oh, that's unfortunate. I think he only tagged him. I think he actually took some shots. I don't know if it was from Na'Vi or Hive, but then it was the tag from the vehicle as he reversed that took him down.
Yeah, it can get a bit dicey there. I mean, like, especially with smokes involved as well, you're like trying to judge some of those distances, and sometimes these things happen, especially in desperate moments where you're thinking to yourself, every second is going to matter against you. It'll be interesting to see if they can make anything work from this. I mean, if you're a no slack and Na'Vi, your prime target right now should technically be Hive. Otherwise, they're guaranteed winning this game. They've been taking some shots at Dante as he transitions through against this. They do have some smoke still available here to them to no slack, so they're not being shot just yet. And they are trying to make moves alongside this road, but eventually these will dissipate, and eventually it will be open here, Blank.
I'm trying to get the Murado for as long as possible. Surprised this thing's still going, honestly, with the health pool it has. But yeah, more smokes engaged here. They've kept a lot for this late game to try and make their way through. And there is a world where no slack can potentially make this work. That is a nasty nade over towards Hive as well as they're attempting to leave here. Luckily, they had the emergency cover flares, but as do Na'Vi.
Yeah, it's a slow roll at the moment, and No Slack still has a few smokes available to them. I think it was just Sata had 3 available still. Never mind who else has some. Double nade, coordinated forwards. Will it be able to connect? Does do a little bit of damage, but not enough. Everybody knows now that Hive is moving into dangerous territory for them. Like, they are now being a bit more vulnerable compared to any moment in this game, but they go down to the blue, does Na'Vi. They're done. It's up to No Slack to do something against Hive in number 1.
I think the thing is, for no slack, they have these trees actually to work with. I know it's very, very minimal, but they do. And it's the smokes as well that are playing a big part into this one. The amount of smokes they kept on board is big. Dante goes down as he attempts to make the cross. We're still in a 3v3 here. It's very possible. Dante flushed out now as they continue to send some more their way. There's stun grenade, blinds them a little bit. It's a good shot from Mogul, trying to keep things alive. Turns away from the stun grenade. Not quite enough.
Oh, No Slack! What a play from them! Able to hit their shots. They knew Hive was going to be vulnerable on that move out. And No Slack does take the win there. And bear in mind, Blank, this is the team that moved in behind Hive's 2-2 after they all rendezvoused on that longhouse. So very important. It really shows how much control, in inverted commas, Hive had on the prime positions, because they were in both of them until No Slack pushed them away.
It's that potential growth, man. That's what it's all about. They're really growing into the shoes of PEC. What a wonderful moment, Avenger, at the end of this game. And I think for No Slack, the big thing that struck for me was the utility usage. I can't believe they managed to get through all the way to that end game with basically nothing to work with.
Yeah, the potential growth and the potential bait for a island circle. I had you guys excited for a while. I was excited about it too, guys. But yeah, this Impala ending here. The so-called Diamond Dogs shacks here that Hive were in for so long. They're a reason why these have been, you know, contested for years and years. But yeah, what an explosive game here. But I'll say this though, No Slack. Them taking the Rams and taking the amount of control that they had to then backfill, to take control again and again. What an amazing game. There's so much action throughout.
Yeah, there's good reasons why these are such high priority positions in circles like this, because aside from, you know, the Hive compound, aside from having the roadside on those ramps, what else do you really have to play with? You see as you watch the highlights here, Blank, and all of these teams just nading out. A few dips here and there, and it will be interesting once actually like the destructible terrain really comes into play once we get to that for esports mode, but for now that's not a thing for some of these battlegrounds. And it's just absolute carnage here. But No Slack, Victor's almost 32-minute game. Jeez, okay.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, I've got a question for you, Kel. Honestly, are you surprised by some of these cup teams coming in? I mean, I had high hopes for a team like No Slack, who I've always said has had a lot of growth over the weeks. But how surprised are you guys of how well they're doing in these games?
I'm not too surprised just yet, because I've always said, Blank, our region has the most depth. out of any region. And I've said this ever since we go back to 2019 Avenger. And I think it's fair to say, like, these teams can still hang. And we're 2 games deep. They've got some good positions, and there are no pushovers. They're going to be able to work with them, right?
Yeah, absolutely. That's the most beautiful thing about this, right? That we have so much depth. There's so many great players, and even with meshing multiple old players in and out here, as we see though, Soul and Phil first here on this new team coming in with the most kills. That is awesome. But the way that these new teams obviously are coming in, but that's what we were talking about on the pre-show, guys. Them having these 5 weeks to play against the majority of the teams that they're going to come in and play against, on top of that also being in the scrims. And the other guys that are coming in, I would say, slightly exhausted from traveling, from everything that went on with PGS. That's also been exhausting. It's tough to compete. They're at their, you know, rest of their home and just chilling out, playing games, playing the cups, grinding. Meanwhile, the other guys are traveling, and that could have an impact.
Yeah, not only that, I think also hungry, right? You're watching. If you're Soul, if you're Phil first here, being able to take #1, of course, the Khabib of PUBG. If you're Phil first and Soul, you've been watching these tournaments, Blank, like PGS go down, and thinking to yourself, we should be there. We should be the ones that are able to try and rival for these spots. And there's gonna be a lot of hunger behind those barrels for sure.
Yeah, it's beautiful stuff. It really is beautiful stuff looking at some of those cup teams and how hungry, like you say, they are to get. And they're voracious at the moment. But it will be interesting to hear some of these regional teams and what they're thinking about these games as well, as we do have a listen-in with VP. And hopefully this time, you know, it's not just the silence on construction workers. They're just super focused. Hopefully we'll hear something this time.
Let's listen in.
One more. You see him, Nix? Just shoot outside. Shoot there. Outside, he's outside, Nix. No.
I'm blue zoning it 4 times. Come.
He's on that wall.
I'm blue zoning everything, chill.
Yeah, give me a second. Nice teammates on the fucking top.
They knocked someone.
They're knocked. Did you rest?
No.
The 2 guys. 2 guys, no? Did rest?
It's the
P coming in, they're coming in with a lot of expectations on them, but also they're coming in somewhat cold, right? They've just traveled, they've just, you know, haven't played all the cups and everything, but still.
Maybe a day or 2 off.
Yeah, a little few days off, but still coming in, playing a few scrims and getting used to your home setup compared to the other guys that have been grinding for 5 straight weeks in the cups, right? It's vastly different.
Yeah, very much so. And actually that was for some of the teams that are like the regional partners, for example, right? Like an Ascend, like I'd spoken to some of those guys. They were very cold compared to, as you say, the cup teams that had so much competition to be able to play through. As you see this moment as well for Beamy, who was trying to go for what was effectively probably a full team res for him, try and go off, but Metabay just lurking in the wings. Brutal stuff there to be able to try and have that happen. Because actually, it doesn't happen as commonly as you might think, Blank, right? Like, normally people get their rests off and they just go by their business. But yeah, being able to catch him at the rest station, tough stuff.
Yeah, it feels a bit cruel, right? It definitely feels a bit cruel. Even let him get a good 7 seconds into that one as well. He let him feel the hope of bringing his team back before cutting it short.
I think it's because it took 7 seconds to kill him because he was only shooting his toes. It's like 5 damage, 6 damage, 5 damage, 2 damage.
He got 9 of them before he went down.
Let's not have this conversation that we had a PGS of like, what does constitute as 1 damage in real life? And I'm like, well, I don't know, like a nail being ripped off. And everyone's like, no, it's not that. It's not that. But we also do actually have no damage to you guys at home because you've got half a code to redeem. Now, what do I mean by that? As you can see below us, half of the code, you've got to go on a scavenge hunt. You've got to go on social medias and find the other half of the code. So make sure to write that on down and then go and find the other half of the code for some free G-Coin in-game. Everyone loves free G-Coin, right, Blank? I know you don't get any free G-Coin.
What the hell?
What the hell?
Just strays out of nowhere.
That's crazy work. You can't be doing that. Yeah, I would love to go on a scavenger hunt myself, but being on the broadcast and a humble guy, I'm not going to pick this up for myself. Obviously, it's all for you guys. All for you guys. but I might look for it just for the competition. Okay, maybe I get there first. Who knows? But yeah, you can find the other part of the code over on social media. But I will glow that if I found it today after the next couple of games.
Well, we are moving on to Tego next. And so far, I think Blanksy really hit the nail on the head, Avenger, is that our cup teams looking fiery to start things off. 2 games, only a small sample size, but it has definitely gone their way so far, looking good.
Yeah, but also you can't take away, it's a best of 5. Top 8 goes through the finals, right? So at this point, I would say that, again, we're talking about a cutoff for top 8, but somewhere between 25 to 31 points or something like that. 3 of these guys just need a few more points. Then they're literally in the top 8 and they're literally in the grand finals. Yeah, true. Yeah, I would say so. I mean, unless they go 0-0-0 and the other teams go popping. I think Hive is in at this point. Also, the confidence from these 2 games is going to be easy for them. So now, you know, the 13 other teams that are not guaranteed, don't run into Hive at this point. They're absolutely going to destroy you. Mogo's an absolute tear at this point. So yeah, avoid them at all costs.
Yeah, not too surprised that again Mogo being picked up by this team has been able to make some waves. Yeah. It makes a lot of sense, right? Because the thing is that they technically could have huge impact on this lobby here, Blank, despite just already being in a great position to be able to advance on. And I don't think they'd mind at all being able to take out some of the top dogs and send them down to some of the lower portions of this tournament and see if they get unlucky there as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think for Hive, like we said at the start, if they get towards those late games, they're very, very good. It's been slightly disappointing where they're not able to quite close some of them out, though, right now. But I think even so, the amount of kills that they're getting, the way they're getting towards the end of the game, I really don't think that if you're a fan of Team Hive, you could be very disappointed with this. I think you should actually be very elated considering the teams that they're going up against. I think Martin brings up a great point as well, is that, you know, maybe some of these top teams, they're feeling a little bit of the exhaustion slightly from travel days, which absolutely is the case for a lot of teams as you go through a grueling circuit. But even so, I still think they're doing fantastically well against some of these very, very seasoned players.
One thing's for sure, PUBG it doesn't sleep in 2026 is the best way to describe it, Martin. I mean, there was Master Series going on this morning. There was PWS in South Korea going on this morning, which I was watching as well and watching some crazy stuff go down. But here's some numbers of Mogo going up against Satta from No Slack. And I'm very impressed that if we see, Martin, another fantastic Finnish roster finally rise on up, I'm not going to complain.
No, it'd be great. I mean, we already have Courage firing at all cylinders, but we need some to join him, right? We need to see some performance coming in from some of the Finnish guys. So it's good to see No Slack coming in here. Sapta, some of the guys. Kovalevi, obviously a legend in the scene. Only 20 years old, 28 years old. And,
such a young man.
Yeah, and at this point, for me, he's still got some years in him. If you can couple the brain of an analyst with the data that he has available, then coupled also with he's actually still a great player, I can see great things with him coming.
All right, well, thank you very much. We will let Blank join us after this game. It's me and Martin going to be bringing you Tego here to figure out how it's all going to go down. We have a decent playing path for all of these teams to get situated and good to go for game number 3.
Yeah, but it's also an easy plane here to go all the way over down to Yang here, James. And yeah, for Tego to start things off with, this game could solidify 3 to 5 teams in that top 8. We have had an insane amount of performance here coming from the teams. The Hive here looking good, especially if we have, I'm just saying, we're starting Northwest. It could be a Northwest circle. A lot of teams are up there. It kind of feels like one already. So yeah, let's see what happens.
Let's see, indeed. Twisted Minds going to be moving over to their usual split. Looks like X-Howl's kind of sat around that terminal position. So, I mean, normally for the usual split of Twisted Minds, any potential threat would be coming from terminal to start things off. But I don't know if X-Howl wants to be rumbling with Twisted Minds just yet. Who've, again, not had the easiest of starts here to this tournament. They had a brilliant game 1, obviously. But that south side was a toughie. But that's a south side circle.
That's a circle that almost no one has except for Viz is actually in a good spot to take some high prior here. So let's see what happens. Yeah. Also, Wildcats could also get some stuff in here. But yeah, good to see No Slack. Good to see these guys coming in and doing great things. Obviously, we saw Scav last year. We saw him throughout some of the rosters, right? We've had some big expectations with them. Kovalevi, obviously a legend, FaZe Clan analyst for a few years, and then he had some hiatus hanging out in Thailand, helping out some of the teams in the Southeast Asia region. So that's cool. But yeah, now back playing. That's awesome. I love that. I hope they do well. I hope they go through. And I would say if you have after 2 games, James, 25 points, 31, 32 is your safe spot for top 8. You are chilling. Damn, that's awesome to see for them to join into the grand finals, obviously.
That's how you know somebody's got real passion for the game, right? Because Kovalev has been a name in the background for so long.
Right.
And we didn't really get to see him on like PEC stages and things like that. But he was like, I guess he was like, you know what, screw it. I'm coming back to play. This is going to be great fun.
So coming in here, Nixie Hive. Oh, this is a big one to take down early on here. We were talking about, is Hive safe yet? We would think so with 29, but not if they go out like this with 0 points in a couple of games. But VP coming in and they're thinking we just need 1 or 2 pretty big games and we're actually into the top 8. It's all to fight for still, James. And a best of 5. We've had it already in PGS here and we've had it throughout the year so far. What is your thoughts kind of in this? Do you think it's a lot of pressure on for the teams, or is it just like this kind of new grind set that's coming in for the teams? It feels like it's a little bit more difficult compared to what we had for the prior years.
Yeah, it's huge pressure, I feel. Like, I mean, the thing is that, well, okay, when we had like group stages in PEC and even go towards finals, everything was quite the elongated format compared to what we have now. It's such mad sprints that you're going to have to somehow prevail on. And in a region like ours, where I'll say it exactly the same thing I said before, our region is the most deep when it comes to skill. In 5 games, man, anything could happen.
Yeah.
I think the teams are relishing the idea of getting to the finals and being like, please get me to the final. Please, by hook or by crook, at least there we can show across longer portions of games that we're the best.
Yeah, if you told me this was going to be the top 3 after 2 games, I was going to be like, no way, that's not happening.
Yeah.
Like, we're going to see a VP up there, we're going to see Navi up there, we're going to see a Twisted Minds up there. They're close, but still not the top 3. That's insane. So, obviously, awesome to see. Still, again, only playoffs. It's not the finals, but still, there's PGS points going on here. As we see, Hive eliminated in the 16th here, James. We're talking about it. 3 back-to-back-to-back 0 point games could be huge for them, but this means that there's some other teams that's going to be getting the big points in this game.
Yeah, it was an interesting one, right? I think Virtus Pro obviously challenging for the vehicles that they were. It made a lot of sense that coming in from GoDoc that maybe Hive would lose 1 or 2 if they also wanted to challenge for those. But then going to this bridge when they did feels like a very bold move, like as early as it potentially is in this game. And, you know, TMO just being set up here, ready to go on what is effectively a bridge camp just on the prio side of where they're going to be coming in. This was easy for cleanup for the lobby against Hive. Very easy.
Yeah, we'll see what happens with that. S2G coming in from this position is obviously massive, but yeah, let's see if they're able to get deeper than this here. Very open on this kind of western side of the map. It's very congregated towards the center in a somewhat just vertical line straight down from the middle. A lot of space in the open compound. And actually, I see a lot of teams kind of taking these compounds, especially we saw in PGS, it was taken early. But now I think a lot of teams, they kind of realize, like, if you take this early on, it's going to be crashed. And it's just like a full 4-way split between the north, between the east and the west and the south side. And it's so easy to crash with all these walls, especially in 2026 here playing TVP. Like, it's so different. To lock this down is very, very difficult. I like this, though, from Ascent, locking down School here. They have a somewhat central position. We have a lot of water in play in the southern side, so no, doesn't make sense just yet to commit to something big. And here they can actually get tons of information from TMO, though. Another great team. Good to see these guys coming in. Vitality and Levante, a dangerous player to put on some 3 gear here, James.
What was surprising me more than the top 3, actually, is the fact that Vitality has 0 points in 2 games. Like, I have high hopes, high aspirations for Vitality throughout this year, throughout 2026. And of course, this org does too, right? Like, we kind of alluded to it, and we're very direct with it during PGS. It's very clear. Vitality wants a team to try and make to EWC. They want points on the board. They want to beat Falcons at the Esports World Cup. Never mind be successful in PUBG. So hopefully the guys can get back on the bike, get themselves a rolling down the hill. Oi! Oi! Boink.
That's huge. That's Diffix down. That's a big player to take down. CC Inex, though, under tons of pressure here. 17 HP. He's going to go for the flush. He's going to go to get in here. He actually catches him. They might be able to get Diffix up and save here. Let's see what SG does in this one here. That's a Mayday. I've ever seen one here. Coming in quick. coming in with a lot of damage. Already half HP. Melman finds CZ Inex here. Are STG going to commit to this one here, or is Diffex actually going to survive this one, James? I'm a little bit questioning this one here. Now on the other side, Jogo Benito and Kristalny trying to get some shots towards Slack here. No, Slack is not slacking for this one, that's for sure. They are, I think, coming in hard.
I think both teams are quite concerned about the potential of a rotate in from the north, for like Nemesis as well as S2G. So I think they're a bit cautious about how much they want to take this fight. Wepa and Schiller were repositioning themselves, and it looks like they're going to disengage from it, knowing that there's the potential that somebody could quite easily come in and third party. But also where Nemesis was, with the potential for them to be able to pick up Diffex much easier than them be able to get their blue chip out. Then yeah, they kind of had the upper hand in it for sure, right?
Yep, for sure. Sitting here trying to engage on to Nemesis here. Not really the angle I'd go for if I was in this spot here. Again, they have pretty high prio from where they are currently, James. And yeah, sending it out a little bit. Obviously, school is under the red zone, but still, I would be hiding and waiting a little bit inside school. Don't lose cars, don't lose armor. You have a great spot to lock things down, and maybe with if this next circle locks in down on the southern side to school, they could have a great game. I don't want to see them lose any players. Survivability is so important. Having 4 alive towards the late game is so impactful compared to being 2 or 3 if you want to win games.
And if it wasn't for what happened at the beginning of this Hive game, right, that's what I would say that they're normally very good at. Keeping 4 alive into the later stages of the games and just being able to somehow work with it for there. We saw some magic from them, honestly, when it came to the Masters at the end of 2025. Somehow able to thread the needle with 4 alive was Hive in a lot of scenarios. And again, I think that they've just leveled up with having Mogo in 2026, but not the best starts for them here in Game 3. As for now, we're just waiting for all of these teams to slowly come in from the north. 3 big names, Soul, Virtus Pro, as well as Twisted Minds, trying to find themselves a spot up in the north of this circle.
Circle closing just shortly, and I'm kind of guessing myself here with Bushido Wildcats with this 2-2 split here. They could be having a great game. They're locking down some of the 2 highest prior position with this one. Twisted Minds moving in slowly. Virtus Pro moving in slowly here. They're also like, okay, we don't have a higher prio. We don't know where the circle going with this much water. We're not going to commit too much just yet. We're just going to get info. Just going to try to get a little bit deeper, step by step here. And yeah, it might be a slow start for VP, but these guys have huge impact once they got the ball rolling here.
Well, this game's a slow start for everyone, isn't it, really? Apart from Hive being torn apart, and then a few fights here and there on the west. But our circle is about to close. Where are we going to go? As already, actually, you see, as Ascend moved out of school preemptively a little bit here, a pre-drive, and looks like they're going to turn the right on back to school. Listening to T-Bone's comms and Ascend's comms throughout the scrims and stuff like that, they're all about the pre-drives. As should a lot of teams be, right? It is the best way to try and get you to where you need to be, and be totally okay with going back if you need to, having that one anchor player still there just in case.
Yeah, and they didn't get punished for it either. Now on the other side, we were talking about this comp always being crashing. Now construction workers coming in, TMO also coming in here. He's going to come out on top of this one here. Justice finds Fex immediately. He's knocked. That's a big player to come in. The Welsh Dragon himself, how pixelating the guys, needs to try to revert this. Oh, bot as well. Half HP, James.
I think exactly what you said means that there's some urgency about taking this fight, right? Because a lot of teams might be eyeing this up. Like Soul, for example, might be eyeing this up. We've seen like 3 or 4 teams co-inhabit this compound, knowing that you can get away with it for a long, long time here. So the Mythov currently trying to dislodge them as quickly as possible. Smokes go down, but construction workers is dug in like a tick at the moment. Hitman's gone. And for the rest of the Mythov, I don't know. You're going to need a lot of nades. And you can't even necessarily throw them right at the windows. That's a perfect one, though. But it doesn't do enough damage. He's able to get a bit of cover.
Good, come on, cover. Also disengage to fight a little bit here for Naleb. Tries to get into the other spot. It might be daytime here, but the fog is heavy on this compound. Smokes everywhere. Justice trying to get a little bit more information from now on this with the guys all on the same side of the road here. Pixelic with a shotgun. It's going to be a little bit different with the engagement here. Levante takes down no slack. Absolutely destroyed here. Vitality starting to level up just a little bit. Points on the board for them here. One big one could be huge. Smoking up inside. I like this for them.
Okay.
That's a good engagement here, James.
Yeah, you can't give Levante a FAMAS. That's illegal. Because look what he'll be able to do with it. But yeah, more smokes. more attempts at trying to be
Double
able
blue
to
zone.
either slow them down or continue to put the boot in. That's double blue zone, but it's not really covering much of the building. So what they're trying to do is push them into other locations in that building and then nading it out, which is a smart move, but nothing's connected here for the Mythev. They're wasting a lot of util here to try and make, unfortunately, nothing happen.
I'd love to see these blue zones either go on the roof or in the middle, obviously coming inside the house here. It's always hard to, in these kind of longer houses, to get multiple of it kind of locked in, but yeah, the construction workers are able to survive quite easily. Now with the red zone coming out on that side here, the disengage might be happening just a little bit sooner than we expected here, James. TMO getting off of it, popping all the tires, and now, yeah, just taking the advantage of this, that they locked them down. And Pixelic trying to get in and get some information here. With all your utilities been spent already here, James, it might not be worth committing further.
I think if this compound stays in for more circles, I think it's inevitable that Soul has something to say about it later on down the line. But we'll see, as construction workers still waiting on out. Obviously, Pixelic, the one that was joining on this team here, with Gustav being absent. And a good pickup overall. I mean, Pixel, he loves the game. He does. He loves the. Did you see him dressed up as his construction worker on his socials?
That's great. I love it.
He's a funny one.
I was actually a little bit sad to see him step back a little bit here, but now with him in, he's a TPP specialist, and with this circle here, they're gonna be inside this next one and fighting a little bit more with the TMO. Meanwhile, on the other side here of Sangam, we're going to see, oh my god, Lou taking down Quizzy, clearing this one out here. They're going to be fine as well. On this southern side here, they actually have quite a lot of space to go ahead for this one here. And also, if they want to get the rest of the team in. Oh my goodness. Hello?
Well, okay. Well, we came a little 1 second too late to the party, I think.
You know, it's like strike a post stance and you're dead. And they're out. Yeah, it's Na'Vi being wiped out here. 10 points so far, James, in 3 games. Is this the Na'Vi that we know and love? I don't feel like it just yet.
No, not yet. I mean, it's funny as well when we look at the overview of what actually just happened there, where they died, where the vehicles are. Okay, they tried to crash, it didn't work. That's pretty much the tail of the tape for that one. Virtus Pro. Okay, you guys have a BRDM coming in from the north side. There's a world where you could do something with this, as Lucarus is going to use it to scout on forwards. I think you're right, though, about Na'Vi, but again, it's so hard to tell from 2.5 games, 3 games, like... Two smaller sample sizes is what I kept saying during PGS. Like it's hard.
And then the day's over.
You know, yeah, exactly. It's tough.
Yeah, it is. It is. Best of 5 here is a different beast, and you gotta approach it differently. I'll say this though: once we've seen VP, once we've seen these guys have a BRDM, they usually have a very, very deep late game. So for the VP fans out there, I think they might be able to grab at least into the double digits. How deep they can get into the top 8 for this game here. And we'll have to see here. Twisted Minds, though, full 4-man squad coming in from Songam. A lot of information is able to be shared here from Betulins, from the glider. And let's see the direction that they're kind of ending up going to here, James, because they actually control the vast majority of the southeast side.
What's funny about that is that's one of the latest glider pickups I've seen in so long, like, from Betulins. So he's very okay with the idea of, like, okay, I'm going to go out, I'm going to get this much later to the game than usual. Still have it available to me and try and scout forwards. I mean, it's either that or you try for an emergency pickup, send one up, but even then you're kind of slow coming down, so you'd be way more vulnerable than a glider.
Right.
So it's good here for Betulins, but I mean, unless they get a hard shift, there's going to need to be some moves going on here from Twisted Minds. And as you say, he's gaining some valuable information heading forwards.
There's a parallel timeline between the glider and the e-pickup, how late you can use it. But we have to swap over to construction workers and TMO with this one. Pixelic finds Justus. Nice. And now Micah with a big one here finds Pixelic. Vard does get the confirmation on Justus here now. Neil has to run through. He's on fire though. He can only... Oh my god, Micah so well executed here with the Molotov being down. Vard is just 8 HP here. Can he make something happen?
It's a good question. He's been the clutch master in the past as Vard for be it FaZe before and now be construction workers now. He is phenomenal. But will he be able to do something against 3-man at the moment for the Myth-Off? Tries to go around and flashes himself. I tried to be kind of cheeky with it, but realizes now that Vard has gone on for another angle here, gone into the interior of this building. Where's the rest of the Myth-Off? Man's coming down, and Vard actually does take down Mika. As I say, clutch factor control.
Well, it's just a different beast here. And now Soul comes
Here
in.
comes
You
Soul.
can see it. Himan actually coming in too from the backside of the parachute. But this is rough, man. With Soul just coming in to clean this up. That's just going to be dead. Phil first finds him. Construction workers and TMO in a mutual destruction situation here. Himan coming in with this one, obviously, with the pickup here. And he's going to get a helmet, no vest, and a gun with 15 bullets. Yeah, he's going to try, but it's not going to be a lot.
This was like, you know, when you see like the nature documentaries of whales kind of spinning around fish for a while to ball them all up and then eat them.
Right.
That was what Soul was doing on that compound.
Yep.
They were just waiting, salivating over the idea of being able to hit that. And eventually they did get in for the cleanup here. Not too many kills available to them. We're not absolutely doing that, but you want to do it as cleanly as possible. And obviously they took no knocks, took no casualties, and are now trying to shoot down Ares, who's deep in the blue, whilst they were coming in to clean up the compound.
I'm trying to see if we can get the explosion here. Maybe the timing is good unless he crawled away from the car here, but let's see. No, it's not enough. But, oh, the cover. Oh, it flipped in the wrong way. Oh, he hit him. He actually got him. That's the
Good
point
shot.
coming in from Medusi here. Now, Jogo Benito in a big fight with Bushido Wildcats here, losing multiple players here. Slaven trying to survive this one. It's a 2 versus 2 effectively between Code Marker and Crossberg and Jogo Benito. And you're just, you know, sitting in a barrel at this point here, James. It's rough to defend for this, but let's see if Simon and Slaven can do something. Good nade, 37 damage done.
Yeah, it's like the suburbs of Songharm, and it does actually see quite a lot of fights going down towards the later stages of this. Okay, so there's no opening on the position that he actually ran on past here, as Co-Marker will be able to get out of dodge here for the moment. Jogo Benito not been too aggressive on this one, but they do have 13 points. And as we mentioned here, it is just top 8 cutoff. Top 8 and you're through. So you don't necessarily have to be blasting out of control to be kind of all the way up to the top here to be able to make something happen across these 5 games. And currently, Jogo Benito is doing enough. We'll see if they can continue that on.
Yeah, we will indeed. There's a continued in sentiment, though. 16 PGS point for first and 8 for 8th place here. So you gotta make sure you get as deep as you can. But sure, Grand Finals is the main goal for the majority here. A P90 and full 3 gear for Perfectus. That is scary for S2G here. Can he do something? That's a great nade. Does 37 damage. Can he continue this one? As for Joe to push it Wildcats here. Twist might continue with the utility here, James. Can they get an opening onto S2G here? They're trying to lock them out on the southern side here. Trying to get control of this. And a perfect circle to continue this fight here without having to disengage for the circle.
That's a good nade against Perfectix, but it actually does bounce exactly on him. Yeah, if I was S2G, I would be quaking in my boots. Slowly running the game. They lost CC and X, of course. A 3v4 would be deadly here for them, especially with Perfectix laying in wait. He is just waiting for them to pop their heads over, and that P90 gets straight into their faces, but looks like Batulin's going to reposition once again here to try and get a little bit more information behind them, just to make sure that they're not going to be backfilled on.
And the scary part is that Perfectus doesn't have a big amount of cover already. Oh, would I love to see those Dorito fall onto S2G and just roll them over. That would have been fun. But now the engagement comes a little bit of a great stun grenade here. Multiple smokes open up as well. Nade's coming into the corner here. Cred Clutch is going to be down. Example. And now the sweep from Perfectix on the other side here. He's going to come in and confirm this one. Lou actually gets it. Now he swings in, reloads, and tries to go for another one here. Perfectix can see multiple of the guys, but doesn't really open just yet. He's waiting for the other guys to come in on the left side. Utility being committed again here. That's a great nade on it. 58 damage done.
Perfectix moving around the right-hand side against them as well here with the P90, trying to do something where he can, but Baron actually beats him out with the AUG. Perfectix down. It will almost look like a brilliant SWAT team maneuver coming in from Twisted Minds, and they do finish off S2G here, and they need to get on Perfectix as fast as possible so they can be 4 alive. Looks like the smoke goes down, and they do get this res off. It almost looked a bit dicey there for Twisted Minds, but they do execute here and get everybody up.
Okay, that's actually huge for them. The circle on the southern side, and Killer Kai doesn't make it out to get an impact on it. So Twisted Minds being 4 alive with the control that they're going to have here. This looks like a Twisted Minds qualification to the top 8 here, but they will continue their campaign for this one here. Nodi, though, gets down Crossberg. Simon goes down as well. This comes in and Habibi opening up in a mini.
Yeah, BP going really kind of aggressive on this one, making sure that they can actually leapfrog ahead forwards here. Unfortunately for Kirexi, he's down to the explosion of his own vehicle. More nades will go forwards, trying to get rid of X-Howl across the way from them. Does it bounce? Actually, I mean, they hit the shots anyway. It doesn't matter. It's all on Odin here to try and do something about this. He's on the other side, though. He's far more concerned with the fact that Soul is about to bombard him.
That's a great nade here. Tons of damage done here. Is more being committed? No, not just yet here. Soul needs to have this fight on the western side here. They need to engage onto Ascent. They're going to do that instead. Maybe they're thinking a quick kill could open up the door here. Adusi goes down too, and Bushido Wildcats actually eliminated.
This is very bold by Soul to try and make this work, and Keta actually does greet Aduzi straight away as they're trying to crash on forwards for this. Molotok's down as well. I think there's only one left here for Soul really to try and make something work with it all and said and done. Might just be Phil first once again, but Molotok's here with a nade actually knocks Phil first. It's all gone awry here for Soul. Oh no.
He dropped the nade after he got knocked, and it confirmed himself, knocked a teammate and exploded a car, and Soul's out sadly. I actually love the campaign that they had throughout this one here. Eudon Mavesi managed to survive to 6th place here. That's huge for Exhal, but 3 gear outside the zone. He's going to have a hard time getting into this next one here.
This capitalizing on the Songam suburbs. I've kind of going for all of this. Still have a little bit of a compound available to them just north of Songam at the moment.
That's their qualification, James.
Yeah,
it looks like right. dead center, uncontested, all 4 alive. But we'll see what Twisted Minds has to say about that. If they engage on the southern side, crash into that, what's going to be happening?
Yeah, that's exactly the thing that I was thinking, right? There is a world where I think that Vis might get a little bit overzealous with this split and might get crunched down, and we'll see. Looks like actually they're already moving back to try and reinforce their own position here. So giving up a little bit of that road side, I think, is a mature decision from Vis, while these teams are scrapping on the northern side, as Odin is trying to do something about Virtus Pro, but it's not working out.
A lot of damage done here already. Now they're just looking at trying to get eliminated quickly here. Beamies taking down Odin, and Exile is out in 6th place here. That means that VP 4 guys strong on the northern side, and now with the fight ahead of them, it's going to be Ascend, but 3 kills for Nixie, 4 overall here for VP. It's a big game for them. They did indeed jump into the double digits. Let's see how deep they can go, though. This campaign for them and how far they can take it relies on the fight that they're going to have with Ascent just shortly. But they are 4 guys strong. They've been having inside school. And there's a lot of loot inside school, so they have plenty of nades, plenty of utility. Nixie has a dangerous rock to sit on here, though. That could be the first opening knock onto its Chris here. Some damage done.
Trying for something, pop some tires as well, trying to limit any potential movement coming in here from Ascend. It's an interesting one from Ascend's POV, because I feel like they kind of had the choice of where they want to go, and they've been in school for the majority of this game. Being able to try and do something about the teams that lie ahead of them is difficult. You've got Virtus Pro, you've got Twisted Minds with Perfectix that has a Lynx as well. Have they just given the entire armory to Perfectix? What is going on?
He's just got a Lynx, he's just got a P90. He's like, no, this man's not stop. Yeah, you might have not gone to PGS, but here's all the loot. Go absolutely ham here. And now with this one here, it is a home turf circle for Ascent, but yeah, coming in and coming out from this western side here, you don't have much control. You don't have a lot of cover. I think they're under, I mean, tons of pressure at least so far. Back to a mini as well, shooting with the Lynx, then back to the mini. Tons of pressure onto this one. The Nodi actually takes down Correcti. Lots of damage done to VP here.
Yeah, Nate goes forwards as well. Younger Benito trying to be able to be dislodged as well as Virtus Pro is just rolling in against this. They actually do quite a bit of damage to Virtus Pro. Good stuff by Younger Benito to try and deal with it. But this is pushing on out to try and greet this as well. Simon replies. Surprise! Oh no, here's the BRDM. Lucarooks, get away from us.
There's 2 free points here. Lucarooks wants it. No. He wants to get one. And then see, can he get the other one too? Drive back. Oh, can he get that too? That's going to be an easy one. There's one more point here to have from Nodi, and that's going to be fun. Look at this, he's going to try to explode him up, but not.
Anger.
Can Lucarooks get another point here? It's also the clutch. You have to remember, 1 point for placement, 1 point for the kill too, with an 8 in hand here, Nodi. That's, oh my god, he's just going to jump in. Super well executed here by Nodi, actually jumping in. Oh my god, Lucarooks takes him down.
Lovely.
Jogo Benito out in 4th place, and VP gets the top 4.
Got some salvage points from Lucarooks. Good stuff here. But having a BRDM, it makes it a little bit easier to make that work, as Twisted Minds on this west side, still on the warpath. This Habibi is going to be shooting some shots against them. No!
There's no way. He gets another one? There's another knock inside. Oh, a Molotov. Oh my god. Oh, he's going to get so much damage done. If he's feeling it. If he's feeling this one here, he could take on a total domination onto Twisted Minds, but it's Example he's up against. Example says no. He sees his feet under the back tire and actually gets him out. Now this, though, we're talking about it. Can they hold it back? Can they lock this one down? And it's been everyone but themselves that have been doing all the impact and all the damage done here, James.
Surely this is free. Now, that being said, that's what I said for JDG when they were going up against Twisted Minds at PGS, and that did not quite go their way. Twisted Minds was able to come back from it. I think, though, this should have this one. They moved out at the right time to be able to put pressure on Twisted Minds, but they've let their foot off the pedal a little bit here to shut down what is the 700-time PEC PCS champions.
And 15 times MVP for across this entirety of this roster here. But yeah, locking this one down. And, you know, all the cup teams, these guys are home and they're like, we're back, boys. Welcome home. See if we can lock this one down here. 13 kills, 3 more to be had here on Viz. 2 on the side of Twisted. But it's looking like a little bit difficult. Viz actually has a really good lockdown on multiple angles for this one here. Habibi taking down some smoke cover too, alongside the rock that he's sitting on. There's so much cover already for Viz here. And damage done to Badulins too.
Good shots by Pains to start things off. For Twisted Minds, they are fully aware and cognizant now of the fact that there is quite a few angles here from Viz. That said, 1-1-1-1 in terms of split, although Habibi and Iron have now actually rendezvoused together, so that makes it even harder. I guess a lot of focus will now be on trying to shut down Pains, because if you do shut down the off angle here, and they've done quite a good job of doing the damage there, that really could even up things against Viz's current position with Twisted Minds still out of the circle, so there's going to be some push on them soon.
I don't see them winning this one unless Example gets on the southern side, honestly. It's difficult. He has 1 stun grenade. It's not a lot of smoke cover here, but they get Pains down. Pains know exactly where he is. He has a 3 helmet, though. Damage not been done just yet. Oh, my God. Look at how much connection is done, though.
Yeah, the thing is that as soon as he relayed information back, the example had no cover and lying down in the open, he relayed that over to the 2 and was able to do tons of damage, just plus that nade as well. It's good execution here by Viz so far, knowing that he was completely exposed, and you might be the greatest IGL of all time, Batulins, but I don't think your knowledge, your execution, your know-how, your willpower is going to be able to get you out of this one.
They're just trying to see if he's going to deny, but there's no way he's doing that. The angles are big. Let's see if he can get this locked down with a scissor move. Pains has 1 angle. And yeah, it's going to be... can he get another point out of this, or is it just a full deny here, James? I don't really see if there's a point. And does he know the angle on the left side? Does he know that Arton is there? I'm not sure.
Yeah. They know at this point with 13 kills in this game, they're qualified, right?
GG.
So that's going to be the GG here for Twisted Minds. They're gone. This with a very important win for them in game number 3 from the compound. The game kind of came their way in the end. It's not a big win, but it is a win nonetheless, Avenger.
It is, and they're able to lock this down. Obviously, being early on in Songam, the home turf circle for them paid off. Huge. But what an impact Twisted Mind had. Once they turned on 13 kills for them. An impact that they had here, even though that they had to clear out Songam with Chrissy and how late they were, and the glider play that they had throughout, they actually managed to step up big here. Also, Virtus Pro, huge clutch from Rookarooks. I'm not sure how many total points he was actually able to get from driving over multiple guys and also surviving for that deep. I think he got a 3rd place plus the kills you were able to get for both Twisted Minds and some of the other teams.
Yeah, of course, as we do have Blank joining back here to talk about everything that was going on from this. And I think when you look at how it went down here on Tego, how all of these fights were going down, initially a bit of slow rolling ultimately, but they were able to persevere with this when all the battles were going on elsewhere. They were sitting low, sitting steady.
Yeah, it was pretty explosive towards the end, and then Viz sort of just waits things out. But you could tell they were giving a huge amount of respect to these teams. Huge amount of respect to these teams, honestly, on the other side, from Viz to Twisted Minds, which overall is a really, really, really big deal. And again, for Twisted Minds, the fact they were almost able to kind of live this one out was sort of insane. And Perfectix also juggling 8 guns. It was a wild, wild situation.
I love that visual. He's just like, oh yeah, I'm back, guys. He's just throwing them up in the air while shooting them. It's like a circus trick.
3 tactical backpacks.
It results in 19 points going the boys' way for Twisted Minds, who, after that first game Avenger, it felt like a joy to have Perfectix back on board, because we just hadn't, we just hadn't had regional play. We'd not seen him in PPMI, we'd not seen him in PGSs. So yeah, it's great to see them back as full 4-man.
Yeah, I love the instant impact from day one that we have from Perfectix again here. And obviously, juggling all the guns, but it's probably going to be him on the very top once we look at the rivals, once you look at the overall impact we have throughout this one here. But 33 points, that means that Twisted Minds is guaranteed top 8 here. There's no way that they're going to be taken over here by 8 other team. So that's massive for them. The question is, can they hold on to first place? The 16 PGS points that's actually given out on this one here could be massive, all the way down to 8th. It could be the tiebreaker. It could be the last couple of points you need to go through once we are calculating all the PGS points that's been going through these next 4 weeks.
I think one thing guaranteed, though, is I think Nemesis, I think Hive, to a lesser degree, I think No Slack, if they don't let their foot off the pedal as well here, Blank. I think that these 3 teams should be able to be making it through already into that final. And it's great to see the competition coming in from those cups looking as strong and as well-versed as they do. They look warm. They look warm into the game.
Yeah, they do. I mean, it is kind of sad to see Hive at the beginning of that game just fall flat on their faces. But regardless of that, the other games that they've played today have been fairly good. I think for No Slack, again, that clutch factor I was talking about of how well they can play under pressure really comes into play on the Miramar that we saw there. And again, I think that that's really, really nice to see. Like you say, though, you don't want to see them take their foot off the gas, right? You want to see them just continue pumping those points, continue having those late game performances. I mean, they don't need to be going for a first, second, or third. 4th place with some kills is absolutely fine. It is great to see, though, Twisted Minds doing insanely well up towards that top side. And I think Avenger bringing up the point of the PGS points is a very, very big thing to bring up here, because for them, we will likely see them at more of those, right? So those points are super important to them overall.
Yeah, PGS points are distributed, of course, when you go at PGS. There we have the PGC points, right, to be able to kind of get you up the tally overall. No, Martin did the wrong acronym in the game as well. So it's we've had to listen to God knows how much in terms of acronyms left, right, and center. Everything starts with P. But anyway, I think that one thing that is fair to say is that seeing the fact that, as you say, it's Example and Perfectix just starting off on a blinder is just terrifying, because, like, is there anybody, Martin, that is going to be able to challenge Twisted Minds in PEC? That's the ever daunting question that is here year on year on year, and it almost never happens.
It's a bigger surprise that someone else wins PEC than Twisted Minds wins it. Like, there's 15 other teams in the finals, but it's a bigger surprise that someone else wins than they do, right? So that's the big one for me. But yeah, I'll say this though, Twisted Minds coming in, and they have something to prove. You have to remember as well the grand finals of PGS 3, the last one we had, obviously, they got second last place. Like, they were in the bin directly. And now they're back to prove that, they need the points. They need the PGC points to go to PGS, to go to Esports World Cup. No, they're not. They don't need it because they're the Esports World Cup defending champions. So if they get top 2 here, it's actually 3rd place that goes. And also, depending on what happens in PGS, we might have more teams coming through. So, but still, PGC points is important. That's your way to PGS. That's your way to PGC at the end of the year. So that's obviously massive.
No, for sure. I will say as well that we can actually check in with Ascend from that game, of course, who had, again, pick a litter in terms of where they were kind of going, considering it was kind of a home turf circle for them, but they weren't able to convert as much. Let's check in on those comms here and see what was going on for Ascend.
The user is also driving.
Headshot one there. One's 1 HP on the wall, vaulting in. Revival. One guy in green wall, 1 HP.
Where found you?
Here, just put it south of me here, so I can play here.
Knock on blue. Gosh. Nice.
Just
blue. Nice try.
gosh, imagine if Ghetto had come around that corner with that Panzerfaust and been able to do damage against Twisted Minds. That could have changed the complexion of those fights that were going down in those moments there, Avenger, but not to be the case here for Ascend. They've still got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, they got some work to do. 641 damage though from Ghetto. He did have some impact here, but yeah, not a lot of kills to come through, James, and that's what I'm really worried about. Again, somewhat of a home turf circle for them. It ended in between Songam and it ended in between school, but you have to lock down school. With this circle that you see here, they have the roof, they have the high ground. The amount of points they're able to get, especially here from both Seoul and everything, but they were just not out and close enough into the fight and the impact that they're able to have here. And also, being engaged from multiple directions, VP coming in from that side, with also Viz coming in from the other side, being backstabbed from Twisted Minds. That really laid the groundwork of them not getting a lot of points. And also Lou getting Killikai from this one here. That's what was really the rough start from this.
Yeah. Going up against the Twisted Minds, it's going to be able to push on you after something like that.
Boom.
And did, of course, connect there with Perfectix to be able to shut it down. But if Lou was just a little bit further over and you get two, suddenly things might have changed. But I mean, the nades finishing them off here, Blank, as well. It's always tough for Ascend. You're basically running into the gods of PUBG in Twisted Minds.
Yeah, can I just say though, that Panzerfaust kill that he gets is like the aftermath of an episode of Grey's Anatomy. Like straight into the gut is insane. Yeah, that's rough stuff. But well played. I think you're right. For a lot of our teams, when you get towards these late games, especially on TPP, it's when you're not fast enough transitioning from that position. And again, it happens so much where it's so stressful holding down a position like that for such a long time, and then having that play in the back of your mind that we have to leave and we have to get further position into the game. But as long as you're picking up points, picking up kills, and getting something on the board, it's not the end of the world. And although I think we'd all agree that Ascend maybe could have got further into that game, I don't think it's a horrendous showing from them.
No, I think so. Well, it's the stress isn't going to end there, Blank, because we got 2 more games remaining, and those 2 games will determine who is moving through into that finals already. So we're going for a break. When we return, the penultimate game of day number 1 for PEC is on the other side of this.
Port Desire, a city that don't belong to anyone, but everyone wants a piece. No laws, no oversight, just the jungle creeping back in, both the vines and the people. The mayor stepped in where the government couldn't, said the city needed order, and they'd be the ones to bring it, keeping the peace on their terms. I walked away from it all. Kept my hands in dirt instead of blood. But desire is a fickle mistress. The city won't let me go. It won't forget my name. I asked for nothing, and they still came and took everything. The mayors and anyone that stands in my way, every last one of them. They're gonna learn something real simple. You reap what you sow.
Two guys on the smoke, yellow. Look yellow.
Running back towards nipple.
1 HP, knocked.
Nice, good.
Oh, I see him.
Under the car. Let's shoot together. Fuck, he's proning again.
I'm
One on
netting.
the rock. I'm holding rock.
I'm putting
Rock headshot. I'm driving at rock.
He's banned. That's out. Calling banned. That's out. Let's put left side, guys.
I'm stopping in front of me. And it's only smoking, okay?
Should be a solo guy somewhere. It's solo guy in front of me in the smoke. I'm driving on him.
I mean, they're probably 2 man.
Knock.
Nice. I'm gonna be safe.
One or not?
I'm gonna try to rest Luca.
Erasable, I might be erasable. No, he's pushing you guys.
Push it from north.
Bro, we need to get the yellow, guys.
Inside
Nice.
yellow. You can rest me. Care of yellow line. There's a guy in the open there. You can smoke to me.
Two up, one up.
One up. Shot him low.
You got knocked. They're dead.
I'm taking a smoke first.
Fuck, try to loot first these facts. I don't know. So many bodies I think around you. I mean pixel.
Yeah, come
Let's see.
Both outside, fuck. Both outside here. Outside like both of them. One more.
I'm getting shot by the row.
You see him, Nix? Just shoot outside. Shoot there. Outside, he's outside, Nix.
I'm
No.
blue zoning it 4 times. Come.
He's on that wall.
I'm blue zoning everything, chill.
Yeah, give me a second.
Nice.
Nice teammates on the fucking top.
One in between us, Chris.
Smoke me. Should be fine.
We're leaving blue.
They're all driving.
Knocked him.
Nice. I'm driving.
Go straight
Above
down the
me?
road now. Come back down.
No.
He's dropping already.
Ghetto, you're a fuck.
They knocked someone.
They're knocked. Did you rest?
No.
Oh, the two guys. Two guys, no? Did rest?
It's the EP, I think.
Yeah.
Let's go to yellow, but we need to be careful of that.
Knock on green, if you guys can see that in the diff.
What do we do?
Gonna go yellow line, but we need to spread out and use smokes and so on.
Dead. So that's close. Same place. Down right. They didn't.
Don't waste it.
Knocked him.
Oh, get the fuss.
One up.
What is this push?
The UC is also driving.
Headshot one there. One's 1 HP on the wall, vaulting in. Revival. One guy in green wall, 1 HP.
Where found shoot?
Here, just put it south of me here, so I can play here.
Getting fucking 100 here, Nate. You got flash, one guy. I'm gonna blow you as here.
Oh no. I'm not sure I can answer that question. Let me think. Who's the most overrated player? Ooh, good question. State.
Most underrated player is I think Cristani from Yoga Bonito team.
Lukarux as well.
Correct.
I don't know. I guess Quizzy.
Favorite?
Societ with Nemesis.
Habibi?
I would have to put two in here. I'd say Scav and I'd say Kedda in my team.
T-Bone.
Nice.
I'm gonna say Nodi from Yoga Bonito as well.
Oh, most overrated. Maybe James?
I actually don't know. I'm gonna say Boostic for now. Just because he doesn't have enough experience.
Say Boostic.
I guess Quizzy.
Stratos. From our team.
Well, welcome back to PEC. Of course, we had some interesting answers there, some crazy answers. But anyway, we have got 2 more games remaining, and would you look at that? It is not the usual names you will be seeing taking those victories so far. 1 Rondo and 1 Erangel will now determine who's going to be top 8 moving on forwards. But despite those wins, Nemesis getting a win in second, Hive getting a win, Noslack getting a win, and Vis getting a win, it's still Twisted Minds, Martin, at number 1. Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, look at the 8 placement points, but 25 kills, enough to be in 5th place on its own. Yeah, huge game from them. It's actually kind of crazy to see, but yeah, Vis on the other side, 8 kills only, but 14 placement points, leading the lobby here. Obviously with the win, the consistency that I've had so far. But yeah, it's looking good. But even for Team Vitality, guys, 1 big game, you're into top 8. Like it's not done with just 2 more games to go.
No, I totally agree. With it being such a short run of it all blank, there's still everything to play for here. And for a team like Team Vitality, we saw pop-off moments from them on international stage at PGS as well. So even a team like them in 16th place could easily make this happen.
Yeah, I think at this stage of the day, right, this is your big turnaround moment. After the breaks happened, everyone's feeling a little bit more calm. Code Blue. It's a Code Blue.
Code Blue.
In the Grey's Anatomy Hospital. Right.
All right, so we've had...
Stop that. It's not about Grey's Anatomy. He's trying to convince us halfway through. There was an episode of Grey's Anatomy where they removed a shell from somebody's body. I'm like,
They did. Yeah, they did. It was a big deal. It was like one of the... I'm sorry, carry on.
Sorry, how old are you when you watch Grey's Anatomy?
Yeah.
Anyway, we've got the
It's
code.
a good show, okay?
This is a better show. We've got the code down below. Now, you can only see half of that code. You need to go into social media and find the other half of the code and redeem yourself it. Put them together and get yourself some G-Coin on board as well. Martin, do you agree? What was that?
That's like the codes coming through. Ka-clink. That's a 300 G-coin right there. Ka-clink.
Oh, I thought it was like another Grey's Anatomy.
I thought it was another Grey's Anatomy thing as well.
The scalpels.
He loves Grey's Anatomy.
Yeah.
He loves it.
I love the Grey's Anatomy episode, but they're stitched together an abomination that's been exploded by a Panzerfaust.
all I had in my head, by the way,
I'm losing him.
Yes, you're definitely losing me at this point. All I had in my head when I was thinking about that is like, if you could create a Frankenstein of all the best components for like a PUBG player,
Quick
together,
questions.
who would you
Quick
do?
questions.
Yeah,
You could
should ask the players.
combine the arms and legs of one player. Who would it be?
The problem is that I was thinking about it, and then I started thinking about the answers. It was like, well, the brain of Batulins, the shooting and hands of Example. I don't know. I guess the legs of Perfecting. Basically,
The
Twisted
shooting.
Minds.
What part of the body's that?
All the really good fingers. And Perfectix has got loads of those, as he's got himself 9 kills. Alongside on the opposite side of this for Nemesis Avenger, Said, who is in Nemesis, who actually also got some of the most underrated player from an old teammate.
Yeah, it's cool to see this comparison, but we also have to remember Example's on 10 kills, guys. Mogor's on 9 kills. It's cool to see Nemesis up here, but Twisted Minds are dominating this leaderboard. Holy.
Well, the game's starting. I'm glad we filled that with hard-hitting analysis.
Amazing stuff.
Blank, we'll see you after this one.
And the eyes of Said. Bye-bye.
Yes. No, stop that. Get away with you. It's time to Rondo. We are getting going here, Martin, for game number 4. It's getting a bit urgent now for those teams on day number 1 to be able to make it through into the final.
Yeah, it's time to show up for this time here. And with this circle this plane starting over here, I could see a Jadina ending circle. We had one of those in PGS, actually one of the first ones. But yeah, it's a little bit rough one for the rest of the teams. They need to get into the far south or the far north. You're going to have to grab cars or try to get out and get one of your all spots. Luckily, there's plenty of space to be taken here. Bushido Wildcats and S2G, though, are dangerously close to each other, James. What's happening with that?
Yes, they are.
Whoa,
I figured maybe they'd be
Dan
challenging for... Okay, Dan Ching is going to be the challenge point. Let's see if they're going to be able to do anything about it. Tommy's on board. Uzi's on board. Vectors. I don't know about this one just yet. So we're working with very limited loot here for this fight so far.
Yeah, Code Margo is winning it so far with an UMP and a pump action shotgun. Let's see if CCINX can close the fight onto him. Look at this. Oh, only a vest. No helmet on CZI. A little bit scary for this engagement so far, James.
Don't want to be coming around and getting that shotgun. It will rip you apart here. Code Marco, all too eager to be able to have that peek off against him. I think that when you look at how it works here from Danching, there's kind of that high ground, low ground dynamic that S2G's more than happy to sit just on a little bit more of the high ground compared to the Bushido Wildcats. But the issue exists as well as Celtic technically has that roof that can actually overlook a little bit of it. There's just that building in the way slightly. You can see some shots coming in from him now, realizing that maybe something was open there, but nothing hit so far.
Yeah, and again, I mean, sure, the circle's on them here, but James, eventually, some team is going to rock up, and they're going to third-party this fight, or whatever remains of this after this one here. It's not really worth it in a best of 5 for a hot drop here. It's not really what I would be going for if I was in the team going for it at this point here. And S2G, actually 11 points, they're fine. Bushido, 17 points, they're fine. They just need a decent game, and they're actually staying in the top 8 here. But this could be mutually assured destruction, and I don't really like seeing that in a best of 5 for sure. But let's see what comes out of this one here. Schiller and the boys coming off some performance out of their PGS, but now taking on Bushido Wildcats. These guys know each other extremely well. If we see Turkey at a PNC, these guys are most likely going to be teammates. So, yeah.
True.
Let's see how this can rock this up here. But once we're done with this fight, James, I'm going to have to ask you a question. Who do you think is the most underrated player? I'm not going to ask overrated. That's dangerous. But underrated, we need to discuss once we have this hot drop done.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think we're in a bit of a stalemate here. But the problem is, Avenger, with you asking me that question is I got asked that question that they might show on the video. So I don't want to say.
Okay. Yeah. That's you might be wearing a shield, and that was a reflect or a deflect even.
Yeah, they just never show it. Yeah, I'm just like, I got away with that.
Yeah, that's well played, sir.
I did say a name.
That's good. That's good. Okay, yeah. Well, I'll be waiting a couple of weeks to see that when they announce that in week 4 of finals.
Sure. And then you miss it, and you're like, oh no, where is it? You'll have to go through hours of VOD. But anyway, we all see as
no, there's no way he jumped into that. Oh my god, he actually hit him a little bit. Okay, you can tank that a little bit, and then he's not on fire anymore. Now half HP here for sure.
That was such a clown fiesta.
That was a little bit of a dangerous situation for Code Marco. He's 8 HP. Now he has to get a first aid from one of his teammates. And Crossbow was like, what's going on?
I think both parties were like, you know what, it would be better if both of us, if all people involved just stepped away and healed up after that.
Alright, Jogo Bonito. Exhal actually only heard one guy.
Hindsight.
Yeah. Exhal actually only heard one guy here, so it was a 2-man in the car. They could have pulled up if they wanted to, but they were drive scouting and didn't want any of it. They thought, we're going to be early. We're going to be prior 1 or 2 on one of this compound here, so we're just going to take something different. Danching hot drop though. It's a steal, and already look at how many sharks are around in the water.
Yeah,
looking to capitalize on this one.
And as you said, right, like when it comes to teams moving in around them, sometimes what you will want to do in those kinds of hot drop scenarios is take to the roofs and use that as a vantage point to be able to try and put on some pressure against your opponents in the same city. But you can't do that if teams are moving it around you. And then it makes it even slower. And then it makes it even sillier that you're just like, well, I guess we're stuck in Danching now. And I guess we're not moving now because there's teams all around us. So if you're going to end it, you needed to end it quick. And now it's just going to stale out. And for all the other teams involved, right? I mean, Virtus Pro being Hongshan as early as they were, obviously that's going to be their drop. They've got themselves a nice central spot. Yoga Benito moving in north of them. So I would be a little bit wary. See, it's on a roof. Oh, I'm scared.
Yeah, that could be too scary. Not sure if Exhal is going to commit to that. I think they're just going to take where they are right in the circle. It's actually a very, very good spot for some late game here. Look at that. Hold on. Medibay. Oh, no. Dangerous. We need a headshot or headshot upper body shot to get him down, though. But can he stand still for just long enough? Or could they do a 3-2-1 together? Let's see if they are.
That's usually the play, right?
Yeah, exactly. Simon finds Corexia on the other side. VP maybe spreading out a little bit too much here, losing Corexia at this point here with the even before first circle closing. We want to see VP up there. We want to see them compete.
Not the best of starts for them. A lot of smokes go down to try and get towards that drop, but it's not going to be the case here. Looks like X-Howl did decide to take those shots and not going to be successful. It seems like there was a lineup. The fact that the Mad is shooting and Odin was the one that was lining up the shots prior means that definitely was that opportunity. As we're in the 9th anniversary of PUBG, a little while before, and there's the director saying, you know what, thanks lads, thanks very much.
Promo code PUBG 9th. Let's go. That's not the promo code you're looking for, by the way. That's not code blue. That's not code green. You need to go to social media and take the code that you got from the broadcast here and then compare that up with the other blue and green codes that you see here.
Yeah. Do we get code red later on?
Maybe.
Do we get code Marco later on?
No, it's code Marco right now, that's for sure. With Bushido Wildcats and SG and Dan Ching. Even if I actually kind of hope that the circle ends close to them, so there's just going to be a 20-minute stale fight. Oh, that's 4 damage, not enough. But Kristalny, most underrated player here, if you ask Lucarooks. I wonder why. Maybe because they're they live somewhat close to each other.
Ah, yes. And then did he say Noddy was the most open?
Yeah.
So it's like, well, he's got mixed feelings about Joga Benito. Yeah. And I'm not too surprised considering they're knocking their players right now. As they've already lost Chirexia, of course, to Joga Benito. As I think that, technically speaking, I guess there was a world where Virtus Pro might have actually got that blue chip, considering that we're smokes down on Chirexia. And then maybe eventually move away from that and try and go for that res. But they know that now, after this much time has elapsed, there's going to be a lot of teams still kind of sitting around them here for a circle like this. So maybe they're a bit more concerned about making any of those kinds of moves.
Yeah, I think so too. Now with this though, James, after this big game here for them, 22 points, a little bit more, and it feels like they could be safe. Unless we see, a big Ascent game, a big Navi game, a big VP game, anyone outside the top 8. These guys just needs to focus on that, needs to continue fragging and getting that consistency inside the placements here. But yeah, it's a difficult one here, especially on Rondo. A difficult game to do so here. Now Soul on the other side. Inside 7th place, I had bigger expectations to them, but still, we're not done yet, and I definitely think we're going to see them end up in the top 8 and go straight to the grand finals after day 1.
Yeah, I didn't know how to take this after watching them in the cups, because they got themselves a decent standing across 3 of the cups overall. They kind of just squeaked into this first day, like the bottom 2, to be able to get into this first day of gameplay as a whole.
Right.
And I think that there's definitely some potential there. Obviously, individually, there's some players that I'm not even that familiar with on our usual regional play. Obviously, we know Pains, etc. But I was curious to see how they were going to stack up. And so far, it's gone well. I think that compound previously did help them, of course. I think coming in from the edge on a circle like this late, might go against them. We'll see.
Yeah. We'll see how they fare. I remember was it week 2 or 3 where they had a 3rd place overall that got them a lot of points. And yeah, for Dan Ching, that's a great shift. We're going to see the stalemate going on a little bit longer in Dan Ching, but Navi taking more space, actually leaving a little bit of Toon Ling here. I'm actually a little bit surprised that they go up to the kind of northeast side of this one here, but yeah, Nemesis locking down center circle with Melman Push coming in, Slaven and Joga Benito here. Where's your sights? Where's your dots? Where's your holos? What's going on here, Slaven? You can't be double iron sighting the AUG and the M24. I want to see more. You have to call that to the guys and say, hey guys, I need a sight. I need a scope. Give me something. Put it in the car.
One thing that's very easy for us to take away from that is the fact that they've prioritized trying to get to what was the previous center over an elongated looting period, right? Because there's no way you will be leaving without that, unless you were looking for something else.
Yeah, exactly. And also, that's the first 10 seconds of my comms. If I don't find something, I need a scope. I need a red dot. Please, give me something. Now with SG, they look like they're a little bit cornered here. They've disengaged quite a bit, James. Maybe because the circle is actually laying out as it is. Not Cold Marco with a nade here. That could actually connect quite well. Ooh. Double nade going on to Schiller here. Half HP. More damage done here. Actually with a great impact. Oh my god. Almost got him down. Nade could get him down here, James.
Yeah, I think because he's going to be healing in that corner, so he's almost certainly going to be actually... okay, so he's gone through the door and gone for a little bit of cover, so good job from Schiller. I thought he was on that corner. I didn't actually see him go through the door, but that's good in the end. That was so down to the wire. That was very close, and a bit of an oversight of exposure there from S2G, who... technically, you've made your opposing team spend quite a bit of utility for that and not get a knock, so... I guess technically it's a good trade for S2G, technically.
Yeah, I'm sitting here with crossed fingers, crossed toes and everything for a Danjing ending. That'll be huge to see how everything intertwines with everyone being in and crashing into Danjing. It'll be fun, but yeah, we'll see what happens with that one. Diogo Bonito taking a lot of space on that western side. A 1-1-1 way split for them. Soul actually locking down a lot of space. 2-2 split for them in the middle. That's also huge. Exhal here with Oda Mawesi is going to get the revive coming in. And Navi, we talked about this kind of northeastern split. It actually is somewhat of a greedy one. Having locked this 2-2 split down, they have the heaven on the northern side. We saw some fantastic games coming in from PGS where Boostig and the Bias are, so they know this area quite well. We need to see a northeast shift for this to be great for them, though. They might have to move later on. Now, construction workers, second last place, James, after dominating the cops here. Was it the Gustav magic that's missing, or what's your take so far here after 3.5 games?
All I can really think back on is the compound fight on Tego. Other than that, so they got caught on the west side of that erangel game, admittedly between a load of teams, so you're just going to get destroyed, just like everyone got destroyed. And then eventually they got kind of dismantled on that Tego compound. I can't take much away from it so far, unfortunately.
Sample size.
I think, they're better. They're a better team than that. It's just not worked out for them in these few, right?
Yeah, and with this northern shift, it's going to be a rough one for them too. They're going to have to make their way in, and Dan Cheng is looking like catching, if you ask me. Howl sitting dead center, James. This could be huge for them. Also, is Navi going to stay in this 2-2 split? I hope not. Boostig's moving already. Favors could also be taking his car or being picked up by Boostig, hopefully. I don't want to see a greedy 2-2 split with this one, especially with how good the Hackatory compound is together with Spiro. If they get pulled up on, that's going to be difficult. Nemesis is also looking good inside to link, but it's also very, very crashable. Very easy to pull up on that side, on the southern side.
No, I completely agree. And at the same time for Navi, I think for them, they're like, but the fairest compound that they're currently in, it's a really good compound, but obviously not for this circle, right? We've seen so many teams get so many good points from there, as you were saying before, but you've got to abandon it eventually. The other one is just too strong for a circle like this, surely, at this point in time, especially with how many teams are congregated south of you and also how many teams are in Dancheng. Jeez Louise.
Yeah, Kedar, great nade onto Fex. Actually gets him down. Fex knocked here, Kedar. The Danish prodigy coming in, and now it's going to be a pull-up from the rest of the guys. Now, look at this. TMO also with a big fight onto Viz here. For Viz, if they survive and get a few points from this, this could be huge. Killerkinds finds Pixel with the knock and the flush on Fex too. Justice down. Habibi here, a great nade to confirm that one.
It's not going very well from construction workers at the moment, who's been caught between a rock and a hard place. Mythov doing quite a lot of damage. Also, Mortar's going to be raining in on this position as well now.
Oh my god.
Both of these teams are just like, you know what, we can just chill for a moment. Oh no, Vard has been completely finished as well.
God.
Oh.
Well, the amount of explosive actions going on, ordnance going on, explosive action we already see on this map here, kind of insane. Hitman actually finds Stratos though. Now we're down to Artun and Habibi. Can they hold this off as we see more Mortar coming in? Exhal Flores as well. So set just absolutely slamming down onto this angle here.
Oh, so set. Oh, it never ends. It never ends. This is actually a true red zone created by the players at the moment. And the problem is for a lot of these teams that actually have taken this, trench, is that a lot of teams know the distances from their compounds to this trench because it's such a synonymous spot to be able to kind of scramble for those points and take later on down the line. It never ends.
Oh my god. Super well executed by TMO, and they needed this. This puts them into double digits here, but do they have more mortars? Are we going to see more ordnance coming in from the other side, especially from Exhal alongside with Sosa. Now, next circle's about to pop here, James, and now surely Navi's going to converge on the 2-2 split. Joker Benito and Exhal now. I actually like that they jumped into... Oh, the Mavasi, though, finds Simon and Slaven.
Nice.
From this confirmation here. The circle goes southeast. We're going to get outside then, Ching, and that's actually kind of huge.
I think you were right about the Navi move. I mean, it has to happen now. At the same time here for Joker Benito. Bear in mind as well what we were talking about before with them working on very limited resources by the looks of things. That's only ever going to slow them down on some kind of hold for this. Who knows how much utility they even have to try and deny this from Exhal on the other side of things. Blue Zone and Picture as well, as all of these teams are now crashing into these important locations. And a doozy with a mortar now is putting in some work against Ascend.
I would be hating life if I heard mortars and then I also got hit by mortars. Like, everyone's using them. There's just mortars everywhere. They're pumping the blanks full of the mortar. And obviously that's the car, not our co-caster I'm talking about. Paul Blank, yeah. The T-Bone is going to get in and Ascend's going to go to bet to a 3-man though. On this southwest side, Soul's there. Nemesis is there. Virtus Pro has some feed inside the southern side of this circle, James. And Navi still with the 2-2 split. How long are they going to get away with it? They're getting away with it, James.
I don't know. I mean, eventually, right, this circle's going to move. I think they're really cognizant of the fact that maybe we want to deny any potential backfills for holding it as long as they have done. And they do see Twisted Minds up on that north side. Whether or not they know it's exactly Twisted Minds, who knows? But they know that somebody's there. And maybe they want to deny that from moving on in. But as soon as they move as 4-man down into there, that could be a qualification game for them if they're able to make it work. They're only on 10 points right now. They need more.
Yeah, for sure. And this could be the game. I think they just want to lock down and hold the northeast to themselves. And then maybe from the angle that Boostic and Ferris has, is like the amount of information they're able to have to support the other guys is just too big to say no to. I'm not going to question decisions made by players like Boosted and Ferris for sure. They have some insight, some knowledge, some information that they're basing their information off in there. They're just some of the best in the game, right?
For sure. And we saw that prevail at PGS2 to being able to take them a championship. And I know that there are other championships in their sights here. That said, though, Twisted Minds is now moving to be able to try and make a move on between the positions of Na'Vi at the moment. As we're on board here with No Slack, and Virtus Pro has themselves a BRDM. Cheeky boys. Looks like Navi's going to be regrouping, though. I think they realize now, okay, Twisted Minds moved into our territory. We cannot be caught divided here.
It's such a strategic move, the way they move their cars around, how the pressure they put on them. I'm not sure how much information they have on in terms of what team and player that's in there, but yeah, could be happening too. Now in Tooling here with No Slack and VP next circle. If it doesn't come their way, they're gonna have to finish and wrap this fight off, or get into the BDM and kind of make into a new move here. But let's see where this circle pops, James, and where we're gonna be going on to.
We'll see. Chill up. They're finally doing some damage here against Vitality, who have moved in underneath them. Bear in mind that they came in on the east side of Danqing, and the circle is going southeast as well. So all of these teams in Danqing now need to wrap up these fights and get going. Santa getting hit by the BRDM as Nixie gets out and shuts down more of No Slack. Unfortunately for No Slack here on the eastern side, as much as they get the circle shift, they've got Virtus Pro to deal with.
And surely this is just a try to send it to the middle. Try to find somewhere where you can, sit up and hide in a bush for a while to see if we can get some placement points here. But because No Slack, they are inside the top 8, and just a few more points feels like they're going to be safe. And now Virtus Pro, and that's how these side, James. It could be a big game for them. Everyone is on the west side. Everyone is outside on the northwest side. And there's going to be huge fights happening and so much shots coming, especially towards Bushido Wildcats. They're sending it. TMO is taking so much shot at them. Natas Van Zier here is taking so much shots at them.
And Bushido Wildcats' looting phase was kind of slowed down as well by the fact that they were embroiled in that hot drop for as long as they were. So they're probably not working with a whole lot, but they do clean up Scav. He's gone now. So being able to make this mad dash on through shuts down No Slack completely and may be able to take a decent spot, but they have now moved into what I would consider to be Virtus Pro territory. And I don't know if you want to deal with the Apex Predator in his natural habitat.
I didn't know that Tooling was Polar Bear Sanctuary, but I guess it is. No, with Bushido Wildcats. This is actually a great spot for them, but they could be backfilled quite easily here from VP once they get this knockout. And once they look into maybe a peek into this crate, it could be huge, but look at that. Oh my god, shots coming in here. It's Twisted Minds. It's again the Virtus Pro here. Can they take this deep? Ferris finds Batulins already. They're going to try to get some confirmation on him. Even steal it.
He-Man on the other side hitting double Panzer against S2G, but that's by the by here as Twisted Minds is getting absolutely battered by the position here for Virtus Pro. They've moved in underneath them, but I think Virtus Pro is only a matter of time before we move on in here and get a flush and get a finish off here. At the same time, though, on the right-hand side, oh, they do take a lot of damage there, thanks to Perfectix being able to do huge damage with that nade as well as spray. They were unaware of the fact that he moved in underneath them, and Virtus Pro will shut down Twisted Minds on this move.
Grexy and Lukarux looks like they're going to be last. Yeah, Hakator just finds these two open knocks here. And look at that, though. The push on from Bushido Wildcats. They're a huge push from them, actually, aggressively towards VGP. Super well executed by them.
See if we can get more from it. They know that they're over there. So you've got to shut them out. The problem is that BRDM that's still in play. Lukarux in it once again. He was running over literally everyone in the previous game. We don't want to be going down once again here as Melman with M249 and Panzerfaust in hand. Could we have any bigger guns?
Oh, it's impossible. It's easy to spot them because once you put any of them on the back, it's going to be 50 more pixels compared to the other guns here. Celtic, look at this. This angle. It's going to lock this down. It feels like, though, the play is kind of open for the BDM to make something on that northern side here. Maybe try to lock out Na'Vi, maybe try to get a space inside. They also have an insane amount of utility. 4 or 5 boxes to loot from Twisted Minds and their common players here. But Correction, Lukarux trying to lock this one down here. If I was Na'Vi and I saw BDM over there, I would be laying down the hammer and shooting all of it. Slaven, though, finds Sosa here, Nemesis.
Yeah. Get rid of it somehow, some way. So you're going to be the ones that have to move into it eventually. Mika, see what they can do alongside the Mythov here once again. They're in a bit of a danger zone at the moment. Only 14 points. Molly goes forwards here for Exile to try and be able to dislodge exactly what they need to be walking into soon. The problem for Exile is that there's multiple teams they need to walk to, and Hive is also doing a lot of damage to the Mythov, actually. So that means that might eventually help out X-Hive, but they're going to need to be stalwart. They're going to need to be strong in order to be able to move through this trench and move through some of these teams, and Schengen completely dismantles the Mythov.
2 nades coming into just to make sure there's nobody in that other smoke here, but surely they have the information that the Howl is in here. They are in this spot, in this angle, and with the amount of cover they have already, and it looks like a PUDM. I'm not sure if that's broken already from earlier. Lukarux finds Metabay, though. That's an opening. Actually, great disengage here from them. Crossberg. Oh my god, Lukarux finds another one here. What a great play from him. Diffix finds Code Marco. It's falling apart completely for Bushido Wildcats, and Nemesis is backpulling this fight completely.
Yeah, considering that Bushido Wildcats technically had the center bear down on them completely, this is not ideal at all. But at the same time, you've got such strong teams also pushing in on this position. Na'Vi's made a huge cross. They backfilled the position here of Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro had to abandon that, and now Bushido Wildcats might be the first head on the chopping block here.
3-way tie for no slack. Jogo Bonito and VP here. Kiliakai finds Jogo Bonito. They're out. It's a send actually on a big game here. 6 kills. Sure, Kiliakai might be going out here, but that's a great step up for the next one here. Dante and Hive having confirmed their game, and X-Howl is out in 7th place here. 4 kills for them. 4 guys strong on the western side for their campaign throughout this remainder of today. Looks like a quite easy top 8 for them. The question is, can they lock down first place? Can they get the 16 points for the PGC points here for PEC?
After all is said and done here, Martin, we are getting some of the big dogs making a push for it towards the end of the day. Because Virtus Pro moving into the top positions, good for them. Na'Vi still outside of it, but they are still alive in a position where they can also do quite a lot of damage to these teams. I guess eventually one angle that they're wanting to be concerned about is all the way across the circle, right? The fact that eventually once Hive actually shows their head, Navi's already taking shots at them. You can see it here on this line of sight as well. They understand if they can shut them down, they've got so much room to work with on this north side, and it's perfect shots to start things off.
Cannot deny the discipline and the confidence that we have on Na'Vi here. Staying 4 guys alive, and now they're looking so strong into this next circle here. And Elman actually gets the blow up onto rocks here. So, oh my god, damage done as well. Hive is falling apart a little bit, even though they had the BRDM, they had the cover, they had the smokes to work with, but the impact that Na'Vi is having right now, and Nemesis actually also coming in for the third party, is working quite well for them.
I think that M249, if they have to peek on over or do something, okay, the BRDM's on fire anyway. I didn't even crack that. I was just looking at the map. So now, yeah, Hive's got almost nothing to work with. A hope and a dream and a smoke. What can we do here, Hive? But you have done enough. 36 points on board, and that is a banger of a nade coming in from Spiro. Does he get the follow-up? He would love to get those 2 confirms. Looks like Diffex is coming in to steal them.
That's one steal. Great play here from Nemesis, trying to make sure that they can lock down this first place right now. 37 points, 1 point ahead of Hive. If they can shut them down. Great push here from Melman. Nice. Oh my god, he's going to get another one. He's going to get away with it, James. Hakatori, though, has something to say about it. He pushes him away from this. Hakatori finds Dante. That's another steal coming the way of Navi. Oh my god, tons of damage done from State. They all have M249s. What's going on?
Yeah, I guess they were ready for any BRDM encroachments. Because if they all started shooting at it with an M249 each, that would have been carnage. But at the same time, they're just shooting at everything that moves. They're just seeing a few pixels behind some of these trees here. Lucarux and Corexi here are now very vulnerable as Virtus Pro, as he's still alive. But Lucarux with 5 kills on board as well here for Virtus Pro, who was able to rule a decent chunk off that east side, but the teams moving in behind him are going to have things to say about that, as Corexi now is completely down. Hold on, Lucarux to do something.
Look at that. He's got the info and his knock. Oh my god, he finds Sosa as well. Cannot believe it. Can he lock this range down as well? Oh my god, he does it too. Insane play here from Lucarux. Can he get 1 or 2 more points from this one? No, Melvin has something to say about it. Our PGC 2022 winner with Navi locks that down. Nemesis in first place with 42 points. Hakatori, though, has something to say about that one. And yes, Navi is poised for the win, James.
Yeah, looking to try and make the run for it here, making sure that the PGS2 champions from 2026 is going to be able to jump into that top 8 and get directly into the final here for the first one. As another nade, it is perfect. It's Navi getting themselves the win here, controlling and dominating Rondo. And if you cast your mind back, Avenger, to PGS2, it was Rondo that started that meteoric rise from Navi as well. They just look so good on this battleground.
I don't need to think back to it. I dream about it every night. And I dream about that nade from Keta. Construction workers completely locked down and shot out. Now, SN actually had a decent game here, but it's all Navi. Look at that 2-2 split. We talked about it throughout the game, James. And them being able to play so smart, so patient, and then still coming into the late game and having such a huge impact. Stealing a little bit of kills here and there, losing some, but the nades and the mini gameplay was just on a different level here. And also, the ordnance and all the explosions we saw in this debut was insane.
The way you describe it there, like a mini game and blank, that's what it kind of reminded me of. Like the idea of like, okay, let's set up this trench that you've got to run through, and people are going to shoot 50 mortars at you, whilst you try and get from one side of the trench to the other. And it wasn't easy blank there in that.
Yeah, it could have easily been like a separate mode that they had, honestly. It's just the walkway of death. Yeah, pretty rough. We've got to anticipate where these monsters are going, and you can't really do that anyway. So pretty tough for a lot of these teams. But I will say this game was sort of a masterclass in ordnance overall. I mean, you see there Spiro with that insane nade, but there was some great stuff throughout the entire game. TMO going down to an insanely well-placed incendiary. There's loads of really, really cool stuff that happened in this game that was basically all utility usage, and it has to be when you get to these rolling areas of the map where it's all that matters. But again, it was just so cool. All these highlights are just insane nades been thrown across. But yeah, you can really tell we're getting to that stage in the tournament structure where we're getting even crazy teams in, like hitting these nades back to back. But last chance saloon here for Navi as we head in towards our next game. Can they keep themselves in? And will Seoul be able to do the same? Because I think with that, I just about ekes them out into 9th place.
Oh, yeah. I mean, obviously only getting themselves 5 kills on the board, admittedly, but that does put them down into what is, as you say, kind of, you were almost on the nail on the head. It's a tied, like, 9th place, basically. It's just the placement points that's been able to eke it out here for Bushido. Admittedly, quite a bit in that regard, but it's still all to play for. Does that keep Navi completely safe? Not necessarily here, Martin, but you'd like to think that our PGS2 champions should be able to ward it off in the next game.
Yeah, I would assume so, right? But still, it's only, 5 points from a few teams, and they know exactly how to count and calculate exactly what they need, right? But if you look at this one here, Hakatori says no, and I think that's going to be a no. Look at that, Lucarux as well, actually 6 kills tied here between Lucarux and Hakatori. What a game from both of these guys. Great game from VPU overall, but imagine if they hadn't lost those two guys, to Twisted Minds and of course also Na'Vi locking that down. They would actually had a great game from that eastern side because they actually had the terrain that Na'Vi took away from them. So that would have been huge. But yeah, good game for VP still. But yeah, I think it's 3 or maybe 4 spots open here, guys, with how close it is in our 9th. And I think shared 7th or 6th place or whatever on the 26 points.
I do wonder.
1,800 damage?
That's a ridiculous ratio.
Crazy.
I do wonder how many times, if you go back into the history of like Hakatori playing Rondo, is he man of the match on Rondo? Because it must be high. Like Hakatori on this battleground is just absolutely bonkers. But he's doing a lot of work for them so far, and it's not even Boostic that's in 2nd place. Spiro, of course, ever the veteran blank. Of course, we know him from Northern Lights Virtus Pro, basically the Twisted Minds X roster, and Toffee's posed that interesting question of like, but what if this Na'Vi roster beats Twisted Minds to a world championship and Spiro gets it before those guys? That would be insane, and there's a world where they could because they've got the chops for it.
They do. I mean, although Spiro was sort of lower on the damage end there, I think that a lot of his damage was very clean and consistent, where whenever he was getting that damage on, he was getting a kill off the back of it. But overall, Na'Vi was taking pot shots all over the place. But Hakatori, man, what a player. I mean, even early today on Miramar, seeing some of the shots he was throwing out, it's just kind of a machine, right? It feels almost otherworldly watching him play. Yes, absolute cyborg. Yeah, really, really cool to see, though. And I think overall for Na'Vi, 28 points, it's not entirely safe, but they're feeling way better than they did at the start of the day. Let's put it that way.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure.
I think currently it's a 10th, 9th, and 8th place tie, which is wild, and it's just off of those placement points. So this next game is going to be insanely cool to watch end out. And like you say, Martin, I think that it's a very interesting thing where, we do say, players can count, but it also changes the way you play too.
Yeah, right. Yeah. No, it definitely does. Before we actually get to Martin's points, though, we've got to check in with Twisted Minds comms that we can't understand, but we'll see what their POV is as we check in from this Rondo game.
270 единица, тройка можешь в разные стороны
поставить. Там 280 плюс, я уверен.
Давай мы поедем, а ты потом будешь стрелять.
Давай, 273 я буду стрелять.
Готов?
Да, стреляй.
Да. Готовы?
Надо ждать, пока она еще долетит.
Хуяк.
Слышал, Дип? Надо ждать, когда она долетит еще.
А я увижу.
Он тебя не видел. На нас будет заезжать. Базуку готовьте.
Нету базуки, нету.
Слева идет фул.
Два нока.
Бля, там сзади раскручивает кемп.
207.
Yeah, I don't think we need to know Russian to understand that Batulin's required a spotter for his mortar play during all of this, as well as trying to deal with what was going on that ridge line when they were pushed up against Virtus Pro. I think when you look at their push up against Virtus Pro, it was interesting to see that VP had just completely forgotten really to check some of that little bit of a lip, and Perfectius was able to get that nade and spray off the way he did. It was a bit uncharacteristic of Virtus Pro in that push there, Martin.
Yeah, I felt like the play that they were setting up to do was to take the BDM and send it over the edge, so Twisted Minds would turn around and shoot at it, and the guys would run over. But yeah, that little copy there definitely felt a little bit forgotten for sure. But yeah, I'm 34 points. They're still safe here, but they want to win everything, right? And there's 16 PGC points to go at the first place, so 30 is not enough for them. But yeah, that was a huge play. But yeah, we have to come back to remember, even for Perfecticus, nade and knock there got stolen as well. I think Hakatori got both of them, and the 10 kills and 1800 damage. That's a record for PEC as well. Like, he's just unreal. And I gotta be honest, I think with after what we see here from Na'Vi, I think 28 points is enough. The 26-point tie between Noselag and Joker Benito and tied 6th, basically. Those teams are gonna focus each other so much. And then the 24 points between Viz, Bushido, and Soul. That's gonna be a focus as well for those guys. So I think there's effectively 3 spots up for grabs here. But yeah, we'll see what happens in the last game. It's going to be cool.
I mean, I don't even need to ask this as a question. I think Hakatori at this point, internationally as well as regionally, he's making a case for best player in the world. Like, and it's pretty undisputed. The way he's playing at PGS, the way he's playing here, and the way even when this team has, in theory, leveled up their roster as a whole, there's still moments where he's carrying. Like, it's just unreal.
Yeah, I mean, there's always that argument to be made that, you know, even though your stats are really high, you're maybe not the best player in the world because someone else is more reliable to have in your squad. But Hakatori does make it look so good. And really salvages a lot of situations which would feel unsalvageable. And I think that's the difference maker. But yeah, it's not often. Yeah, it's not often you see a play like this come around. It is once in a lifetime type of deal.
I mean, the thing is that all we have to do, mine, is think back to the roofs of Miramar, the roofs of Picado, and see how they won out PGS2, which was just insane. But of course, we compare two other big damage dealers in this lobby right now. Lucarux, who, I mean, there was some people, you know, looking at him as like one of the more underrated players because he's on a team full of stars, and then going up against Mogor, who's been able to make a real decent name for himself in these few games.
Yeah, for sure. And with the, of course, Lucarix in this game was massive here. And the total, we're talking total damage and kills here when we come to it here. But we're ready for the last game, James.
All right, well, let me go. It's game number 5. I'm going to leave it to you and Blank to bring us home, bring us to Erangel, see who gets top 8 into the final.
Straight into it then, Mr. Avenger.
Yes, baby.
The south side up towards the offensive. But we're going to see how this one goes. We are running out over on Erangel as per usual. Back to a little bit of normality, which again is nice. I would say that Erangel does feel like a bit more of a consistent map for teams just because they've played it for so long. But this is the perfect place to try and make up for those points or just get the exact amount of points that you might need to stay in contention.
You know what? I'm just thinking of this and saying, okay, I just want to avoid the top teams if I'm in the chase and then focus on the guys that I'm directly competing with, right? Because these guys know where everyone's dropping. These guys know exactly what's going on here. And a direct contest we're not going to see, but it's a little bit scary if you're close to that cutoff. Even if you're in 24, 26 points here, I'm not worried for Navi. They're going to get their 1, 2, 3 points. They're going to get into 30-plus points. That's going to be enough. I think there's realistically 3 places to be fought for here from 6, 7, and 8. And we get a crazy circle after that plane path Blank. Holy.
Yeah, it's a lot of water in that one. And very undecided as well because that undecided part of the map where it's always rough. I mean, this heads down towards that south side. It's a little bit easier, but still you're playing towards those fields. But if it does head up towards that north side, you have these weird decisions to make, and you never really want to have those 50-50s when you're coming into a game that could mean the difference between you and qualification. So we'll wait and see what does happen with phase 2. For the meantime, most teams are on the move. VP, as per usual, we saw them do this on their very first game of the day today, which is a very fast send over towards the eastern side of Quarry, just to give themselves a little bit more time to work with. And from this, they could even play western side, Avenger.
Yeah, easy peasy for them here. Hive looking to try to take first place away from Team Nemesis. They're 7 points behind right now, and Dead Center holding down Gatka. They're looking for maybe a repeat here. They could try to lock this down. They're like, Nemesis, oh, you're not going to get this one. We're going to take this. We're going to lock it down. No slack, though, on the South George. They could be encroached on from Team Vitality. And as you see, the general consensus, once we just saw Corexi, the stream here, and then we see the rest of the Finnish guys. And my conclusion here is, Blank, that electricity in Finland is very expensive. So turning on your PCs, and there's not going to be enough money for the lights turned on in the background.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to take something away to gain something. In this case, it's more PC power. One doesn't even have a camera on. That's fine. One's horizontal on the vertical, which is sort of unusual. I'm accepting it. I'm accepting it. Maybe that's just how he plays. He sticks himself to the side of the wall with some duct tape.
I think so too, man. Some have standing desks and they're walking around. Some guys have, gaffer taped, duct taped their desk on the wall and is sitting sideways. That's fine as well. Over here to construction workers, a underwhelming day though for them so far. You could say with the 8 points they've garnered. I'm not too worried about them. We have 2 more days of playoff, 2 more chances for them to get into the grand finals here. It's top 8 today. It's top 5 tomorrow, Blank, and it's top 3 on Sunday, the last chance to try to get into that grand final that we're going to be happening already next weekend.
Yeah, I do think that you're right. I mean, construction workers are struggling, and again, it always hurts to lose Gustav for them. I think he was we said it earlier today, but he's really good inspiration in terms of leadership for the squad. Has that experience to go by, and now you're in that moment where you need that kind of veteranship more than ever. But they're still making it work. They've got great players on that team who've had a lot of experience over multiple tournaments in the past. It's just rough, like having that switch up happen. But we know that they've been scrimming, they have been practicing with Pixelic in. It's definitely possible, like you say, over the next couple of days. It's not over just yet.
It's not over for sure. Vitality is the biggest surprise to me. We've seen great things from them. 4 points is not on form to what we know that this team is capable of. Just alone, Levante, I think he got 3 of the 4 kills. Like, that's just next level for them here. But difficult circle. There's some water in play here. Both the river and also the harbor part of Georgiopol has a lot of impact here. And also, with the teams that's locking down already, I think we're going to see a lot of teams try to get up. And there's Suji already doing it. Getting onto Everest here, locking down some of the sides could be massive for them. The amount of information you're able to gather up here is just next level, Blank.
Yeah, playing around Castle as well. And you've got that compound down towards the south side of the all really strong positions. It's an aggressive hold coming through from S2G. But it is a really successful one if it does play down towards that south side. I didn't really want to bring up Vitality. I'm glad you did, to be honest, because it really doesn't look great for this team. In the meantime, Ospiro from Na'Vi might find 2, but Vex is able to jump out the vehicle just in time and takes down Spiro. And they should be able to get their player back up again. It is a bit of a tumultuous approach there for construction workers, but they live it.
I don't know why they would even go to that compound or drive by it, but maybe they saw a car there and engaged it. I don't have the information. Maybe they do. TMO, though, now finds stay at here. Nemesis losing a player when they're in first place is a little bit rough. Obviously, sure, they might not get first place from it, but if they can hold on to it, would be great. The 16 points is massive. Could be a difference maker once you garner all your points throughout our playoffs and our grand finals. Obviously, way more points is given away in the grand finals here, but 16 points could be the difference maker once we talk top 3, top 4. Bushido Wildcats as well here. One of the cutoff teams, they're in the 3-way tie here with Seoul, with this, and 5 more, 6 more, 7 more points. The cutoff is likely going to be high 20s, early 30s here. Now Na'Vi, another side, they're thinking, okay, are we going to pull up with these guys? They have nothing to lose. They know that they're probably not going to be able to make it into the next day's playoff, and we just need a few more points. Shots already being done here. Boostic says, I'm not going to hide. I'm just going to try to take the fight early on.
Yeah, I mean, that is really, but they have the angle to go for it, right? They've got the overwatch over towards construction workers. You're right, they just need a couple more points, so they're absolutely fine to just hold out this team. And that means that if Seoul rocks up behind them and they can steal a couple of points away and then start moving off towards the western side, this is a fine play for Na'Vi to hold out construction workers. It is still a 3v4 though, so they do have to be a little bit cautious on this area. But did want to go back to Bushido Wildcats real quick, because they have felt like Wildcats. A lot of prowling's been going on, and then there's explosive moments of where they pounce out and you just see them light up the kill feed. But other than that, it's been a little bit quiet. And I think that we haven't really seen those big end game performances from them yet. Despite that, they're still in a position to qualify. But it is that late game I worry about, Avenger.
Yeah, there's not enough mangle. There's not enough lacerate from them just yet.
That's true.
I need to see more from them, to be honest. That's my big one here. The consistency has been there, but 24 points is the middling one. It's not to be certain to go into the top 8 here. And obviously a 3-way tie here is a rough one, but still, they're in a decent spot here, being close to Ruins, locking that down. But my worry is that it's extremely close to water. If the circle goes their way and they have a hard shift away from water once we get into phase 4 in terms of land ratio, that's going to be rough for them. I want to see them take more space, but maybe they're just ready on the pounce. They're stealth mode and trying to get ready to get onto Everest, because approaching it from that eastern side is actually the best way. Even though with S2G's 2-2 split here, it could be different from them here. Nemesis, though, holding down the garage buildings on the other side here. Oh, look at that. Gorosa and a full 3 set. Probably easy for X-Howl. Let's see if they're able to get that early on.
Yeah, that's probably going to assist them in some of the Hail Marys that they do like to go for. would be a lovely close quarters tour, especially on top of Everest, man. If you get a Grozer on top of Everest, you start doing some manic peaks, you're in for a good time. In the meantime, though, I'd like to see that Bushido Wildcats play, right? You know, from stealth, they pounce out, they lacerate over towards S2G. That could be good. That could be good. It is always a little bit of a worry for S2G playing this 2-2 split that happens, where you can't quite get that immediate regroup. But you have enough time from the top of Everest to really spot that play coming through. But you do have to be on a bit of a swivel. But I think we can trust S2G to do that.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, even they have 2 third places so far, but the kills haven't been in there. And that's really what I want to see. I want to have that full team engagement, get some team wipes, get the 4 points from that full team wipe, either from one player or from all 4 as a synergy across the team is actually quite good. But yeah, the consistency finding the placement is huge. But now they're pre-driving here. I like this. They're pre-driving this. Oh my god, it's perfect, Bushido Wildcats here. No need to stealth anymore. Just lock down the position that they've agreed on and get into this one here. Shipless actually jumping up, maybe to try to get some info on Everest. He actually gets so much info. It's completely free. S2G's on the eastern side. Correctly finds Schengen here from Hive. And they're losing a player. Early on is super rough for them because they're in the hunt for first place. They're in the fight to actually take Nemesis as their first place here if they get a great game.
Yeah, I mean, for Team Nemesis, quite happy about that happening. With Hive going down to 3. The scary thing is that Twisted Mind's still in the game, and they could easily leapfrog both Hive and Team Nemesis in this game. Perfectus already starting things out strong. Over towards S2G, in fact, from City and X. It's surprising they're able to pick up that one in the midst of all this. I think that's as they're trying to go for a little bit of a regroup over towards Everest. But that's an unfortunate pickup for S2G when they were in such an insane spot.
Yeah. Yeah, I would like to see them play all 4 in the same spot here. Survivability is insanely important here, especially being a 4 guy strong. Because, like, if you go up against another team that's 4 guys, you're going to lose if you're only 3. Utility might get you some way, but a 3-man versus a 4-man almost always loses despite of position and utility. Now, look at that. The Sharks are in the water. Twisted Minds know that they're up 1.
Yeah.
And they might be able to get an opening here. Navi on that south side, though. Look at this. Drive-by from Nix. He gets Dante down. Another point going the way of VP, and that's enough to secure them in my book.
Yeah, and I think for Hive, that's just rough, right? That's your first place kind of taken away from you now. Going down to 2 players, not really possible. I love that X-How were able to get that E pickup, but you're right. With the fact that they were fighting as well, they saw all the traces. They 100% knew it was free to take. They immediately get a lovely position in the circle. S2G instantly regroup over towards the compound. They know they can't play Everest anymore because they need the beacon. Getting their 4th player up kind of means a little bit more to them right now. And it is crazy, you said earlier, 3 third places today. You're still on 14 points, kind of going for that pacifist run.
Yeah, not a lot of kills coming their way. Solstice finds Simon here. Celtic going down as well to example. Lou goes down to Schiller. Huge fights going on multiple sides here. Oh my god, Schiller finds Perfectix with the drive-by. Finds Lou too.
That's perfect.
That's crazy for S2G here. Really well played by them. And yeah, might be not enough points to come their way. But if they get a big game, even if it's a 3-man here, it could be massive. And also, could they get all 4 up again would be massive for them, obviously. Habibi, though, and Viz, currently 8th place, tied, but they have the placement points advantage here because of the win they had. But they need more points. They need more kills here, Blanca. That's the big one for them.
With Viz over the BRDM, though, it's a lot of survivability.
Yep.
All the way through towards that late game. That's nice to have. And even if you do get a high placing, go with placement points, man. But Vex is in. They try to go for drive-by over towards Beamy, but he's looking good so far. Luckily, Pixelate pulls his weight here, takes down Beamy, Vards over towards Lucarus. Can't see much through the smoke, but the shots are coming through clean and fast.
If I am Soul right now, I'm sending it to this position here. Up and down compound is crazy spot right now. Next circle does go away. It's going towards the water. That's an insane shift. And now Nixie, can he find one? He finds Vard. That's huge. That construction worker out. And they're sent straight into day 2 of playoffs. They're not in the top 8, but VP with 6 kills they're locking down second place right now, but can they take it further? Can they survive for longer? And can they get a few more points? That would be massive. Soul, though, look at that. Driving straight past S2G here, trying to get deep into this one. They need the points. They're not inside the top 8 currently.
It's a dangerous push, but one they know they have to go for. That's tough, though. I mean, going out versus a Sonoff, it feels bad. But Pixelic, I would say, definitely pulled his weight in that fight. It was just an awkward roll-up from them. Soul now moving up towards Bushido Wildcats. This is the one-on-one fight that matters most right now because Bushido Wildcats, they're right on the cusp. Soul does take them down. There will be one player lying on the floor for Soul. He's Molodox. See if a doozy can be able to do this alongside the rest of his teammates. Nades have been sent their way. It's looking fairly good, but the bounce is not quite there. Over towards Bushido Wildcats. And it goes through, and it's perfect.
Phil first straight onto Crossbreak. It's a direct competitor taken out as well here, Blank. Taking down Bushido Wildcats, the team that they were tied with. Now Soul being able to get the points here. That is massive. Locking down a center position. And I'll say this already, next circle shift is likely to come their way. Looks like it's going to go west or something like that, though. Mogor here from Hive finds Nixie. It's rough. They're trying to get the recall back. Nixie trying to get the guys back on site here, and Hive was just locking down Godcap because there's the recall station open and available for them. Correxi's going to be left alone here, but they're inside the top 8. That's fine, but they could have gotten more PGC points if they survived for a bit longer. Na'Vi, though, now to take on to this, the southeast side.
Yeah, it's a big push coming through over towards Viz. Habibi, though, some good shots to start things off from the cover of the BRDM. And I like this move from Na'Vi. They see the BRDM in play and they're just like, we're going to dip out. We can wrap around ruins. This is no problem for us. We don't have to take this fight right now. And it matters way more to us to get ahead of the picture. For Soul, though, the fact that they're the ones holding out Viz is really, really important. Because like you say, Viz is on 24 points. Soul on 27. They don't want them to catch him up.
That's exactly right. And Na'Vi also, it's actually 2 points just between these 3 teams. And they're all on the southeast side here playing. It's kind of crazy for this game here. This, though, they're just going to wait for this next circle to see where we end up here. Soset finds Quizzy. Vitality and more Shamble. That's really rough for them to end like this here. But then playoff day 2 tomorrow. They can have a great start for that one here. Hello, my friends, find Diffex and Nemesis falling apart just a little bit. If Twisted Minds, Na'Vi, or any of these teams that actually have more players alive have a big game, they could take first place away quite easily. Soset goes down too. Millman, last player alive on Nemesis, but they had a great day so far.
Yeah, Team Nemesis is absolutely fine. Squeezed himself through the window and
God,
the knock off the back of it. Oh my goodness me. Some acrobatics into some perfect placement on the crosshair and then straight back through again.
That's scary. How did he survive that? It's beyond me. Just the Minds here, 2 men alive. I don't really see them getting a few more points here, but look at that 3-way tie on second place. 37, 37, 37 for Twisted Minds, VP, and Hive. It really comes down to how much more can they lock down this here. So looking to lock down this position from Na'Vi here. Can they deny them this push here? It would be massive. Correctly finds Mogor. That's also VP pushing further ahead here. Viz and S2G. Big fight happening here for Viz trying to survive in this top 8 here, Blank.
I mean, they're moving through S2G on their sidelines. They do lose Schiller, but easily resable, I'd imagine, from this position. The Hive is currently just flying around. It looked like it was okay for a while until we realized that they'd res their players, they'd come back in, and they've got nothing. Like, they're probably going to end up swimming in the waters for a little bit.
TMO, though, 19 points, 7 points from 8th place here with their position currently, and all 4 live, and the utility of 48 teams and all the cars available to them. That could be actually a potential game to jump over either Noslack, Soul, Joker Benito, any of the teams that's close to the cutoff here. Top 4 is done. The question is who takes second place, but I would say right now, if Na'Vi falls out early, even Joker Benito, Soul here, I could see Viz and TMO jump up into a great spot here. So let's see who survives the longest. Is it going to be Na'Vi and Soul with their position? It feels like the winner of Soul or Na'Vi actually is the team that survives inside the top 8, obviously.
I mean, it's a cool game so far. I mean, there's a lot of action happening, a lot of important action too. I mean, for TMO, it would be a very sick run. They get themselves up into top 8. And definitely possible with the amount of players they still have on board and the position they're holding over in this northwest. But they do sort of need another northern shift on this one to make it work so they can play in from this side. It's going to take a little bit to make it work, but Aduzi does find another knock from their side of things. Just wants to make this as safe as possible.
Smoke coming out here, and that's easy. But yeah, Twisted Minds finding in Hive here. Oh, it's falling a little bit apart here for Hive. That's very unfortunate. I'll blow your mind here. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
TMO has 2 more kills than Navi before this game started. TMO has 0 placement points. Navi has 15. Sheila finds Batul as an example. Twisted Minds is out in 12th place here.
You blew my mind, and you blew Twisted Minds' mind too.
It's an explosive day so far, I can tell you that.
Oh, Christ alive. I mean, yeah, I think for TMO, it's been a rough day. But a salvage here at the end would be sick.
The play them for though here is sending it on Ascent. They need to take cars. They need to get kind of a foot inside the door of the next circle here and take on Ascent. I don't know how much information they have from where they are, but they're full 4-man strong. And Ascent is in a really broad, I think, involuntary split here with Kilyakai being on the southern side and Keter and Chris being inside the middle. Kilyakai here is on a mission. He's coming from Narnia, basically, through a door somewhere in a jungle, in a forest, and now trying to get over to the other guys is going to be an impossible task. He's going to have to move through Exile. And I think if TMO finds a perfect timing here on the Exile and Ascent fight, that could be massive for them here. But yeah, no slack. Inside the Harry Potter Tower is also a little bit dangerous, Blank, because they're going to have to make them way in, and they're going to have to fight Jogo Benito for it, which is the team that they're directly fighting for here. TMO, as I said, trying to find Ascent, though. Can they find something? Oh, my God. Finds it, Chris.
Yeah, just kind of unsure what Ascent's doing right now. I mean, they are able to do a lot of damage over towards TMO. It's just sad that Kilyakai's in Africa and the rest of his team's in Beijing. We'll see if they can regroup at some point. It's looking unlikely with Exile's position. But this backstab could be insane, actually, as things do progress through. S2G really haven't had to move at all. They have inched barely outside of their starting position on this game. But Ascend are given that opportunity to get their player back up again. He-Man, he's going to try and leave. It's going to be awkward, though. And for TMO, those chances are dashed in a moment.
Yep, back to the lobby and back to playoff day 2 tomorrow, guys. A full 4-man pull-up would have maybe worked. There are only 2 guys there, but yeah, the third party from Exile would have been impactful. But the information that Kilyakai is getting here is absolutely next level here.
It's wild.
Ascend might actually have a blinder of a game. If he can get 1 or 2 kills here, would be insane, Blank.
Oh, he sees 1 at least. He's waiting for the second.
He's got 2. Oh, my God. If they're close together. Oh, my God. He's got to strike soon, though. Damage is happening onto his Chris.
Around, right?
Yeah. Damage is happening on his Chris here, Blank. He's got to strike soon. Otherwise, he might lose teammates to this.
Pulls out the nade. I mean, if you can get 1 nade onto 1 and then take down the other, that's what he wants to go for.
Oh, my God.
Come on.
Oh, no.
Oh, he's winning the trade. Stun grenade coming out. He has cover on the vehicle. We'll just push in front of the stun grenade. Kind of an insane play, but he took too long. Took way, way too long.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Exile turns around on him. He had an opportunity, but the time to strike and the window of opportunity closed quite quickly on him. Correction, though, finds multiple S2G here, but then 249. He just mows down the entirety. Oh, my God. Quit Pat finds pains meanwhile, but Baron gone down to Correction 2, falling completely apart for S2G here, though. The pull-up from Viz. Look at this, though. Viz, they might be able to make it.
Yeah, I mean, they're still chasing. And Navi's down to barely
1 HP.
1.1 of the player. But Viz is chasing still. So for Seoul, although they might stay in with the points they're getting at 31 and the 4 players, for Jogo Benito, as well as No Slack, it's looking worrying.
Yeah, but if Seoul gets out and gets Jogo Benito out, it's about this here. Oh, it's kind of crazy. I think Soul is in, though. I'm not too worried about them. Their position is good. Slack also 4-man strong, holding down the northern side here, and actually gets quite a lot of impact from this angle. It's uphill. They've got cover. They've got things to work with here. Comes down to if Viz can survive for long enough, longer than Joker Benito, and maybe get a kill here. That could be the impact. Stratos is just sitting alone in the BRDM inside the center. Have you been bleeding out here? He needs to survive. He needs to get points. Ferraris finds it's Chris here. Is Exhal making a run for it? They could win the game with a few kills and actually get into the top 8 too.
Yeah, I mean, they need a few kills off the back of this, but as 4 players coming off the back of Everest, having the full wipe over towards Ascend as well, grabbing all the loot, all of the gear, it's a nice reset for them overall. Pretty low on the ammo on that P90, but this is okay. They can still work with it. They can switch out the weapons. But S2G making a swipe round here, Avenger. They're behind them. Exhal has a look behind them. The second time they've been backstabbed. It's so rough, but immediately there are shots going their way. But that's not before Oda Mavasi does fall.
SG also needs to get kills and a win here to make their way into the top 8 here. A lot of teams actually has a chance to do it. Oh my god. Flores taking blue zone damage eventually here. Surely they're going to get some reses off too. Howl actually surviving for much longer than suspected here. S2G now making a send for it. Can they survive for long enough here? Can they get the kills to make this happen? Molotov finds Joker Benito. This looks like their campaign is about to end.
Yeah, I mean, for Noddy going down, Joker Benito looking like they're in a tight spot at the moment. Nade's go over the top, and that is Joker Benito down. So Viz just need to live a little bit longer. That's all they need.
One kill.
Placement points would do it as well.
Yeah, 1 kill, 1 placement points would do it here. And there is an Ascent player that's left alive as well, so it's looking likely. If Kera gets found here, that is Viz jumping above Joker Benito. I think Na'Vi is safe unless we see something crazy from S2G or Howl here. I don't think that's happening, though. They're going straight up against each other. It looks like mutual destruction with a third party from NoSlack. From my point of view, with the amount of spots that NoSlack has on this spot here. But Kera, man, he could have an impact. He could strike and hit a booby trap on one of these guys here. Flourish goes down, Scaff goes down, so actually Exhal finding a lot of impact here onto NoSlack. NoSlack is safe at this point. 32 points is enough.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it is interesting for S2G where they swipe over towards that western side, hoping for a little bit more of a weaker approach on the circle, only to run into 4 players from Exhal. That's unfortunate for S2G, but they're looking to make this work either way. Oda Mavasi, though, yeah, it's a massive nade into a good knock with the M4, and you're right, it's just mutually assured either side. Both teams blowing themselves up. NoSlack looking to take on now Soul, who have gone above and beyond what they needed this game.
NoSlack's win was the start of this catalysator, and I love this. Soul having a little bit of an impact, poking a little bit. Got tons of loot to come in and get some more utility too. NoSlack making most of it work here. Can Quedpam maybe get an impact here? Look at that. Strats is also driving around. He doesn't realize. He just needs to survive for just a bit longer. And that's it. Look at that. Viz jumps into 8th place here. That is their campaign through, and Stratus just needs to survive for a bit longer. Maybe if Howl makes it, that could be crazy, but I don't see it happening right now. They need to get kills and the win. Ascend also 6 more points to come their way here. Stratus just chilling inside. Keter just chilling in behind a broken up car.
It is crazy for Viz that they're probably celebrating right now, getting back to where they were at the start of this game. It's a tough one. I think a lot of people really gave it some welly this match, which I love to see. For Exhal, there was a chance here. There is still potentially a chance here. But we'll wait and see as things do progress, because they'd be going through the ringer versus Soul, and you really just don't expect Exhal to be winning against the team across the road here with such control over the map. But we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see, especially with NoSlack playing from the top side of a road. As we've seen earlier today, they seem to thrive from that position.
Okay, he actually gets into cover here. Howl, man. It could be insane. Stratus comes out and tries to strike here, but he gets found. Damage done here from Molotov. Jumps back in. Trying to get something happening here. Look at that. Keter is really the next. Oh my god, a blue zone onto him. That's going to force him out, force him away, or at least try to drive over there. And now, with everything happening here, Noslack jumps over to the other side here. If they go out, they maybe get a kill or two, and they are able to win over Soul. That's it for Howl. That's a kill! That is 1 point for placement, 1 point for the kill here. Howl jumps up into 22 points here. Does Keta strike and destroy their dreams at this point? I'm not sure, but Noslack and Soul is going to be the next team that's going to be fighting just shortly here. The Mad is inside. Filfer is trying to put on so much pressure onto them. Molotov has a shield to work with. And smokes are being deployed here for Howl. Look at that. They actually have tons of stuff to work with. Filfer, that nade could actually do a lot of damage. Oh, he's going to put it back into his pockets.
I mean, everyone's just medding up here for the final showdown inside the game. Exhal is kind of struggling with the position they're playing with. It's a little bit cramped over on that side of the road. And they've still got Keta, like you say, on that side. It could be a real big issue for them. They've not quite cleared him out just yet. I think they assume there's a player still in this location, as they did take shots and take a lot of names on this end, but no instant flush.
This nade's going to have an impact here for sure. Molotov finds IXT. Look at that. Molotov finds Sata as well. Snowslack's going down. The nade actually didn't connect anything. And now it's time for Howl to try to make a move here. Another placement point coming their way. Can he find something? Mad finds Phil first. Keta now is the man to destroy the dreams of Exhal, that's for sure. Soul is down to a 3v3 with Exhal, and Keta is on the side from Ascent here. He could have an impact. Imagine though, he could also win it if he kills them. If he gets an impact and gets the win eventually. Keta finds one, he strikes two, finds a flush as well, finds two flushes. Ascent is up into 26 points. And he's out. Ascent is out in third place.
Days.
That's enough. That's it. That's gonna be it. That's not enough. Jogo Benito, 28 points. Viz, 28 points. And it's a tie for the placement points. And look at that. Molotov closes it off. And Exhal doesn't stand a chance either. 13 kills here for Soul to win the last game is insane, Blank.
How far do they go up the tables, though? How far do they go up the tables there after getting the chicken dinner as well? Because I'm very curious to see where they end up. Is it on top of the leaderboard, dude?
I don't know. We're gonna have to ask Calaris, my friend. What do you think about that explosive game? That was an insane one to finish things off with, but they won.
That was wild, especially with the river being involved for as how long it was. That was crazy. So I think they're number one. I think that Soul is number one on the day. Yeah. What a crazy leap from them, in from ruins, after watching the highlights here and seeing how they're crashing on down against some of these teams. But this is the pedigree of this team Avenger, and I think it's fair to say, right? Like, we have watched this team, be it question mark, be it BB team, now Soul, just constantly subvert the expectations of these lobbies and be able to wrestle away number one.
Yeah, I mean, I talked a bit about it obviously in the start here, but I didn't expect such an explosive finish for them. They sent it through. They sent it in between Ruins and S2G and took it away from Bushido Wildcats, a direct competitor, and they're able to lock that down. That was just so well executed from them. And 13 kills to boot as well to finish the last game to do that. Maybe taking first place, I don't know, but 16 PGC points would be insane.
Yeah, what a debut as well for Soul, right? As an organization, that is going to make the Indian fans, Blank, unbelievably happy seeing how they were able to take that fantastic win.
I mean, playing from behind like that as well, you know, we were talking about the beginning of the game, and I think this is why it caught us both off guard so much. Is that I think they end up on 47, which is crazy. But we were talking at the beginning of the game, it's like, oh, they just need a few more points, but that's not good enough for Soul. They need to end in first place, and to do that on the final match of the day, and that's magic.
Yeah, Phil First has been firing on all cylinders today, that's for sure. Apart from that first game, which was a bit wishy-washy for Soul as a whole, everything else from there has been great. So it's 23 points going their way. That said, Avenger, God, it was so close for some of these teams in the pursuit, right? Like Exhal trying to make the moves here from Everest, trying to make something happen, but they're going to miss out on it. 24 points is the end here for them. And Keta towards the end.
Dude,
so close.
So sad. If Kilyakai on the top got the kills on Exhal, they would have made it. They would have made it. If he got 2 or 3 kills and the other guys on the Ascent turned around, they would have gotten the 3 kills or 4 kills on Exhal there, doing a burger on them, and it would have been enough. Or Exhal didn't get striked on from Ascent, from Keta. They could have taken on Soul and won and also been in, but nope. It's going to be day 2 of playoffs for you guys. See you tomorrow.
Crazy stuff. And those are the results. That's the top 8 that is going to be moving through into that final. And as you mentioned, PGC points are on the line every single day of the playoffs and also in that grand final as well, as Phil first, 731 damage here for Soul to lead the charge. As I said, Blank, he's the Khabib of PUBG and he's doing Soul proud.
Absolutely is. I mean, this is such a fun game to watch, honestly. It's one where you never really expect it to happen, where you're so focused on the middle of the table of who's qualifying and who's not. All the while, you've got Soul with a few pickaxes out looking for those diamonds, and they find him in the end. It just kept going.
Yes, it did. Molodox as well, getting himself 5 on the board as well. The stand-in for Twisted Minds at internationals when Perfectix wasn't there, so it's not like they've gone unsated when it comes to some international performances. But it does make you wonder as well, Avenger, like how does Soul, when it comes to that, and as we take a look at the PGC points that have been earned from today, which will have impact later on, how does Soul how have they been practicing without Molodox for like the PGS weeks? That's got to be a little bit rough, but they've still seemed to make it work just fine.
Plenty of time to practice. There are 10, 12 days and then a little bit of grind and then have fun with it. Yeah, but it was close though. I gotta say, we didn't have a huge blow up. We're talking 40s points here. Nobody averaged more than 10 points per game on an average here, but yeah, what an insane day to finish off things, whereas Sander gets hydrated just a little bit.
He's got to do what he's got to do. Code red, panic. All right, you guys at home can use half of that code and then go over to social media as well. Find the other half and then redeem yourself some code for some lovely, lovely G coins. So make sure to do that. I need at least one of these days. One of them's got to be called Code Marco. Please, production, please. Let's see if we can get that cleared. But if you look at the standings, there has been some very important kind of moves from some of these teams, of course. We can talk about those teams that have been able to get through in the top 8, but not necessarily the ones that really came to mind straight away when we thought they were going to be able to make the top 8. But before we do that, let's check in with Virtus Pro and some of their comms from the previous game on Erangel.
South of Ghetto. Nice. Go back to flash him and go back. Different things south of Ghetto.
Go. On me, one hit. On.
Too active. In
the smoke.
In house. Last guy, you have Sabado.
Dead.
Drop smoke if yeah.
Yeah. Flash him. Nice.
Maybe he's gonna die.
How many bullets he died? Yeah, that was a great game, obviously, from them to come in and lock this down. It was about to have fun for them. That was what this day was about here, and having fun with construction work is always a good time.
Even they thought that the M249 was a funny one in the end. How much he was able to get away with those shots. But one thing's for sure in this final game, Virtus Pro is just rolling from fight to fight in a lot of this early moments, as we see now construction workers once again being the ones that were crashing on their position initially. But Blank, you could hear it in the comms as well. They were very clean about how they were trying to dispatch of this, despite taking some casualties here and there. Virtus Pro's winning a lot of fights, and that's why they're PGS3 champions.
Yeah, I mean, they do have these really fun fights they go for. I mean, Nixie's been really impressive today overall. And I mean, this sawed-off shotgun play just made me laugh so much because, like, what a way for construction workers to have to go out versus the sawn-off. But overall, yeah, very, very fun to watch, VP. I think when you do get into those situations where you're watching them in the team fights, they are very coordinated, but they're having fun at the same time. And that shows you a team that feels confident.
And that's the highlights here from Virtus Pro, who didn't quite take #1, but they've done enough to be able to get through into that grand final, and that's kind of all that matters here for some of these early days. Of course, I do want to talk about some of those teams that are a little bit more out of the blue being able to get top 8. But before we do that, I'm getting word that we have our interview ready to go for the day. And of course, it's none other than Mr. Ibiza joining us here. Hello, Ibi. How are you doing, mate?
Yeah, what's up, guys? I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
not too bad at all. Better after watching the great action from the Virtus Pro boys, being able to roll from fight to fight and looking good whilst doing it. My first question to you, Ibby, is of course, you guys have just come back off the back of winning PGS 3. Obviously, that must have been a very high for you guys. So I want to talk to you about that high, as well as what do you think of the teams coming in from the Cups here? So kind of two questions, very different to one another to start things off.
I mean, of course, it felt super good to finish Korea in first like that. We had a lot of issues there as well. Especially, not a lot of issues, but we went through some things in the first 2 weeks. So it felt really good to come back strong. We got back here, everyone got back home, and we instantly started practicing again because everyone's still super motivated, and we want to play versus the EU teams again to see what's going on. And yeah, meta. I don't know. Sorry, what was the other question?
Basically about the Cups teams, right? Because I think that Europe's just, or EMEA is just a very strong region in general. You're going to have a lot of those teams coming up that are just very strong in general and can still hang with some of the guys at the top, despite being in inverted commas Cups teams. So what did you kind of make of the lobby? What did you think about the level of those teams coming in?
I mean, I think the level definitely went up a little bit in EU. Like, we have teams like Yoga Bonita now who are like showing how strong they are as well, and a few other teams. So it's not going to be only the same teams, I feel like, that we're used to, especially with the TPP shift as well. So yeah, kind of looking forward to seeing the other teams play more and see how strong they are.
Fair. Martin, your question?
Yeah, obviously I want to ask, it's a different approach to compared to last year, and coming into this, we're playing these best of 5 days here. What's your guys' kind of approach to this? Because obviously your first 2 games today, much like the first 2 weeks of PGS in Korea, only 3 points, very little points, and then you guys shift. What's the kind of approach, both for you as a coach, but also for the team? Is like, it must be rough mentally to kind of approach these best of 5 days, because there's so much on the line every single day.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, we don't really have like a particular plan. We play these games the same as we would do in the finals. But what is very important is that we notify when we cannot play for the win anymore, so that we get those few extra points. But yeah, we started off a little bit slow today, like you said, with 3 or 4 points. But to be honest, we didn't really speak about it too much, and we just went into game 3, and then we ended with like 13, 15 points, and then we started rolling a little bit from there in the confidence. But yeah, I just know that this team can shift. Like, yeah, we can have some bad games, but I know that everyone's mental is very good in this team. Everyone's positive. There's not like people that are like tilted, etc. And we just go to the next one and treat it like a completely different, like a new game. So that's very important.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, the last question I have to finish this off is that I think it's very obvious you guys are confident, especially for your team comms so far. I mean, especially coming into a tournament like this where it is just a 5-day split, it's super important to have that confidence right overall. Why do you think you guys are feeling this good so far coming into this EMEA?
I mean, of course, because we just got another international win. We got some confidence back through that. And we put in a lot of work again at home. Like, we played every single scrim. Like, we started scrimming pretty fast again. And in general, the boys are just playing a lot. Like I said, everyone's still motivated. The vibes are good in the team. I like the way we're doing things in this team. Like, I just think we're going to keep rolling from this. And yeah, I'm super happy so far with everything. So yeah.
All right. I guess my final question as well is, did Nixie unfollow you on Twitter like he did me as well?
I think he unfollowed everyone, but social media's details is like, you know, it's kind of bullshit. So I don't think it's too bad of a thing. So yeah.
You're not wrong on that, Ibby. Any final words before we let you go, mate, to your fans or everything?
Follow me on social media.
No, I don't have too much other than that we're excited to play the finals, and thanks for the interview, and hopefully see you guys next time again.
Awesome. Thank you very much for joining us, Ibby. Always a pleasure to talk to you. Good luck in the finals.
Good luck in the finals.
All right, thank you. Later.
Later. All right. Well, of course, that was Ibby. I gotta sneak it in there. You know, see what's going on. Cheeky Nixie is a funny one. You know what? He's the MVP of PGS3, Martin. He's allowed to do what he bloody well wants.
Yeah, he can do what he wants.
And I mean, everyone.
Yeah, unfollow everyone,
Yeah,
and he's still
full
following
rogue.
Virtus Pro, of course. I'll say this though, they had 2 weeks vacation. Sure, they had a few game days here and there. They didn't really play too much in its first 2 weeks. But when you enjoy a vacation like that, and then you come in and dominate PGS3, everyone forgets, right? I've talked to a lot of fans. I've talked to a lot of kind of semi-pros, amateur players, casual players, and they are like, oh yeah, VP dominated. Yeah, they're so great. It's like, well, did they really? Like, they came in and they were insane in PGS3, but they had a really, really rough set of games for the first 2 PGSs, right? And
yeah,
they turned it around, and that's really what you gotta respect. And that's also why I asked, these best of 5 days, you just gotta have that mental that we can win next game. No matter what, everyone starts equally, and we're just insane. So that confidence build up, that's gonna be crazy. And yeah, it's good to see that they're able to turn it around as like 3 points in the first 2 games. I was like, that's worrying. That's not a lot. But then it just blows up, and Lookerworks goes absolutely insane in that game, right?
Yeah, that said, of course, they are absolutely one of the favorites to win this, but we cannot deny, and I was, towards the end, I was like, maybe we can get a doozy to do the interview, because it'd be really cool if we're like, because obviously, like, they just meteorically rise to number 1. I didn't expect them to quite get that many points there, Blank, but if there is a world where Seoul suddenly comes out and wins this tournament, which is a very real world because BB Team has been a previous PGS champion, then the entirety of India is going to turn out in full force and be like, yeah, Seoul! What a great pickup it has been already after just 1 day.
I mean, as much as it's cool that the community and the fans are going to be like crazy about it. You've got to give props to Seoul management for picking up this team, for choosing this team.
It's a great pickup.
It's a great pickup, insane pickup. So well played to them.
Good old Thug and the boys over there in India doing us good here for PUBG. Well, thank you very much to them. And of course, thank you very much for all the great games that have gone down here today. And that's only the first day out of 3 elongated weekends. 4 elongated weekends, 3 days each week. So we've got a lot to feast on. And not only that, but the PUBG doesn't end here in EMEA just yet for today, because PAS is coming up right after this. So a few hours here from there, and then you can stay tuned and you can watch and see how everything's going to be going down over in PAS. So that does it for us, gentlemen. Thank you very much for joining me. Tomorrow we are back, same time, same place. We are going to wrap things up, and it's been a jolly good time. A doozy and the boys from Seoul sitting at number 1 so far. They're moving through into the grand finals alongside the other 7 teams that move on forwards with them. We'll see you tomorrow for more PUBG action, but bye for now.
A city that don't belong to anyone, but everyone wants a piece. No laws, no oversight, just the jungle creeping back in, both the vines and the people. The mayor stepped in where the government couldn't. Said the city needed order, and they'd be the ones to bring it, keeping the peace on their terms. I walked away from it all, kept my hands in dirt instead of blood. But desire is a fickle mistress. The city won't let me go. It won't forget my name. I asked for nothing, and they still came and took everything. The mayors and anyone that stands in my way, every last one of them. They're gonna learn something real simple.